That is sweet, bad sweet. That is sweet, bad sweet.
There's a sound like a drum echoing when the high from your Family, what's good? What's happening? Ironwork 92,000 in the house for True Earth Tuesday, where we do it live. We do it big on a Tuesday. Ain't nothing much going on Tuesday, man. But I mean, it ain't Monday and it's not Wednesday, but shoot, something to do on a Tuesday, right? It's either Taco Tuesday. They don't have nothing on Must See TV. And I mean, well, that leaves it open for us, right? For True Earth Tuesday. Hell, why not? Somebody had to fill in this gap. So, man, I gladly accept that challenge and I take on that responsibility. And I hope to provide you with the best of whatever we got going on. So, tonight, obviously, we're going to be discussing what's most important. That is the True Earth, right? Lately, as of late, man, I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but people have been calling. Maybe I'm late with it. I don't know. People have been calling True Earth something different. Like True Earth is not flat Earth. I have you guys heard about this? I'm hearing about this. I'm like, oh, you ain't no flat earther. You're a true earther. And I'm like, what's the difference? Y'all almost caught me slipping. I almost said that bad word. Mama jamma, which I'm gonna keep that to myself. I'm trying to turn over a new leaf before New Year's. So just bear with me, family, and just help me out. Pray for me. But anyway, um, a lot of that strangeness is going on where people are calling, they're not calling you a flat earther no more. Now they're calling you a true earther. Some people. To me, a true earther is a flat earther. Don't mind, I got some taco meat going on up here, man. I got that Taco Bell on my chest. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens when a brother gets old, man. Brothers don't have normal fine hair like that. Brothers get taco meat on their chest when they get hairy, you know? So look like they glued a bunch of raisins to my chest. It looks crazy, but it's all good. I'm taking care of that. But yeah, man, I think that's wild. Before I continue with all that, I want to say what's happening with the family. I want to say what's up to the good family on the inside. And I've got quite a few. Man, you know what's wild, people, is how we've grown in such a time. I'm not going to say a short time because I think the Most High has given me what it is I could handle at that time. So let me start from the top. See Light in 300. What's happening, brother? It's good to see you, man. It is good to see you. Always a pleasure. And you're here like first, man. You're like the first body in here. I appreciate it. Oh, family, while you're at it, please like and sub and share this content. And also, if you're coming in from Rumble, good, that's a good thing. Because if you don't know, now you're going to know that I'm starting to transfer all my stuff from here over to the Rumble side because YouTube, they just ain't treating a brother right, man. It is what it is, you know. It's how they like to conduct business here. Nothing we can do about it other than protest. And YouTube is owned by the government. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. I can do my part, but maybe I could just do my part best on Rumble. You know what I'm saying? Ultimately, these guys will start kicking everything that I have off, and then y'all know what it is. So if you haven't subbed to my Rumble channel, please do so. It's Iron Earth. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put it in the chat. Iron EARTH Iron Earth 92,000. Okay. So yeah, see lightning, man. I see what you're asking for, and I'm gonna go ahead and I shall deliver. Okay. I got that Joker up and running. Okay, I got the sun calculator joint up and running. And so yeah, we'll take a look at that here in a little bit. I don't want to focus too much on it, but we're going to discuss it and we will talk about it. I promise. And we've got a couple of people in here that look awfully familiar that are missing some things. Yes, of course. Yes, missing some things. And so it's all right because I shall fix that. I'm going to fix that tonight. You know what I'm saying, and make sure that we take care of that and we do it ceremoniously. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I mean. Wink, wink. Right? Yeah. Yeah, man. But as we come in, for Jacks, what's going on, homie? Swallow FE. Oh, now it's Swallow GE. Oh, wow. He's changed his name. Swallow GE. It used to be Swallow FE. I find this interesting. Have you guys noticed this? Swallow FE, our brother from Australia, you know, eating all that Vegemite and then playing the didgeridoo with them kangaroos with his Crocodile Dundee knife. You know what I'm saying? He's in the house, but he's changed his name to Swallow GE. This is going to be interesting, and I'd like to know more. Totally. Totally. ABC, our sister Angela is in the house, and wherever there's Angela, there is Sean Alke. So I don't know where Sean is, but he should. Yep, like that train is never late. Anytime ABC's around, Sean is around. So Merman, what's going on, Merman? All right, it's good to see you, brother. Okay, man. Rumham Solo, my brother from New York, man. He's in the house. Okay, I love it. I love it. All right. Okay, man. Brothers and sisters are slowly but surely streaming in. I like that. Sean Alke, just like I said, I knew you were going to be here, man. I saw ABC here and I figured you'd be here, man. It's good to see you guys here together at the same time. Hopefully it's not sects night. So if it's sects night, that means these guys, if you don't know what sex night is, that's when they use graphing paper. And since it's divided into sects, they get to do a lot of their artistry on there. Y'all saw what I did there. Y'all like it, right? Okay. I'm here all week, I promise. Anyway, that's sex night. So I only know about that because ABC mentioned it. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay, somebody's an artist in here. So they do sex some nights. That's cool. Anyway, Warrior, come out and play. And you are. Good evening, brother. It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. Now I'm late as F over here because, man, I got mad messages and I'm late. Jimmy Satterfield, excuse me. What's happening, bro? It's good to see you. Keith Maskell, new in the house. Haven't seen you, but still welcome. Mikasa Sukaza. While you're in here, kick off your shoes. Enjoy yourself, man. Help yourself to anything in the digital fridge. Have a seat. Relax. Kick your feet up. Take your shoes off. As you're in here, play nice. Behave. Because these people act like white blood cells on a disease and they will go on the attack. So just be careful and behave. And I think you'll be fine. But other than that, man, relax. Yo, kick up your feet, man. Enjoy. It's all love in here. Warrior, man, it's good to see you, bro. Oh, man, look at who's in the house. It's Shannon Emerson. Goodness me. Shannon Emerson, I haven't seen you for a minute. Shannon Emerson probably went to Paris to go on vacation and she didn't tell nobody, but it's all good, man. We still love you over here, Shannon. We still love you over here. You know what I'm saying? All right. Carrie Skates, what's going on, Carrie? And I know now that I know that you're a man, what's going on, brother? It's nice to see you, man. All right. Good to see you, bro. Salud, salud. All right. Swallow GE, yeah. No to the 300-mile question. Don't know what you're talking about there, but as we continue down this list, Rusty Shackle for Truth. What's going on, man? Rusty Shackle for Truth. It's good to see you. And you're on the Rumble side. Thank you. Somebody's giving Rumble some love. And while you give Rumble some love, just give me a like. You know what I'm saying? Rumble, I don't know what their deal is. They do not like acknowledging that I get likes. People go in there and give me likes all the time, and then Rumble just gets rid of them jokers. You know what I'm saying? So as you go into Rumble, give me a like, say what's up, say hi, say something. Rumble's been playing games, but it is what it is, man. They're starting to get on the whole YouTube tip. I don't understand, man, but whatever, man. I don't make these platforms. I don't make the YouTubes and the Rumbles. We just try to make these things work and work in our favor. But if YouTube ain't playing right, we're hoping that Rumble does. And then we just leave the YouTube party and then give it all to Rumble. You know what I'm saying? Show all that love and attention to Rumble. So, yeah. One more quarter. Oh, snap. One more quarter. What's going on? I haven't seen you in a minute, too. Man, there's a whole bunch of y'all that I hadn't seen in a while. Y'all are starting to stream in here, and it's good to see y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's real good to see y'all, man. One more quarter. It's really good, man. It's really good. T. Smith, what's going on, bro? My brother T. Smith in the house. T. Smith. So let's see this. Yeah, man. It's good to see you, man. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend prior to showing up on the week and enjoyed it, man. You know, we had a wild weekend. Some of y'all watch NFL. Some people don't watch NFL. Some people go hunting. Some people get ready for what we got this week, right? Thanksgiving and everything. I don't know what y'all do for Thanksgiving, even though some people may not celebrate it no more because of, you know, the controversy with, you know, what it stands for and everything. And those that push it out there to the public. There are those of us that still celebrate it. And if you don't celebrate the holiday, at least you take the day off and you just hang out with family. So, as I scroll down and I start welcoming everybody, just let me know what it is you guys do on Thanksgiving. You know what I'm saying? How it is you guys celebrate. Um, the way I like to celebrate, you know, it used to be me getting with the family all the time and everything. Saddle Bomb, what's going on, fam? It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. GT 1982 Mustang, what's going on, bro? What's going on, man? It's good to see you. Undoctrinated, as usual. Always a pleasure, brother. Always a pleasure. And I'm glad that you're here. And for the guys that I mentioned, Saddle Bum and you know, one last quarter, GT 1982. It's good to see you guys too. All right. Don't get it twisted and think that I'm not happy to see y'all neither. Okay, because I'm totally happy to see y'all. I'm happy to see all of y'all. Ida Hill, what's going on, girl? Good to see you. All right. It's like the femme fatale. Ida Hill, ABC. We have Shannon Emerson. Shannon. Good to see y'all showing up. Usually we have, you know, it's usually the same, the usual suspects when it comes to the ladies, man. Ida Hill, Shannon Emerson, ABC, Barbara, Jehovah's daughter. She usually comes up in here, right? And anytime you guys come in, man, we try to make it as peaceful and relaxing and as good an atmosphere for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Guys, girls alike, man. The suns and the moons. As the suns and the moons come in here, please park and make an eclipse, if you will. Y'all saw what I did there, right? You like that, right? Okay, all right, okay. So yeah, man, as I was saying, wonder how everybody celebrates their Thanksgiving. What I like to do, especially now that I'm grown, what I've been doing for ages now, is I'll typically go to like an Elks Lodge or an American Legion or a VFW. That's the Veterans for Foreign Wars, all of which I'm a part of, except for the lodge, right? And I like to help out. I like to volunteer my time and give out food. or go to the people's house and give food to deliver food to them. Typically, it's more senior members and stuff like that that I do that for. More senior vets. Back in the day, one of the things I would like to do is get dressed up in my dang navy blues and go meet the vets, go see the old vets in retirement home and stuff like that. That was all part of a VFW American Legion effort, Elks Lodge effort as well, right? I didn't do that much. It was more the giving out food and just getting with people, being around them, saying hi and everything. Now, the thing I feel that's important about the holiday season is not necessarily getting with family and everybody else, but trying to stave off things that we know can go down. One of those things that I know can go down, and I'm sure everyone in here is familiar with, is harming one's self. We don't like to say the word on platforms like this because they act as if these things don't happen and these things aren't an issue in our environment and our communities, but they are. Okay. Sometimes people get lonely. Sometimes people feel like they're not being thought about. And it carries on more so during the season, I tend to notice. Right. And so, what we want to do is talk to people. Just talk to people. You could say whatever. Hey man, did you watch the Giants game? Hey, I heard you were pregnant, even though you're talking to a guy. Whatever. Start a conversation. I don't know. But talk to people. Ask them how they're doing. See how they're doing. And if you think you may be unsure or if they sound unsure, ask the hard questions. Ask the difficult questions. Ask those, are you going to harm yourself? Are you going to harm somebody else? Right? Ask those questions because it more than likely can pay dividends for you and for that person and for that other person that might be receiving that kind of treatment, right? Here in the long run. And one of the things that we notice is that these things may tend to happen more often during the holiday season. So in order to kind of stave that off, let's ask the people the hard questions, man. Um, I tell you what, it's a hard thing to ask. It's a tough thing to ask sometimes, but it's always worth asking, even though they may feel offended. Whatever, man. Sometimes you offend people. It is what it is, man. You ain't gonna make everybody happy. Ask those hard questions. Ask them if they're gonna do something untowards, and so we can avoid that. We get them the help that they need. You might be that help that they need. So let's be there for our people, man. Let's start showing some love. F what the public says, man, because usually the public is going in the wrong direction anyway. Usually the public is wrong anyway. And let's just start taking care of ourselves, man, because things are starting to look crazy out here. Ain't nobody here for us but us. So we all we got, and we are the ones that we need to take care of. So don't forget that, man. Don't forget your fellow man and woman out there that you don't know what's going through their head. So make sure you talk to them. Post anything too. What's happening, family? It's good to see you. I want you to make sure you stand by. Post anything too. All right. And as I come in here, Professor Phil is in the house. I know Phil Bell's been a little bit late with it, or he hasn't been present, and that's fine because Professor Phil has his student body he needs to take care of. I know you've got quite a bit on your plate, especially during the summer season coming up here soon. Since you're in Australia, guys, let's not forget there are people that live in Australia. They don't live here where we live. They live on the opposite side of this realm. And so since they do, they experience the seasons a little bit different. While we experience cold, they experience hot. While we experience hot, they experience cold. When it's temperate for everybody. So remember that. And let's think about our brother Professor Phil, who's starting to slowly turn into a flat earther. He just doesn't want to admit it. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Know what I'm saying? But still, Professor Phil, it's still good to see you, man. It is good to see you. Roger Ledwell, what's happening, bro? What is happening, Roger Ledwell with the Kool-Aid man? Good to see you, man. It's good to see you. Yeah, Roger Ledwell in the house. I haven't seen you really been posting lately, Roger. But I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to chalk it up to being busy, working. I know the holiday season could be a bit of a drag for people, so I'm going to let you ride on that, man. I'm gonna just let it ride. ABC is a rising earther. Okay. All right. I am not, because I don't understand it. Now, here's the thing is with that rising earth phenomena, I can't say yes or no. I don't get it. So I can't really go along with something I don't fully understand. You know, you had people out there talking stuff to me because I didn't fully understand how rising earth works. It is what it is, man. You get the things that you get, you don't get the things that you don't get. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? But that's not to say that it's not valid. Just because there's stuff I don't understand, or just because there are things that many folks don't understand, i.e., there are a lot of people that don't understand the simplicity of the flat earth, doesn't mean it's not valid. You know what I'm saying? So there is that. So for all y'all that believe in a rising earth, more power to you. I ain't one of them because it just don't make no sense to me. So we're gonna keep it at that. I'm still gonna do a little bit of research into it until it clicks. But in the meantime, ain't no clicking, so ain't no sticking. Rethink Inc. What's happening, brother? It's good to see you, man. Usually you got some nonsense you talking about me. You know what I'm saying? How slaves do what they told without lip. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Well, I tell you what, I'm looking to see if I could do it. If I could go a whole episode without using foul language. And it's not for getting knocked off of YouTube. I just want to see if I could do it. I'm a sailor. I'm a sailor by trade. I'm a sailor at heart. But can I keep my mouth under wraps? Am I disciplined enough to not cuss? I could do it with when my parents are around, because somebody caught wind of my show, told my parents, and then my parents weren't too pleased that I was cussing the way I was cussing. And so I was like, I was a little embarrassed. It is what it is. But you know what? I said, I don't have to cuss. I don't have to spend my night cussing and carrying on. I could still get mad. I ain't got to cuss. I could still be passionate and I don't have to cuss, is what I'm saying. So it is what it is. I hear you, man. I hear you. I ain't no house slave. But I just want to see if I could try something different. If it slips, it is what it is, y'all. It is what it is. Now, I want you guys to pay close attention to my hand. You see how this one is a little bit brighter or a little bit shinier, I guess you could say, than this one, which is a little bit flatter. If you look, this is kind of how my eyeballs work. What I'd mentioned, if you don't know what I'm talking about, what I'd mentioned last week or a few weeks ago was that one eyeball, when I close one eyeball, I see more of a red tint. And then when I close that red tint eyeball and I open up the other eyeball, I see more of a blue tint. If you don't know what I'm talking about, imagine grabbing a pair of 3D glasses. If you don't know what 3D glasses are, they're them old school glasses with the green or the red tint and the blue tint, just so they can mess with your depth perception when you're looking at either a film or a still picture that's 3D manipulated, right? And so look at my hands. This is what I'm talking about. If you see more red over here or more blue, I'm thinking this is an effect of the light that's shining in my face that actually looks like the Star of David, which is strange, but it is what it is. It's an LED light, but it's shining rather bright, and it's got like a yellow coloring to it, almost like them old school light bulbs that got the yellow shine. It's not like pure white. Either way, this is what my individual eyeballs tend to see, right? So one is more red than the other. So if you don't know what it is that I'm talking about, or you think that I'm seeing a red screen in my right eye and a blue screen in my left eye, that's not what I'm saying. It's the amount of tint or the amount of, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I would say it's a vibrational thing. I would go as far as to say it is a vibration thing. I guess you could say that because light is in waves, right? Colors are waves to some degree. It's a frequency. of some sort. So one frequency or one wavelength is longer than another wavelength. So I guess based off of this will help you with your depth perception, perhaps. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure this flat earth out. I'm not a biologist. Damn it, Jim, I'm not a biologist, right? You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to point that out if that's something that you have noticed since watching my videos from time to time. I'm not going to spend too much time here. I still want to salute the family. Rethink Inc., it's good to see you. Even though you talking mess, it's all right. Roger Ledwell, everybody in the house. It's good to see y'all. That's right. I put that iron earth in there, undoctrinated. Yup. Marty Shramp. It's good to see you. I know I'm late as hell. Late as hell getting to y'all, but I still wanted to catch y'all out there. Swallow GE. Harmon, what's going on, bro? It's good to see you, Harmon. All right. And what I'm going to do, if you guys would like to join, okay, is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop this joker in here, okay? There goes the invite link. You guys just come on in, man. It's been a good week so far for me, and I'm hoping that it's been a good week for you guys as well. You guys just come on in, and I'd like to greet you, and you guys greet the family, say what's up, and we'll chat it up a little bit. But I do have a show still to do tonight. You know what I'm saying? Let's not forget. But yeah, come on up, man. Come on down. Kind of like the Price is Right. Flat Out Faith, what's going on, bro? My Rumble family, welcome. Willkommen. Thank you and welcome. Welcome to the show. It's good to have my Rumble family here, man. Just to show you guys that Rumble is the real deal. You know what I'm saying? Rumble actually functions. Rumble is a good channel. Rumble is a good streaming, not a streaming service, but Rumble is a good thing. You know what I'm saying, to use. So don't be afraid of Rumble. Give it a try, man. You guys would be surprised, man, with how well Rumble actually works. You know, and if you wanted to send me 50 cents, you can do that on Rumble. If you wanted to send me a dime, guess what? You could do that on Rumble. For everybody that comes in here, send 25 cents. Send, you know what I'm saying? The same amount of money that you could get with a sip of coffee. Remember back in the day, they used to say with a cup of coffee, can't get that with a dime or a quarter no more. It's a sip. You might be able to escape with a sip of coffee. You know what I'm saying? With the same money you spend on a sip of coffee, man, that's that same money you could show to me, you know, and actually to the team. And here's honest to God truth. I don't even use that money. I'm straight. That money comes back to y'all. I'll show you guys here in a little bit how that money comes back to you guys, but it's not for me. You know what I'm saying? But it's good that you guys are just giving me the attention. I appreciate that, because all I want to do is get my truth out to you guys and let you guys figure it out, chop it up, and see if it works for you or not, if you agree with it or not. And if not, tell me why. Show me why. You know what I'm saying? Iron sharpens iron. You guys are a group of very smart people. So I don't take advantage, or I don't take for granted what it is you guys know, because I know good and damn well I don't know everything. Gary Skates. Yeah, man. It's good to see y'all, man, in the house. Rusty Shackle for Truth. Yep. Yeah, man. Yeah, everybody's coming in, and Awakened Nemesis is in the house. It's good to see you. And guys, I know I'm starting off a little bit slow, but I want to greet my people, man. You guys are good, man. You guys have always been good to me. So I think you guys at least deserve that much respect for me to greet you upon coming in. You know what I'm saying? You guys have totally been good to me. Yeah. So only get 2 positions. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. I'm with the flat earth position. The true earth position. I figured flat earth and true earth is the same thing. It's just something that you call the flat earth just to keep people from running from you and thinking that you're absolutely crazy. You understand? So when we call things true earth, this is truly the earth that we live on. There's no deception, there's no gimmicks or nothing like that. No augmenting of the camera angles or nothing like that. And another thing I wanted to talk about with the camera angles is something that maybe I can display here in a little bit when I get to the sun moon calculator. Okay. Where's Maria Walker? Look at that. Look at that. When you ask for Cow Cow, Cow Cow shows up. Maria Walker, what's happening, sis? It's good to see you, girl. It is always a pleasure to see my girl Maria Walker. What's happening? Yeah. Maria Walker in the house. It's good to see you. The True Few, what's going on, bro? It's good to see you, man. Coming in here. You know, make yourself at home. Yeah. Yeah, man. You stand on by today too, the True Few. But it's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. I don't know where old dude is, man, but he should be here. Disc Lord. Disc Lord is usually here, but he's not here now. Huh. Okay. Has anybody seen Disc Lord? I haven't. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. I actually have seen that, and I think it was you are Anon that played that. Health Coach Johnson, what's going on, bro? That's 2 in a row for you, man. And coming on from Rumble as well, man. It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. Yeah, so as we start to come in, there is something. Keith Maskell, what's going on, bro? Uh-oh. Keith Maskell. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop the invite link. I'm going to drop the invite link real quick. There it is. And so you tell me why he's a shill. What's going on? What are we missing now? What have I missed? What have I missed? I know there's quite a bit that he's been doing. I haven't been paying his channel any attention since I put my feet down. So you tell me, Keith Maskell, what's going on, bro? Chris Getz, what's happening, bro? I didn't see you last time or the last few times, but it's good to see you regardless. Chris Getz in the house. Hopefully, no relation to Bernard Getz. Valley Parks, what's going on? It's good to see you, Valley Parks. Good to see you. Good to see you. Fisherman in a box. Indeed, Fisherman in a box. It's good to see you. Okay, looks like I'm starting to make it to the bottom of the list. And as you guys come in, make sure to like, make sure to sub, make sure to share this content. You know what I'm saying? American Off Grid, what's going on, bro? It's good to see you. All right, all right. American Off Grid. I think I've seen you before, but even still, welcome. Make yourself at home, kick off your shoes, enjoy yourself to the digital fridge. Relax, relax. Say what's up, say hi, make friends. You know what I'm saying? Mikasa Sukasa. And just relax and just chill in here. You know what I'm saying? A sex. Oh, Lord. Fisherman in a box. It's good to see you. All right. So I guess we're getting down to the bottom of the list right now. We're getting down to the bottom of it. Okay. Okay. Divergent. Yeah. So Nico, right? And so Vibes of Cosmos shows that this Earth could be on the moon, but this is not curved water. So you people tend to be lazy. If you are lazy and a Mr. Nobody like me, then you cannot see this Earth for what it truly is. So that's Vibes of Cosmos. I like him. I like watching his stuff. I'm gonna take a look at it. Vibes of Cosmos. I send him, I show him some love from time to time, man. He's got a good channel. He's got some really good thoughts on things, and some of which I need to do a little bit more research on. I can't say I agree or nor disagree, but I have to do my research on it. I appreciate you, T. Smith. You are even solider, brother. I appreciate you, man. Exactly, Shannon. I am a fact earther too, or I try to be. I do my best. You know what I'm saying? Oh, ABC. Lord have mercy. Oh God, Jim Anus, what's happening, bro? Man, I almost missed out on you, man. Jim Anus in the house. What's going on? It's good to see you, Jim Anus. It's good to see you, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And Jim Anise, I used to call him Jim Anise, right? And then he was like, "Nah, it's anus like the booty hole." Just like the way you think it is, man. It's anus like the booty hole, bruh. And I'm like, all right, man. I used to call him Jim Anise, making sure I didn't, butcher his name or make him feel as if I was making fun of him or anything else like that. Well, I'm not taking notes necessarily. I'm just taking down names. You know what I'm saying? And you've been telling you see the crew met you Wise. What's it? Jaren Control, Matt Sargent. Oh wow, Mark Sargent. Oh man, I tell you what, Awaken Nemesis, I hear you and I read you. However, I hear you, I read you. There are some things that a lot of these guys present that we can't deny, and a lot of it. I mean, the stuff when it comes to the worlds on the outside, I can't mess with that. I haven't seen that. It doesn't. It's not that it doesn't make sense to me. It can't vibe with me because it's not. There's we don't have anything to see the worlds on the outside, right? We don't. At least I don't. Even if you show me some stuff, nobody's talking about it really like that. So I can't really talk on the outside worlds. Now, when it comes to distance measurements, distance markers, stuff that guys like Taboo Conspiracy 3 has done and everybody else, like, yeah, this is the flat earth that we can prove. And the flat earth that we can prove is the flat earth that I groove with. This is the flat earth that I like to present. You know what I'm saying? There's no argument about this. And guys like, Professor Phil Bell and I Am Wilson and Swallow FE or Swallow GE, whatever you change your name into now. You guys could see these experiments that the flat earth community has done. And there's no denying the experiments that we have done. A lot of us live these experiments day in, day out. And so it's flat. It is what it is, man. It ain't turning, it ain't curving, it ain't falling, it ain't flying, it ain't doing any of them things. It's flat. And so part of this flat earth is what we start to discover is a lie. It's a lie. And I mean, here's the thing, y'all, is that as we start to recognize these things, we're also starting to see that we can forget. It's easy to forget a lot of it. It's easy to forget a lot of it. A lot of people have forgotten about 4 years ago, if you know what I'm talking about. A lot of people totally forgot about 4 years ago. But there are a select few that totally remember 4 years ago, right? There's a select few that remember that, hey, 4 years ago, these guys said this. It turned out to be an absolute BS lie. And that's not at all what's going on. We've been lied to. We've been lied to time and time again. And so to show that you have elephants in the room, the reason I say elephants is because elephants have good memories. Either elephants, women, or Italian people. Very good memories, right? We've got elephants in the room. And we tend to remember things as true earthers, as flat earthers, whatever. We pay attention to things. And there are those of us that, even though the collective might forget, you have the select few that tend to remember. So, what I'm going to do tonight is I am going to go over just a few of those things that people thought we totally forgot. And I think it's good to remind people like, hey, yes, the earth is totally flat, but here's why we remember that it's flat. So I'm not going into some debate with somebody unarmed, or I'm not going into a presentation with somebody without knowing, where to fall back to, what to fall back to. You know what I'm saying? Because we know these things are bogus that we've been given, but sometimes they come so quick and we know they're BS that we forget. But it's not like, nah, Always remember the things, and always remember the things associated with them as well. Okay. Vlad, I'm not saying that they don't tell the truth. They do. 95% truth, 5% misdirection, and that's all they're employed to do. That's right. This cabal knows that if the true North gets out to the satanic agenda is over. That's okay. Okay. I could see that. I could see that. And you know, Awakened Nemesis, that would make sense because I'm not going to say that because the the South is so far away from us, right? And it's so hard to access that you're right. I could see if somebody would do a misdirection because this whole thing is a misdirection. They've told us that we need to pay attention to that when in fact we need to pay attention to that and to that. We need to pay more attention to this, not this, right? They're saying everything that they're saying that we need to do is flipped upside down on its head. We need to do the exact opposite. And so I could see why you would say that, right? And there are those of us within our midst that could be not working for our better interest. I could see why you would say that. I get it. I totally get it. Now, with that being said, for the good things that they do, yeah, sometimes we need to highlight that. And for the things that we are sure that we don't know or aren't familiar with, like the worlds on the outside, we need to let that be known. We need to say and say it with our chest. We don't know what's out there. We can't say that these are the truth. So we're not going to talk about it. We don't know what's out there. Why talk about it? Sure, you could say in my opinion, in my opinion, in my opinion all day. But you can't sit there and make these claims about places that nobody's been to. At least in our community that nobody's been to. At least as far as I know, you know? So, Mr. Harmon, man, I dropped that link for all y'all in the house. I dropped that link. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where Zach is. Zach's not here right now, but Zach had some interesting information. Zach Sully, our old Army vet right there, our retired Army man right there, Zach Sullivan, usually in the house. He may show up. I don't know, but he's got some really interesting stuff. Roger Ledwell, I'm interested in the fact that we can see light from the stars all around the horizon. This means we can see the firmament all around us. Well, sure. We can see the sky. We can see the sky all around us. Now, if you want to give it a name and call it the firmament, whatever. You could call it a stick of butter for all you want, right? I can't see this actual firmament. I can't. Could it exist? Yes, it could. Sure. I know what I'm not on. I'm not on a spinning ball hurtling through space and doing all these crazy maneuvers. That much I'm certain about, right? When it comes to these things that I could wrap my mind around a firmament. It makes sense because we need a container of some sort, right? I've never seen the firmament. Now you have the FEB, the Flat Earth Brothers, with Josh and I think Jim. I forget their last names. They're both teachers, though. Awesome dudes, amazing channel. And those guys talk about the firmament through sprites and elves, right? And I think they made a video actually within the last day or two, talking about some of those sprites and elves, and I'll kind of get into that. But again, what I wanted to do was get into the things that we could see, or rather the things that people thought we forgot, not the things that we could see, but the things that people thought we forgot. Let's get into one of them and I'll have my thoughts. Actually, I've got a whole list of them. We're going to show them and then I'll have my thoughts afterwards. Let's start with this one. Okay. So what's this one called? Watch. Okay. There we go. Y'all check this out. Tell me what you think. And this is these jokers right here. with the music, thinking that they're doing something important. I like how they put that music up there, like something's going on. And y'all can see right there, watch, 58,000 miles from Earth, Artemis 1 looking back at the Earth. Unreal. Unreal. These dudes know no shame. These dudes no shame. Look at them. Look at them. Now, where's this? Okay, hold on. First off, they have a dang the Artemis probe or the Artemis whatever they want to call that damn thing. They want to go ahead and call this thing and show this thing that it's taking a selfie. For all the machines that they have up there, right? Here's one that's giving a selfie. Why can't they just do a selfie while these things are getting launched? While these things are going out and doing their crazy maneuvers away from this place. But here we go. Let's continue. Look at this. Oh, now look at that. Now look, there goes the Earth, right? So supposedly, this is the same Earth that's supposed to be 4 times, now count them, 4 times the size of the moon, right? Last I checked, that's what they said, 4 times the size of the moon, and at 58,000 miles. 58,000 miles. Okay? Not 240,000 miles from the Earth. 50,000 miles. Let's just call it 50. Let's call it 60,000 miles. Fine. 60,000 miles from Earth, this thing is. And that's how small the Earth is. It's basically the same size as the moon. And so we're supposed to believe that that thing right there, is supposed to be truly what Earth is. So they thought we forgot. They thought we forgot that right before that they started landing stuff all over the dang moon or getting to the moon and doing its little pirouette around the moon, that we were all jacked up in the mind and we'd let it ride. No, we totally remembered. 58,000 miles. I can't be that stupid. At least I'd like to fancy myself as not being that stupid. Who we got in the house? Who's in here? Harmon, what's going on, bro?
I just keep you company a little bit.
It's good to see you, man.
Thank you, sir.
You got it. You got it. What you got going on today?
Nothing. I don't want to get off your stuff because this stuff right here. I just watched. There's a channel called Divergent, and he has like 18 pictures he got today from a Russian sailor and a Russian guy who went to the Antarctica, and he shows I thought it wouldn't be. At times through the years, we've said it might not be a complete ice wall. It might be just a shoreline that you can get up and go on. And he has a couple of pictures that look like that.
Really?
Yeah. I thought that was interesting.
Okay. We'll take a peek at that here in a little bit. Let's get back to our little demo. And so that's one right there, y'all. I want you guys to keep in mind, y'all, that these are things that they'll put out. We'll catch them for their BS, and then we'll know it's BS. And then it's like, okay, you know what? Let's not talk about it no more. But you know what? We keep talking about it. So I stopped this one. What's the next one? Oh, this is a favorite for a lot of people. Y'all check this out. Here's a real good one. Y'all check this one out. This is a favorite. I'm surprised I have it so early, but y'all check this out.
An inflatable plastic balloon
I don't know if you
satellite,
guys can hear it.
100 feet in diameter, tall as a 10-story building, will be sent
We
aloft
can hear it.
fashion
Okay.
inside a 26.5-inch magnesium container. The latter is mounted in the nose of a 3-stage 92-foot Thor Delta rocket. Highlighting one of the nation's proudest days in space, the satellite, called Echo 1, will serve as a
If you heard the name Thor, just another god, just another pagan god that these guys like to push around out there and everything else. So let's keep going.
reflector for radio waves that bounce back to Earth, paving the way for a new kind of worldwide communication. The rocket at Cape Canaveral carries the balloon and 30 pounds of powder, which will turn to gas and inflate it at a height above 1,000 miles. At 5:40 a.m., the launching. Then the tense while the rocket goes through the separation of the stages. It is only the second launching for the Thor Delta, and as shown in this animated visualization, it is living up to the expectations of the space
Look at that.
experts who say it functions almost perfectly. With
Look at that. Look at how they showing. They're letting you know how they do it. They're like, look, this right here. Look at that.
extremely precise guidance.
Reminds me of Mighty Mouse cartoons.
Yeah, right.
Exactly into the desired 1,000-mile-high circular orbit.
Sure. So they use thrust. Right? They use some kind of fuel to burn in a place where there's supposedly no air. Okay, whatever.
33 minutes after launching, the balloon is released.
Did you guys hear that? Did you hear how many minutes? Did you hear that, Harmon?
33.
Yeah, let's hear it again.
Yes, sir.
Minutes after launching, the balloon is released. 33 minutes after launching,
Wow.
the balloon is released and inflated by the powder inside, which turns from a solid into gas under the sun's temperature.
Uh-huh.
The big balloon, visible like a bright star, quickly bounces a recorded message by President Eisenhower between stations in California
Look at them, all of them liars, and he's just a liar with a bow tie on, kind of like Bill Nye. Let's continue.
and New Jersey. And here in Washington, the chief executive listens to his own voice as it sounded when bounced from the orbiting satellite.
He's just an old liar.
Personal satisfaction to participate in this first experiment in communication involving the use of the satellite balloon known as Echo. This is one more significant step in the United States program of space research and exploration.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, he really
So,
looks
yeah.
like the Dime, doesn't he?
Yeah,
They did a good
he-
likeness of him on the Dime.
Huh? What's that?
They did a good likeness of the Dime with him. Yeah.
Yeah, he
Eisenhower.
didn't look good at all.
No, I mean on the Dime though, that just looks exactly like him. I mean, they
Oh, his
captured
head.
it
Oh,
perfect.
his profile. Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a well minted piece of currency, the dime. Yeah, totally. Okay, here's another one. So these guys, man, just their list of lies, and this is just the list that I've compiled. I'm sure there are a zillion more, but to me, these are some of the more extraordinary ones that I feel totally need the attention that they've gotten, the attention that they deserve, but they just need to be highlighted often, and they need to be spoken about often. Here's another one, y'all. Y'all tell me what y'all think about this.
Every day. So the SpaceX Falcon Heavy test flight just happened. Everyone agrees the footage is phenomenal.
And look at that. Look at that. These jokers supposedly they put a car out here like this is an episode. I don't know if you saw that movie of Heavy Metal, Harmon, but remember in Heavy Metal how they launched the car in space, the astronaut in the car in space.
Oh, you mean when Elon launched that car?
Elon did, but they did the movie way back in the day.
No, I don't remember.
Oh, Harmon, man. Harmon's supposed to be old, man. Harmon, but Harmon, you don't remember that, man. Lord have mercy.
No.
So this car gets launched out into space. We caught these liars out there in their BS. And even Elon Musk was trying to protect himself, saying it looks so real, it looks so fake that it's real, or you could tell that it's fake, or you could tell that it's exactly the word salad. You could tell that it's real by how fake it looks. Whatever it is, he said.
Oh,
Either
you were
way,
talking about this one. I thought you were talking about something else.
Yeah. This one, but also there was a
They took
movie.
the mirror off. The tires would have exploded. And so many things is bad about this.
Yeah, totally. Especially if that thing went full, if it went with all those things with cavities and O-rings and this one and that one, you get that in an environment that space is supposed to be, and none of that stuff would work. None of
What
it.
I liked is they took off the rearview mirror. That was the first thing I noticed.
Wow. Wow. That's a
No
really
mirrors.
good one. Yeah, because if you have that mirror up, you get to see the studio.
You get to see the fourth wall.
That's right, the fourth wall, part of a live studio audience. Yep. And so there these guys go. And yeah, I don't want people to forget that the reason why this is important, because the same guy that launched this BS is now fully entrenched with the direction of how this government is to go, the direction of how this nation is supposed to go. So somebody that's not even from here, I don't care how much he claims he's an American, he's not even from here. Okay, he's part of an apartheid regime. Let's not forget what South Africa has done for ages before the end of the 80s, right? Part of that regime. And now he comes into the United States bringing his bullshit. Yep, first cuss. I messed it. I broke it. But that's the first cuss of the day. Bringing his BS over to our shores. And now he's in charge of all this stuff. Government efficiency, right? So he's replacing one lying entity with another lying entity that is SpaceX. And this is what they put out there to have us believe. Let's not forget it. Do not forget this. Everything they try to bring and present to you, you throw that nonsense right back in their face and you put that mirror up to them and be like, this is you. These are you and these are you lying. Any questions? So let's continue with that video. It's not that long.
Amazing technological
Look at that.
wizardry. Everyone loves it. Everyone agrees the footage is phenomenal. It was amazing technological wizardry. Everyone loves it. Everyone loves it. Everyone loves it.
Wow. Poor dude. He's from that show Smarter Every Day. He's from that show Smarter Every Day. I don't know if you're familiar with that show, but it's like on Discovery or something like that. And on that show, he ended up interviewing David the astronaut. Everybody knows him. The guy's talking about, oh, it's good engineering. That's why the O-rings could be on the outside. That's why you can seat it this way. I forgot.
Don Pettit.
Don Pettit. There we go. Not David.
Yeah.
Jesus. I appreciate you. Thank you. Don Pettit. So Don Pettit is out there saying this nonsense. This guy caught him on his show. And I'm surprised they even let this thing air. No one.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm surprised they even let it air because it not
Real,
only made
real good science. Real good science. That's how they do it.
Yeah. Real good science. Oh, very good engineering. That's how. And then the dude sitting there knowing better. He knows better. That's the thing, is Destin knows better. So he's like, how? That's not supposed to work. That's not how science works. I'm sure that's what he wanted to say to Don Pettit. That's not how science works, man. What are you kidding me?
That's why I say that guy that Smart Every Day, I don't think he's genuine. I think he knows. He makes a lot of money off his channel.
Okay. That's
okay.
What I think that, and kind of to piggyback off of you, I think that there are a lot of them in that, I guess you could say, little circle of theirs in Hollywood and everything that do these science things and do these talks. Hell, even Neil deGrasse Tyson. I think he's riding along the coattails of it's probably flat. Or he probably is like, it's flat. It's flat, but this money's so damn good.
I honestly think he doesn't give a shit. I don't think one part. I don't think he cares at all.
No,
He just get my money and I'm out of here. I really don't think he cares about anybody but him.
I can see why you would say that, but I honestly feel that he knows. I think he knows. Being if he's truly a scientific mind, he knows. He's like, damn, these guys are bringing some ridiculous evidence, and so I can't see it any other way. Which link,
no.
Maria?
I was seeing
which link? I'm sorry. Maria's asking me to pin a link.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maria's asking me to pin a link. Which link, Maria? I don't know which link she's talking about. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just saying. I think he knows. I'm saying he just don't care. That's what I'm saying. I just think he doesn't really care. Like some people find out it's flat and they don't care. It's whatever. You know, there's not all of us that say, "Oh, this changes things." There's people who don't just go about their business.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect us all the same.
Who we got in the house?
Oh, that
Porter, what's going on, man? How you do? Oh, bro, your mic is muted.
All right, there we go. Sorry
There
about
we
that.
go, man. It's
How
good
y'all
to
doing
see
this
you, bro.
evening? Yes, sir.
Man, shit, we chilling, bro. We chilling.
Already. Y'all go
What
ahead.
we're doing
Resume.
tonight? Say again.
Y'all can resume. I didn't want to interrupt you. I just wanted to catch up with y'all. I'm trying to
Yeah,
just catch
man.
up. I've been
Yeah,
watching.
so-
I just got the link. That was for me, kind of in the chat. There's
Oh
like-
yeah,
the
nah,
mediators just got you to drop it.
it's all good, man. It's all good. At
No.
least y'all got my attention. You
Yes.
know
you
what
got
I'm
that.
saying?
You got some more of that video still? Or is that
Yes,
it?
ahead.
yes, I do. Yes, I do. Let's go back to it. Where was it? No. Actually, that video is over. That was the end of the video. That was the end of the video. We just did Smarter Every Day. But here's another thing, y'all. Now, I know a lot of people talk bad about Flat Earth Dave. I get it. But Flat Earth Dave is where I got a lot of these videos because I knew they'd be there. Now, here's the thing, is when even though a lot of people may not want to admit it, we are a community.
Oh, yeah.
This Flat Earth thing or this True Earth thing is a community, right? We get together and we get on these channels. We discuss we discuss something that we're on common ground about, right?
That's right.
And so this is a community, whether you want to believe that or not. And then we have somebody that has a vehicle in which we can make this community understand each other a little bit better. So even though we may not necessarily agree with him, I get it. However, he has provided us a vehicle or a means in which we can better communicate with each other. That's a lot better than I've done. So I'm going to give this dude a shout out. Flat Earth Dave, thank you for making this thing that I could get a lot of this information from, because that's where I got the information from. I'm not going
he
to
has,
act like
he has great information. That app's done great. His things on YouTube. I never heard. I didn't know what people were talking bad about him, but my following. Even today, I watched one of his videos. It was a tough one. This guy that usually they eat up what he says, and this guy was firing back on him on everything. It was quite wild. Usually they're boring.
Yeah.
This one wasn't boring.
Well, his visual concepts on perspective now,
Yep.
Yes.
like right in front of a building and looking up, and then you look up and you see the sun, and then he gives the perspective of backing up.
Yes.
And like the horizontal baseline view, how they do, they drop the baseline from Polaris and they just keep backing up and they get their angles. Well, the way he explains it with the height elevation in such a remedial way to do it that you can't miss it. And that's the thing. We all are seeing these different topics, and what we're doing is we're arguing these points. Now, see, when you're in truth, it's a frequency. So
Yes.
the more you argue these points, you have to get remedial, because the people that don't want to see it, you have to go in all these different angles to make them see it. We're learning every angle. They've only got one angle. Their science. They have no other objective to explain what they only think they know, because they've been force-fed a lie. So the frequency of truth is figuring out, it's a quantum truth. And so what a quantum computer does is it like tells you every way you can put it together. They're on the basic computer. We're using the quantum. It's just weird. It is spiritual too.
No,
Because
no. I don't think that's weird at all. Keep going.
you
man.
know, I think it's getting to the point now where we've seen every argument, and we know which model, according to relativity, that they chose. The one that's, we're here by happenstance, ever expanding universe and nothingness. We came from an amoeba. And, what's going on in 2025, Iron? Consciousness is waking up. This is the most monumental time on earth. Think about it. Because what's coming back is a spiritual one. It's an undeniable creator. That's major. That's so awesome. I'm blown away by it, dude. I'm blown away.
Yeah. No. And I totally agree, because we're at a time, this was never like this when I was a kid in the 80s, in the 90s, the early 2000s. There was never a time like this. Even in 2015, 16, 17, things look like they were starting to change a little bit, because that's when I was introduced to this. But no, you're absolutely right. I think the timeout that we took during 2020 is what woke a lot of people up, right?
They messed up.
Yeah. And so no, you're totally right, because when you see the truth, you have the truth, and when you get it, you get it. And
That's
so
it.
there are a million different ways in which you can describe what's true. A million different ways, because it's true. You understand? And you base the truth off of life experiences. You're like, oh, well, if you take an Etch-a-Sketch and you do this, it's much like this. Or if you take a dry erase, you know what I'm saying? You can equate it to anything that's true, that you've truly experienced. However, if it's a lie, all you can give are things based off of that lie. Oh, well, if you think about how Newton, the apple fell on his head, well, how do you know an apple fell on his head? How do we know any of that actually happened? And as a matter of fact, let me introduce you to something that I just learned today. Do you know what year that apple fell on Newton's head, in which he was inspired to talk about gravity?
Let me guess. Let's guess.
1666.
No, I would say 33 or 66. Yeah.
No.
One
Yeah.
of the two numbers.
Do you want to know what else? That in 1666, John Milton wrote Paradise Lost.
You want to know what I heard? I heard they took all of his writings, his original text and writings, and compared it in an algorithm, and it was matching Thomas Edison's handwriting. This one put it out. This person put it out, and you can't find it anywhere. I didn't even know the content creator. It came across my feed and watched a little segment on it, and I was like, what? What is this? And then it was in the same algorithm as the voice recognition for the Challenger type deal, and it was like, yeah. So it was in one of those kind of like algorithms, and I can't find it nowhere. So I think someone needs to see if they can find original text of like Newton, and then look at original text and see if there's some type of like they call it, the police use it. It's not surveillance; it's an investigating type deal.
It's
Like
it's the handwriting. It's the
forensics.
handwriting.
Do
thing
some
that
video
they-
forensics,
Yeah, forensics.
analytics, handwriting analytics. Yes, handwriting forensics analytics. Yes, that would be so crazy, Iron. I
What?
guarantee you, there's something there. I guarantee you, there's something there. It can even identify phrases that match, not just like the handwriting, but actual the personality trait that person has. It goes on psychological profiles. It goes on different type of perspective profiles. So yeah, I mean, it's got a quantum analytics kind of a framework. So you're going to get the exacts. So this guy
Wow.
did that, made a video of it, and I should have saved it. I can't find it anywhere. So, and I know it's something. I guarantee it, because right about the time is when all this is being pronounced in his story. It picks up in the 1800s. All of
Right.
it does. And that's just kind of
Right,
weird.
right,
itself.
right.
And don't get me wrong, they jump back to Pharaoh, Hermes, and stuff like that. They don't really get into it unless you major in that certain field. They've what do they call it? They compartmentalized it, if you will.
Right.
You know.
So
So,
what the going thing, that the thing that's going around and people are discussing about that is that there's a possibility that the stuff didn't happen that far back. And here's what's crazy. Here's what's crazy,
Yeah.
right? Okay, we're not in the right time. We're not in the right time. Our time is off. Okay,
That's right.
Let's take that and let's run with that. So if our time is off, everything else is off kilter. Okay, let's jump in the Bible real quick for 1 second. Whether you want to believe the Bible or not, that's fine.
Right.
Joshua stopped the sun for a whole day. That right there alone throws us off. He stopped time for a whole day. People totally forget about that. So if you want to include the whole biblical aspect of things into this, let's include that, or let's not include that. That's fine. Everybody talks about this happened thousands of years ago. This happened this happened that. What one thing I recognize with human beings, and I feel this is important for me to do this show tonight, is because human beings have a penchant of forgetting. Like the majority of people have a problem with remembering things. There are one or two of us that come around and remind the masses, but the vast majority of us tend to forget all the time. We just tend to forget. Why we forget, I don't know. New Civil Coalition, you look like you're frozen, homie.
We're good.
You look like you're frozen. You were frozen for a little bit.
Well, just like you were saying about the forgetting, I told people our 4-year cycles of elections, people forget.
Okay.
I went back to Carter. Carter was talking about a wall and skipped Reagan. Then Bush talked about a wall. And then Clinton, he talked about a wall. Then it skipped another one. And they bring it up when they need to. And everybody acts like it's a new subject.
Wow.
Blows you away. It's the same story over and over again every 4 years. And how they cause people to forget? I don't understand. How do they not remember that?
Well, people are comfortable. That's why. When you're comfortable, when you're fat, when you're lazy, you don't have to remember anything, man. Everything's happening for you. People are just too comfortable. People don't remember what pain feels like, man, when they're numbed up. Kind of like you. I went through a school called SEER, right? And during SEER school, it's a survival school. I'm sure you're familiar with it, right? Right, Harmon? SEER school.
Yeah, we had ours at Fort Dix Army Base.
Oh, God dang, in Jersey?
Yeah, in the wintertime.
Oh, so I went to SEER school up in Maine, Bangor.
Oh, that's just
actually Kittery. It's worse, Kittery, Maine, right? So while I was in SEER school, one of the things that they do is they starve you, right? You got to go out, you got to live, you got to fucking survive in the wilderness and everything else. And so one of those things is you got to catch your own food. You got to find your own food. I was so hungry after a week that I sat there and I remembered a meal of macaroni and cheese that my grandmother made in 1986. Dude, it was a macaroni dish my grandmother made in 1986, and I threw it away because my nose was stuffy and I couldn't taste it. I was like, oh man, my nose is stuffed up. I don't know what this tastes like. So I threw the macaroni away, and I was like, it's probably real good. Memel, which is what I call my grandmother, Memel probably made really good macaroni. I'm just getting rid of it. Dude, I was so hungry. It brought me back to that time that I was like, man, I remember that macaroni that I threw away in 1986. Boy, how I wish it was 1986 again so I could just have a bite of that macaroni here in 2010. That's how hungry I was. So I'm saying all that to say that people forget because they're comfortable. And when people are comfortable, there's an old Haitian proverb that says, the person that hits you always forgets, but it's the people that get the scars that always remember. So people don't have enough scars to fucking, excuse me. There I go. 2 cusses today. I'm doing all right. So the people usually forget because they don't have enough scars or they're not getting hit enough. Go ahead.
I got my
what's up-
scars.
Oh, what's going on?
got
Swalla GB. You changed your name. Swalla GB, good to see you. And Disc Lord, what's happening, brother? It's good to see you as
Today.
well. Yeah.
Yeah, get out. Yeah, it's Swallow G. Yeah.
Okay. Swallow. Yeah, man. So you changed your name. What gives?
Someone in a comment said, why do I have FE on the back of my name? And I said, well, I don't know. I just got it off another channel that I looked at, and I thought, well, I really should be GE, so for Globe Earth instead of Flat Earth. So I changed it.
Okay.
Anyway, about your survival school, we're Air Force. They asked us to volunteer. You're not like people don't realize in the military, people don't volunteer. You're chosen.
You're
and
voluntold. Yeah.
huh? Yeah.
You're voluntold.
Yes. And so they would send them in Washington, the state of Washington, for our survival. And when it came-
Yeah. You guys were on the eastern side of I forgot. You guys were on the other side of Washington. You weren't on the wet side, you were on the dry side.
Right.
Yeah.
And I did not volunteer, and I didn't get chosen either. So I was happy about that. Air Force doesn't do any of that stuff. You know that.
Yeah. Y'all are soft, man. They call, if for you guys that don't know, they call the Air Force the chair force, right? So the chair force, no disrespect to the Air Force people, because we're all brothers over here. I'm sure you guys got names for us Navy people too. But we call the Air Force the chair force because those guys get treated like human beings for the most part. Meanwhile, the rest of the service, they treat
there
us
was
like
not a Marine, there wasn't a Navy, and there wasn't an Army guy that ever had a chance to go to Air Force Base to do training. They volunteered for that because they know they got a 24-hour bowling alley and they got the movie theater going and everything, in the chow halls there. And you're 2 to a room, no sharing bathrooms.
You see? You see? Yeah, Air Force, man, they treat y'all well, man. They treat y'all good. So anyway, yeah, I was out at that school, and I was getting that work. So anybody that's been through SEER school knows what I'm talking about. A lot of the stuff I can't talk about because I can't talk about. So stuff happened, and then I was just hungry as hell, and I was sitting over there like, man, I need to eat something, and I thought about that meal from 82. So from 86, excuse me. So anyway, saying all that to say that as human beings, we just tend to forget. We tend to forget, and we need to stop. We need to stop, get out of our comfort zone and start to remember. Because what you're telling me, right, Civil Coalition, is that a lot of this stuff that's supposed to be old or damn near ancient, it's not. It's within our time period. It might be within some of our own grandparents' time period. Some of us that are in this chat tonight. Some of your grandparents or great grandparents may have been around during Thomas Edison's time. You understand?
That's right. That's right.
So this isn't stuff that I speak about lightly, or I just, it's not important to me. No, it's totally important to me, because I feel that especially if a person lives within your lifetime that is a person of note, you should, or somebody should, be able to speak educated wise about that person.
All right. Definitely.
I have a friend that his grandfather fought in the Battle of Shiloh.
Really? What'd he say?
His grandfather. That was in 1863 or something.
Really?
Yep.
I have a buddy of mine.
That's just his grandfather. Just his. So he's 50. He's 61 now, and his grandfather fought in the Battle of Shiloh. His grandfather didn't have his dad till he was like 70, and then he was one of the late childs. He wasn't born till his dad was like 52.
Wow.
So that's 120 some years right there and stuff. The people, how is that possible? I said, well, the Battle of Shiloh knows them because that was done in Tennessee. So I said, that's a pretty good. So I got news that from people say this, they don't believe that Civil War happened. I used to listen to his dad tell stories what his mom would tell him.
Right.
Because his mom was quite young when his older father married him. So he remembers some stories she told him about that she had met some of the bluecoats that came and replaced the chickens they had stole from her. So I gotta say it's got to be some real to some parts of that.
Right.
Or they were dressed up and doing an act back then to make it all seem real.
Yeah, right.
That's how I go. We never know. It's crazy.
Well, the thing is, if you got 120 different structures that were clearly built at a time where it was more technologically advanced than we are today, in Houston, my lunch break, I know you're probably familiar with them, Iron.
Yeah.
They found 120 structures that we can't even reproduce today. That was here before the 13 colonies, which kind of, if that's true, how many other nations were together with the Indians? And when the Pilgrims came over, what did they do when they met with all the chiefs? Did they poison them? Was that what really happened? Did they get all the chiefs because they wanted to work together with them, put them at this big table? Now they're out the way, and just kept moving this way, westward.
Yes.
Conquering, taking the whole civilization over. Was it the Iron Republic? We don't know.
Now, here's one thing that I also recognize with all that, right? It's the Europeans. It's the Europeans going everywhere and doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And they're getting rid of these people of the land. And now it's not a race thing. I'm just saying.
No. It's a royalty thing. Like,
I'm
it's
European.
weird.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's weird that it's the same thing. It's the Europeans going. They went to damn Asia to do it. They went to Africa to do it. They went to the New World, quote unquote, which is actually the old world, the United States, to do it. Right. They went to the Oceania to do it. They went down to Australia to do it. They've gone around the world.
We have been everywhere, even my country, and it's not shown anywhere today. We have been everywhere the British have colonized. We had more colonies than British. The British, most of them is probably ours.
The Dutch,
Danish.
The Danes.
They just changed the flag on them today and the story behind them. But I've seen maps with us everywhere. The Danish kingdom.
Wow.
Everywhere on the map.
That's funny when you say it, man. The Danish
and
kingdom.
we were ruling most of this part of the world back in the day. So I don't know if it's back to that time or when it happened. It's so far gone now,
Wow.
But we had everything, the Danes, when we were the kings of the Vikings and ruling everything around.
Right.
For a while.
They're finding now that there was a pretty big colonized area of Turkish
we were in
people
Africa, man.
On all the flags in Florida, all the way up to North Carolina. Turks. And I'm talking about like irrefutable. It's even on modern day flags now. They're little half moon.
Yes, it's on North. Exactly. So I look at that. Like anytime I look at North Carolina's flag, I'm like, okay, that's North Carolina's flag. Why does it have a crescent moon and a palm tree?
Exactly.
It looks like the Turkish flag. But then I was like, but it's North Carolina's flag. You can't. And so I'm like, that wouldn't that be weird if, and I'm like, it's not possible. But nowadays, knowing what it is we know, hell yeah, it's totally possible.
Oh, yes.
So
I believe it was something about East and West was changed at some point. Have you heard about that, Iron?
No, I didn't know about this East and West being changed. Go ahead, talk about it.
There is a library in Northern America, up close to above Colorado, close to Oregon, that has a map on the floor, and it's different. It's different on the map. It's labeled north, south, east, and west.
Is this map still around?
Yes.
Wait,
I'm gonna see if I can find it and maybe drop it. I'm gonna get something simple in there to see if I can find it. That's my fiance. But if you see her in the chat ever, that's something simple.
Something simple came.
That's my wife.
Okay.
That's my wife. So we kind of work together.
Like, yeah, I'm driving. She said, I'm driving. I'm listening to the chat right now. Something simpler. Shout out to you. Hopefully you can make yourself known so I can highlight you real quick. And yeah, like I'd really like to see what this map is that you're talking about.
Yes, yes. I'll see if I can find it. And if not, I'm going to leave some links too, so how you can get back in touch with me and we can start kind of, you know,
Yes, please.
intermingling on some things. Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
stuff.
but it's funny. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was always thinking when I started learning this stuff, 17, there is no east and no west. I said, how do they call it that? Okay, let's say I go 10 miles east. Then I go another 10 miles east. When do I stop going east? You keep going east, you come back to where you were. So where's east?
So
West?
so it starts if you look at the prime meridian, right? And then you split you take it 180 degrees out. That is the international date line. So that's where we divide east from west. As soon as you pass Nigeria in Africa, now you're considered the west. Up until you come back up around to the to right before you get to Kamchatka, the Kamchatka Peninsula, which is Russia. That would be considered still west up until you pass that. That's now the east.
Right. I understand how man does it. I'm just saying in the real world it would be none.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, even when you start
Yeah,
when you circle navigate, sorry, not to interrupt. Even when you circle navigate and you're going west, you still have to like have a magnetic declination or inclination adjustment to keep going in a circle.
No. Yes, because I was thinking
that's
about
weird.
that earlier. Because you could totally dead reckon, right? Freaking west or west, and then it becomes, I guess it would be southwest at that point.
That's right. You got
right?
You still have to do minor adjustments all the way around. Yep.
Absolutely.
At certain latitude and longitude, you have to take in like a 68 magnetic declination or inclination, and how far or how above you are. Yep.
Yeah, because if you were to say fire a rocket, right?
Yes.
If you were to fire a rocket, you were pointed west, you fired a rocket, it isn't going to follow. It's not going to follow around. No. Unless it was a missile to where it's guided, and it would follow around. But if it's a rocket, fire and forget, it's just going to dead reckon in the direction that you pointed it at.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what the point was we were talking about with that, but what was the point again for that?
I think they was just talking about
circumnavigation.
Circumnavigation, yeah.
Right.
And it led to adjustments and stuff like that. I think that's really a bad thing for them because the further you go out, the worse it is for them with time and nautical speed. You know that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Solve. I put that link in the chat a while back.
Oh, Sav is here?
No, I meant to say I say your name wrong all the time. No, I said I put the link in the chat.
Okay, so
he's a little bit paler, a little bit older, a little bit grayer.
I'm not calling
smokes.
Iron, give me your take on the ECEF. What are you familiar with the ECEF?
Bring me up to speed, please.
Okay. Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. Are you familiar with the EC? That's the ECEF. Check this out. Oh, this is so awesome. I just found this out from. First, I want to say I am not a scientist. I do not have a PhD. This is for entertainment purposes only. YouTube, but anyway, there's this. All coordinate systems runs off of the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, right? Now, if you go to look this up and you just put in GPS, you will not get the baseline framework of what the system really is unless you type in caps ECEF. It is hidden. So if you go to look up global positioning satellite systems, you will not see those 4 letters until you type them in. And it is the framework, Iron, for all of the trillions of dollars of satellites. And the thing about this is science explains, math describes. In the explanation for the coordinate system, it's called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. This is like one of the most bombshell red flags for anybody that's just starting off to go, that's bull. I'm going to look it up. And then it says it. Whew. I've had so many people I've touched base with on this that were blown away, that messaged me and said, hey, thank you for showing me this stuff. What else do you got? So Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. And they say, some people, the trolls will come up and they'll say, well, that's just easier to look at it that way. Oh, so it's another illusion, right? So,
now that you brought it up, let's go ahead and let's show it.
Yes. So it's a geocentric, stationary, non-rotating Earth Cartesian coordinate system. It's called a geocentric coordinate system, right?
Okay.
Okay, so it starts out from they try to make it to the baseline for the inner core of the Earth, but they never really look at it that way. That horizontal baseline that goes out to the equator always ends up on the arc, and they walk out. That's it. They use the azimuthal, zeta, and field of view. The zeta, the azimuthal, and the zenith. Yeah.
Okay.
Which ends at 3,395, the radius of Earth. And that's how they did, was just take that coordinate system and they did it through a spherical transform and wrapped it. As far as you can see, iron is the radius. Isn't that amazing?
Wow.
Yes. That's how they made it.
That's how they do it.
That's it. The we'll just say 4,000 mile radius is how far you can see. And it goes down in a dome shape, just like the shape of your lens of your eye.
Right.
And it's amazing. So, like I said earlier, what's at the forefront with being brought to, we're looking too hard, Iron. You know this. We're so
it's everything
intrigued
is
by it.
yes, everything is in front of us. They're
right
telling
here.
us, but we're not listening or we're not seeing fully. Or we're
Right.
we're over listening, I guess.
Right. But yeah, these things, and then they say, oh, well, they just look at it that way. But no, if you look at the first, second, and third order field equations, it says there's an inner, INNER, accelerative centripetal force that increases in rating of it's an equipotential increase in electrical rating. Okay, equipotential means it's energy value increases the higher you go. Okay, 100 volts per meter.
100. Oh, that's right. Okay, yes.
And so the
I got
sky
it.
is electric the higher you go, meaning that's a linear distribution of energy. All right, so you have a negative discharge on Earth, right? We know this.
Right.
To get grounded and all that, and then higher you go, there is a 100
There's
volts
more.
per meter.
There's a higher voltage, more potential.
So
Right.
that's called a linear distribution. If the Earth was the driving force through the cosmos, it would be a radial distribution because it would be the kinetic potential, the driver. You get what I'm saying? And we don't see that. We don't observe that.
Wait. I'm sorry. Repeat
Right.
that, please.
Okay, so if it was a sphere and it had its own momentum or being pulled, that force that would be pushing through space could be measurable, which it isn't. That's why they call it Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. And it would have a radial distribution. The energy would be off of our substrate, the Earth, the crust.
Right.
And we don't witness that. We witness it go above us. It's like a low rating of energy at the Earth.
Right.
And the higher you
Until
go,
the
it's like
higher you
crazy
climb.
electrical. Yes.
Yes.
So
This
that's
is why,
it.
right? This is why helicopters get grounded
That's
before
right.
landing. This
That's
is why
it.
planes with their
Yeah.
wheels, they need to ground with their tires
That's
and everything before
right.
landing.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah. They carry the potential with them down.
Yes.
They're like charges. Isn't
Yes,
that
it's
amazing?
like shuffling your feet on the carpet
Yes.
and then just touching somebody, just flying
That's
through the
exactly
air.
right.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you want to know something? Ships experience the same thing. They
Okay.
collect a lot, and ships don't get grounded. Ships are the ground,
That's
right?
right. That's right.
Ships don't. And so when they go around, especially after doing a world tour, they have to go through something called a degaussement, right? So
Oh.
basically running through a series of coils just to get rid of that the change. Your body, the ship's body has become a
Wow.
charged system. So they have to get rid of all of that charge that they experience because of the Yes, it's crazy because there's no
That's wild.
ground. There's no
Yes.
ground. The ship has become the ground. And so as it travels the earth, it's been collecting a charge. And so now it has
all
to get
energy.
degaussed.
Yeah, it's all energy, huh? All energy.
That's crazy though. I
Mhm.
didn't know they called it that.
Yeah. Pretty cool
Sorry,
stuff.
can I just ask one quick question? The Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, positioning system.
Mhm.
Sorry, Is this electric charge got part of that system? Is it? Because as far as I know, the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed is simply a coordinate system. It's got nothing to do with electricity.
I didn't see that in there.
Is there a new Is there a new topic name for the electricity?
Okay, there's a interaccelerative centripetal forces. You got a centripetal convergence and a centripetal divergence that's connected to a magnetic field that is in the north. That is a torus. We're on the block domain. See, all of these different ratings are easy to identify because we have equipment nowadays that shows and proves that it's a torus. I mean, hands down.
But how do we prove that based off of what it is where we've been given? Would that have been a follow-up question, Disclord, that you would have asked?
That's a good one.
Damn it, I was in the background. I gotta have the whole thing
right
to answer. I don't know what you asked me.
Oh, so what I was asking was, how do we prove and describe this or explain this to everybody else and to ourselves based off of what it is we're given right now from Wikipedia? Because what it is right now, what we're given from Wikipedia, I was looking for that.
Right.
Pretty much the question that Disclord just asked, and I couldn't find it.
Yeah, sorry, it was actually me, Swala.
Oh shit, my bad.
Yeah,
what Swala just asked.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
because
Okay, now I get it.
I'm with you, Vlad. The Wikipedia talks about Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, right? That's a coordinate system.
Right.
And like you said, you looked through and you didn't see anything on the electric charge. Now, I have no doubt that there is electric charge. Completely agree. But I don't think it's part of that ECEF system.
No.
So I just wanted to see if there was a topic.
Yes.
Centrifugal
and that's a good
forces.
question, by the way.
Yeah. Centrifugal forces. Now, if centrifugal forces are not dynamically or no kinematically electric, I would even go so far as to say that they are, because we do have a magnetic north, and we do know that the closer you get to the north, the more intense the compass starts to freak out. So to be able to actually measure that centrifugal force, I think it's strong enough to spin our sky. So that to me tells me that there is a direction. And when you look into Lenz's law, the law of induction, which in 2019 changed to the law of conservation, which is not, when you conserve electricity, that means to turn the light off, not to induct it. So they're mixing all of the terms up now and changing up all of the definitions. But anyway, let me get back to Lenz's law. Lenz's law is the law of induction. You take a dipole magnet, north pole, south pole, stick it down in the middle of a magnet. It's going to create a rotation of electrical flux.
Wait. So you mean a piece of metal and stick it down in the middle of a magnet?
No, you get a copper coil.
A magnet.
You get a dipole magnet.
Coil. Gotcha.
Dipole magnet.
Motion.
And if you stick that magnet, just like we have a magnetic north, and there's a freezing cold subtemperature ice wall that is about 68,000 miles in circumference with a megalithic black rock north, we know that there's a magnetic field going down. And the reason why I honestly believe that the ice wall is sub-cold freezing temperatures, there's some temperatures below 21 Sutton centigrade to where if you're not having a respirator on, you're instantly froze.
Right.
And you step off into it. So those subatomic cold temperatures are going to cause the permeability with the electrical value of the salt water to increase, which is going to make a superconductor.
Conductive.
Not a semi, a super. That's just like nitrogen. It's a superconductor.
Right.
Okay. So there's probably layers of that metal. I would even say this is assuming somewhere in Antarctica.
What layers of what metal?
There's probably layers of those types of elements within that wall somewhere.
Right. So it basically functions like a.
So it's all electrical.
Like the outside of a motor,
exactly.
the cage of a motor or the cage of a generator.
Yeah, and it creates an insertion point within the quantum field wave and projects its probably toroidal is actually so awesome. It's so huge that it's an energy barrier that you can't get out up the sides, nowhere. You're not getting through it. It's just like what they would call the Van Allen belt comes down somewhere.
Yes.
The Van Allen.
Right. Like like a rainbow kind of.
Exactly. Did you know
So-
that rainbows in Australia are small?
Yes. Rainbows in Australia and in like far south, like south of Australia. They even smaller.
They're just lightly arched.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So
sorry,
what- couldn't-
I just
couldn't you
actually I
take-
just learned that.
as far as I can tell, rainbows down here are just the same as they are in the States.
I just heard.
So I learned.
I would ask you to maybe just hold that thought. Just
Okay.
let's,
I heard
let's
that.
not, let's
So
not make
I
that
do want to
fact.
say it's assumed. Then I guess. I
So,
heard Bridget
so
tell me.
further south is
Right.
what I'm hearing. Further south of Australia.
Right.
I learned. Am I right? I don't know because
Well,
I've
we'll
never
have to
been
see.
that far south.
But
What I
do wanna-
studied on that
Rainbows. I've
years
seen
ago.
rainbows
No, it-
everywhere else. I've seen
Yeah.
rainbows in Europe. I've seen.
It just
rainbows-
depends on how high the sun is for the arc of
I
the
get
rainbow.
you. Okay.
Right.
But I would
Yeah,
like
okay.
to.
I agree with Harmon there. I agree
Because
with
you're not
Harmon there.
gonna
It depends on the angle of the sun.
Right. Probably. I
That's
get
all
that.
it is. They're the same.
Yeah, because I've seen rainbows. I've seen rainbows in Europe. I've seen rainbows in Northern Europe, like North Europe. I haven't really seen rainbows down in south of the equator. I just never have.
Right.
At the
I get
equator,
it.
yes. Hawaii,
This was
yes.
hearsay. Somebody told me iron too. Kinda. I'm gonna look into it.
Yeah, because that's the thing is before we start making these assertions and stuff
That's right.
like that, like we definitely need to know, you
That's
know,
right.
we don't need folks coming here fucking with us saying, "Oh, you guys said this, you guys said that." We had
That's
a
right.
guy over there from the Netherlands, right? He's got a pretty big channel, like talking
Right.
shit on this channel. And
What?
that's another third. That's my third cuss, man. It's my third cuss today. But talking mess on this channel because
And,
yeah,
Vlad,
because he didn't
do you have a
agree
jar?
with. I'm sorry.
Do you have a jar right next to you?
Yeah, well, yeah, I do actually,
Okay.
but
you got
I'm
some
sipping from it.
Yeah. Put some quarters in it.
So
There we
I
go.
would like to meet, if I could. Are you from Australia, sir? What's your name?
Yes,
No,
sorry,
I'm from New
I'm
York.
from Australia.
No. This dude right
Oh,
here. Yeah.
Yes, wow.
Okay, so you were saying it was just a coordinate system, correct? And I just want to meet you though. Everything
Yeah.
everything is intrinsically electric, so everything has a
Yeah.
charge, right? Right.
Yes,
What do you
yes.
say?
Look, I fully agree with what
I got you.
you know, roughly what you're saying with all the electric charge and
Right,
magnetic
right.
and all sorts of stuff, right?
Okay.
It was just a small tangent. That I just wanted to be very, very clear that the
Yes.
ECEF is not anything to do with the electric or magnetic. It is merely coordinates. That's all
Right.
I wanted to say.
Right.
So I know that people can talk and the tangents can really, really build.
Well, hold on one second. Hold on.
But
One second.
ECEF is certainly coordinates, as far as I know.
Yeah, but it does talk about centrifugal forces though in it, and it describes in the math in the first, second, third order field equation. It does describe their centrifugal forces, actual.
so
forces.
then, okay, so then the rest basically is what you have to piece together. The other stuff that you'd mentioned is what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
So I mean, basically, I think what I'm trying to hit home with the point I'm trying to make is that there are forces there. I'm right there with you though, man. We're just trying to find all this stuff out, but the
Yeah.
ECF, just looking at the name, the reason why I wanted to bring that up, Iron, is because it's kind of weird that they named it Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, wouldn't you say?
Yes, because Earth is supposed to be moving.
That's
Period.
right.
Okay. So maybe, sorry, New Civil Coalition Pod. Maybe he was reading an article about GPS satellites or something like that.
Who was?
The Porter.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
the guy
no.
Porter. If that is his name, I'm not too sure. But
Okay, he's saying no,
So-
but continue.
So centrifugal forces, that's another element I believe also as well, because you know centrifugal forces, that's when you got a bucket of water and you're flipping it overhead. It's got nothing to do with coordinates, correct?
Yeah, but if you're taking
East-
water
yeah, the
and
Earth-centered,
flipping it
Earth-fixed
overhead
coordinate
with a
system.
cord, the water's
We're talking
still
about the
trying
bucket
to.
experiment.
Yeah. Oh, the bucket. The
centrifugal
water's trying to
yeah.
leave.
Centrifugal forces
Yeah,
is about that.
Or you could run a
object
centrifuge.
trying to fly
You could
away.
run-
Correct?
You could run a centrifuge where you have, a mixture of freaking liquids, put it in a freaking drum,
Okay, so-
spin the drum at a
Yes,
certain
yes.
speed.
But what I'm trying to say is
Cartesian coordinates,
it's
sir.
a detached topic from Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. And to answer what you're saying, it sort of sounds strange, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. I mean, if you go back to your Wikipedia page, essentially what it's trying to say is, Y value up to the North Pole, not a Y value down to the South Pole, X value around the circle. That it's just left, right, up, down. That's all it really is. It's just coordinates.
Right. That's the Wikipedia.
So
you need to read the abstract.
Yeah, and it's not trying to say that the Earth is fixed, and it's not trying to say that the center.
Not on Wikipedia.
It's just picked. It's just a human has picked the X, Y, and Z coordinates and said, okay, how much X and how much Y is it? That's my coordinate. Do you know what I mean? So it's just a coordinate system, man. It's got nothing to do with centrifugal. It's got nothing to do with electricity.
Okay, so the ECI, is it the ECI then that's connected to it with the framework exactly? Is that the ECI then? Is that what you're talking about then?
Can you just give me the acronym? What was the acronym for ECI again? Sorry.
Earth-centered.
Sorry. It says Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. So the ECEF.
And there's an ECI too.
But there's also an ECI. Yes.
There's also an ECI. Both of them are connected interwovenly at the framework. Because there is a centrifugal force. There's a centrifugal force. There's a force. It's not a fictitious force. It's a calculated force that is within the framework that increases in rating higher you go. So the sky spins. It says it in the math. It describes it within the math that the Earth does not move. It is stationary, fixed, and there is a centrifugal, an inner.
Exactly what he's saying.
Yes.
Exactly what you're saying, and I'm not trying to interrupt you. Is this good? Right here? Can you guys see it?
I can't. I'm on my phone. I'm sorry. I wish I could make it.
It says right here, the ECI system is inertial, meaning it doesn't rotate with the Earth. The I in ECI stands for inertial or not accelerating. Not accelerating.
No,
the
it's at a
ECI
constant
system is fixed
but it does
with
slow down and speed up.
respect to the stars. Basically, like having Polaris as the axis, and then everything else rotating around it. And has its origin at the center of mass of Earth. The ECI system is primarily used in space applications, such as defining satellite positions.
That's right.
So if we were moving and everything else, I don't know if ECI would be necessary if we were
got
moving.
time delay, yeah.
I don't think it's trying to say that the Earth is fixed at all. I think it's just like
using
a
a point
method
of
to
reference.
use to do maths.
Well,
no,
actually, it says that it neglects all of the inertial forces of the sun and the rest of the celestial bodies.
Because
it doesn't need. Okay, so if on the if you can just put a globe pattern on for 2 seconds, right? If you got a satellite which is supposed to go around the Earth only, it never goes near the sun. It never goes near the moon, right?
It can.
You can just cancel out the sun and you can cancel out the moon, and you just focus on the Earth, and that's basically, Earth-centered.
All right.
Really.
So real quick, before we get down a rabbit hole, let's bring it back to reality. And the reality that we're given, right? And the reality that we're given, Swala, is that the Earth is still rotating at 1,100 miles an hour at the equator. So if I'm in New York, right, the Earth is actually rotating a little bit slower, but it's still rotating at a particular speed. That speed is like 830 miles an hour. Fucking fast. Excuse me, I just cursed. That's my fourth cuss today, y'all.
That's 4, man. That's 4.
That's 4. Dang, there's no strike 4 in baseball, but let me watch myself. So at 830 miles an hour, we're supposed to be rotating. At the same time, Swallow, we're supposed to be hurtling through space at 66,600 miles an hour. You understand? This isn't numbers I'm making up. This is numbers that we're given. So let's not act like this isn't happening, right? Let's not act like we haven't. And this is another thing that we need to remember these things, which I'm sure we very remember them. That this is more of the stuff that we're being told. So every time we talk about this, we need to talk about these dynamic motions that apparently the Earth is doing, where we can't detect none of that. You know what I'm saying? So with this ECI, we have to remember those numbers must be included, but they're not included with the ECI because it's inert. This joke is not moving. And then they explain the rest over there.
That is an awesome perception right there. I do want to grant you that, man. That was a very good explanation.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
go ahead,
yes,
Swallow. Go
if
ahead.
okay, so if we're taking it for granted that the Earth is spinning and that the Earth is going around the sun,
No, 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 no,
like
no, 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 no. We're not
yeah,
taking anything for
okay,
granted.
yeah, I'm just
We're
trying to
being
speak it from a satellite designer.
this is what the mainstream is telling and
Yes, okay,
forcing
I'll take.
us to know. And I'm not Swallow, give me a second. I apologize for cutting you off. But I want to hammer this down to everybody's mind, whether you're a flat earther or a glober, that this is why it is important that we remember these things and we talk about them every single time. You
That's right.
understand?
Come on.
Because it's like, yo, this is what you guys said. When we get into these debates, which I feel are absolutely useless, when we go back to what it is we were taught, we're being taught this is the basics. This is what everybody that builds these quote unquote satellites should know, right? The dynamic movements of this earth. So this is something not that we take for granted, but quote unquote, that is actual fact. So since it's a fact that this is going on, continue. Go ahead.
Okay, I will modify my words. Instead of saying granted, I will say that the mainstream, as what you've just said.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, so if the mainstream view is of a satellite going around the Earth only,
okay,
then we can negate any reason to talk about the sun, right? Because a satellite is not going halfway around the Earth and then going out to the sun and then coming halfway back around like a figure eight. It's not doing that, right?
Right. Real quick, Swallow. What do you mean by the Earth only? What do you mean?
Well, if a satellite just like, say for instance the ISS, right, is only going around the Earth,
okay,
then you take the sun out of the equation. You just forget about it. Does that make sense?
You take the sun out of the equation as far as rotating around the Earth, or
if 99% of your time is spent around the Earth's so-called gravity, right? Then you don't need to worry about that 0.01% gravity from the sun. That can be, you just write it off the chart. Does that make sense?
But that gravity from the sun is enough to move 9 other planets, right?
Yes,
so let's logically think of that.
Let's not forget that either.
Let's forget we can't even prove gravity no matter what we try or how hard we try.
And we're sorry. Listen,
it's okay. I know.
I'm sorry for cutting you off. We're sorry for cutting you off.
Technically, the sun does everything to all the planets, but when you're focusing on the Earth, the weight of the equation tips to Earth. Does that make sense?
The weight of so you mean in the
weight
Earth's
of the equation?
Favor. So in the Earth's favor. Why is
that? Well, let's just imagine it. Let's just imagine if, like, there's two people on two sides of the party, but you talk with one person for the entire night, and you don't talk with the person on the other night. Why are we worried about the person who you didn't talk to? So you know what I mean? You've talked to the person who you talked to all night. That's like Earth-centered.
Yeah,
you focus all your time.
It's the focus. Okay, like I like that analogy, but how does that? But why does that work? Why do you think that works on the Earth?
Well, because the ISS is focusing all of its time going around the Earth. So it look, if the sun's going to affect it, it might lift it up a meter and drop it down a meter. You know what I mean? It's meaningless.
So
it's
okay,
meaningless.
I'll give you. I got you. I'll give you that.
Let's imagine it. If the sun was pulling on it, yeah, like I said, if it might go out a meter and then it might come back a meter, you can just say, well, we'll forget that meter. It's generally hanging around Earth.
So then I got a question for you. For you. A legit, it's not a rhetorical question. How fast is the ISS going around the Earth?
I am not 100% sure off the top of my head, but I mean,
most
people say that. Yes, I was going to say 17,000, but yeah,
17,500 miles an hour around the Earth, right?
28 to 28,000. 17 to 28.
Oh, okay. So 17 to 28. Look, sure. Let's call it 30,000. From 17 to 30,000 miles an hour. Okay.
Yes,
cool. That's fast. Nobody can imagine how fast that is. Okay.
No, that's unfathomable.
Yes, on the ground, it's unfathomable.
Yeah, it's totally unfathomable. Nobody could think about that. How fast is the Earth going around the sun?
RKDAs.
I know. I know you guys like to say
Katie.
it's like 66,610 miles per hour. or something like
Sure, let's call it 67,000. So you don't laugh about it. 67,000.
No, I know, because it's the devil talk. I know. It comes into play all the time.
And it makes no sense.
I think it's Vlad just frozen on my screen.
Yeah, he did.
Okay,
did.
so you're
That's your
saying
question. Let me
would you
hold on.
concede
back,
though?
Vlad.
If,
Yeah,
Would you
you were
concede,
late.
though,
Sorry,
if-
Vlad, you froze for 2 seconds.
You're back
Okay,
now.
I'm back. Let me ask a question. Has
go
anybody
back.
in here ever run track and field?
Sure.
Okay. So has anybody ever run the 100-meter dash? I'm going to use meters, okay?
Sure.
Sure. 100-meter dash. Let's say you could run the 100-meter dash in 10 seconds. That's pretty fast. Run.
Yes.
This is running, not driving a
Yes,
car,
of
but
course.
just running. It's pretty fast, right? What if you ran it in 15 seconds?
That would make you slower.
That's significant. Not just slow, but if you were running track and you ran that speed, people would laugh at you. That's significantly slower.
Sure.
Let's double that time. How about 20 seconds? It takes you 20 seconds to run 100 meters.
Okay. Well, it's probably more like me.
Well, if
it's
you that
slower.
slow, my God, I'm gonna pray for you.
I have no
brother.
idea.
But okay, so it's so slow that you wouldn't want to show up to the track the next day. Let's put it like that. So the Earth is supposed to be moving at these speeds that we're given, right? That I mentioned to you. And the satellite that's still moving at a relatively fast speed at 17,000 to 30,000 miles an hour. How does it keep up with the Earth that's moving at twice the speed? If not faster than that? How? How does it keep up with the Earth?
Which speed are you talking about? The orbit of the sun? Is that
The orbit of the sun speed.
Okay, well, the Earth is canceling that out all the time.
How does it cancel it out? It's
Okay,
moving,
well,
yes?
If you're on the leading edge of the sun, it will continue at the 17,000 mile per hour. And when it
Okay.
goes around the back, it's pulled back to the rear end,
Uh-huh.
and then it keeps coming back down to the front.
I forgot to mention the sun is also moving.
Because the fall rate is continuous.
You know, I forgot to
all
mention
the way
sun
around
is
the
also
outside.
moving, right?
Sorry?
The sun's also moving, by the way. You know how fast the sun is
Yeah.
moving?
Something, I don't know. I'm not too sure.
But so Iron, you know,
I
his
haven't memorized it.
Iron, his framework
But,
is.
but
is
it doesn't matter.
his
No,
frame-
it absolutely does matter. That's the thing. Is we can't forget these things. Swallow what the
Right.
point that I'm
But
trying
do you
to make.
remember how I said just before, right? That you spend 99% of your time next to the Earth. The Earth is what's guiding. The Earth is what's guiding its fall rate. So even if it falls in behind, it's pulling it back.
Swallow, do you know
your
that the
hope-
Earth is supposed to be moving? It's supposed to be moving, whether you're close to it or not close to it. It's moving.
Yes,
It's
but
like
if you go
saying,
around the-
"Hey," it's
if you
like
go
saying,
around the
"Hey, you're
back-
close to the car." It's like saying, "Hey, you're close to the car, so you're one with the car." No, the car's
Wow.
still moving at
Moving
80
at-
miles an
that's
hour,
it.
and I'm still stationary.
That's
We're
it.
supposed
close.
to be new
Think about
cars
not
all the
far.
time in the newest model.
Think about it like this.
Get
Think
ready for
about
the
it like
secret
this.
force of gravity to come.
If you're going around the backside of the Earth, you're still falling towards the Earth, and so it pulls you with it.
Backside.
I didn't even have to use the G word. It pulls you with it.
I don't have to use the G word.
So
Yeah, but
then-
we are still on a ball,
okay, so
so
then-
it makes no sense to me.
Yes. So then, exactly that. So then, our point here, Swala, is that the sun moving at almost 500,000 miles an hour, 500,000 miles an hour. The sun is moving, right, in whatever direction,
What's that?
and we're only moving a fraction of that speed towards the sun.
I've got a question for him, Iron. Can I ask him a question if you mind?
No, yeah. Hold on. I don't know what's that other noise. Roger's not
There is
here.
another noise which
If you
cut
remove
out.
the comments, we can see where it comes. No, we can't. It seems like it's okay. I don't know. I can't even see someone talking.
There we go.
There we go. All right.
Can I ask
So, Okay, that was Swallow muted his mic. So
it wasn't my sound though. The sound wasn't in my background.
okay,
Okay.
it wasn't mine either, but
Not mine either.
But what I find funny is that all these dynamic movements are still happening, and it's almost as if you want to act like they're not happening, which
That's
they
it.
are.
That's it.
They're always, and that's the thing, is that they're always. I want you to get into your head, Swallow, is that they're still happening, right? Or at least that's what we're being told. We're being told that these movements are still happening, and some miraculous way, gravity is making a object move that moves at 66,000 miles an hour. Find a way to manage to keep. It's like saying, Swallow, that you run a 10-second 100-meter dash, and your grandmother finds a way to catch up to you in that race. You're 10 meter. Hold on. You're 10 meters from finishing that race, and at some point, your grandmother. I don't know if your grandmother's alive or not. God rest her soul if she's not. But if she is, your grandmother is catching up to you. So that means she's running faster than you are in that 100-meter race, which is a quick race, by the way.
And don't
then
forget,
finding a way to not only get faster than you, but to go around you and then run in the opposite direction.
while he grants no friction in space because you can't feel speeds.
Thank you. That too.
Okay. Can I? There's a small misunderstanding with the idea of running around track and having your grandma overtake you.
That's a thought experiment.
The small misunderstanding with having a grandma chase you is that she has to put in work with her muscles and with her feet to be able to catch up to you.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Sure.
Do you understand? So she needs to put in more effort to be able to overtake you.
Well, would you concede that with all of the speeds that we can't traceably feel, would you concede that how in the world did Mars hit our Earth and form a perfect moon then? Now, I'm not jumping around. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get to a
Mars
point.
hit our Earth. I'm not too sure what this claim is.
That's
I haven't heard that claim before. But to finish where I was going with that before.
No friction.
If you had your grandmother overtaking you, that would mean that she would use her muscles harder and put in and run faster. She'd put in more work, right? And that's not what's happening here.
I don't care if she took roids. I don't care if she had a horse to get her to me and around me. Okay. The fact is, she managed to do it. Right. Whether you want to believe that or not, this is what the claim. But this is what I'm telling you, man. This is what the claims are. Okay. And it doesn't matter how you want to slice it. She's done it. And this is what we're being told, is that grandma beat me or beat you or beat us in a race. We were beating grandma. We're known to run a particular speed. That means she has to be running exceedingly faster than us. Right. This is something that nobody talks about. Nobody talks about the speed that grandma had to run in order to overtake me. And then on top of that, she not only beat me, but she curved out in front of me and ran in the opposite direction.
Okay. The thing about to bring it down to track work, right, is that orbital mechanics can be most simply brought down to simply throwing an American gridiron football as far as possible. Have you heard that narrative before?
As far as possible. Keep going, please.
As far as possible, right? So you're on the field. You know, you've got the roids that your grandmother took, right? Mm-hmm. And you throw that football as far as possible. It goes straight past the goal line and it goes into the next city. Okay. Now, if you take all the air resistance away from the air around that football, and it could potentially continue on to the point where it will land much further away. And the thing about orbital mechanics is that you try to speed it up to the point where it just misses the Earth all the time, and that's why the 17,000 miles per hour comes into equation. Now, the thing about that football is that football always wants to fall to the ground. And so whether or not the Earth is going X amount of kilometers in one particular direction, and that football is on the backside or on the front side, it still wants to fall towards the ground like it did back when you could only throw it to the end of the goals.
Okay. So
It's a simple
Swallow.
factor of that. So it just
A
it
simple
speeds
fact-
up and you take the air away.
It's simple, yeah. So
Yeah,
then,
it's simple.
so then, at what point does the ball reach the ground? When?
Well,
what is
if you get
supposed
the
to
right
happen for the
speed,
ball?
never.
What? Never.
If you get the
Never.
right speed, never. But
Never.
it does lose
So then
speed
somehow-
over time.
So then somehow these satellites make it to the Earth all the time.
They lose speed.
They lose speed. How?
Well, I'm sure you've already heard it before that there.
Oh, we have.
some-
We've heard.
was-
yeah.
There
How?
were some people in some of the other space the other day which said that there is still some small amount of air particles that stretch out to the moon. Right. So if it hits enough, it will slowly, bit by bit by micro bit, slowly slow down. How
Yeah,
many
you don't
years?
right.
We don't
You're
know.
right. There are people that did say that there is some atmosphere that reaches up
Yeah.
to the moon. You're
And
right.
I mean,
Do you-
I'm
hold
sure.
on.
I'm sure. Have
Harmon,
you heard that?
Harmon.
Have you heard that Elon Musk Starlink
Yeah, I'll wake up. What?
will come down a lot?
Harmon, I
Do you
apologize.
think if I
because
make
they're
a
much
big enough
slower.
fart, it will go to the moon?
I'm sorry.
Or will
I
it be
missed that,
cancelled
sorry.
out somewhere?
I'm sorry. Wait. Let Swallow finish up, and then Disclord, you ask your question. Go ahead, Swallow.
Yeah, well, like what I was just saying before, I'm sure you've heard that Elon Musk Starlinks are much lower in height, and so they will re-enter the atmosphere at an earlier age. They're going to burn up a lot quicker than some of the ones that are much further out.
Uh-huh.
And it's all about that small amount of friction is going to continue to eat away the velocity.
The friction.
Cool
is,
story,
huh?
man.
Yeah.
Cool story.
But
Cool.
Go ahead.
seriously,
Uh-huh.
Do you
Keep go-
not
keep going,
think
Swallow.
that I'm speaking a little bit of logic at least?
Logic. What
if
logic?
if you've got like
I would say
a
no to
quarter of
that.
a percent of air up there, then slowly it would slow down with time.
Because of
Depends
air
on so many
friction.
things that we
I hear
don't know
what you.
anything about.
Until
Right.
it hit
So
that 10,
exactly.
that 10
what
to negative
Discord
14
said.
tour, right? When
Thank
does
you.
that common
Yeah, the
line
tor-
hit that
I was
10 to
just
negative
about to
14
ask
tour?
that question.
Well,
Because they
the
can't
clo-
even reproduce that vacuum in a lab frame. You know that, right?
the more particles it hits, the slower it will get, and then it'll hit more particles until it hits more particles and more particles and more particles till it finally starts to burn up. That's
Where does
I'm
it burn
sure,
up
I'm
at?
sure I'm speaking logic here.
Logic.
That defies
That's not
a
logic.
law.
That
man.
defies
Why does
logic.
that? What
That
lot?
defies a law.
Okay, you want me to tell you how it defies logic? I'll tell you real fast. Because the sun is still moving at 500,000 miles an hour. The earth is still spinning at 1,100 miles an hour at the equator. The earth is still flying through space at 66,000 miles an hour. And we don't have anything except for the Parker Space Probe that moves faster than the earth. Apparently, we have the Parker Space Probe or the Sun Probe that's moving the fastest that anything on this earth has ever moved. Right? These things are still happening, Swallow FE, but
not according to the ECEF.
exactly, or the ECI, right? Those things ain't happening,
Right.
Swallow. They're not. So at some point, you're gonna
That's
have
just how
to.
it is.
So Swallow, what I'm saying all
Concede.
that because I don't want you to waste your breath, right? I don't want you to waste your time
Yeah.
thinking that we're going against you. We just want you to look at
Yeah, I
things
know.
from a truthful. No, we want you to just look at things and just be honest with what you're given. Because you're given, you have to be honest with what you're
100%
presenting.
believe.
But that's a problem. You believe
Hello?
in things that don't exist. These things don't exist.
What are you
If they
talking about?
existed, if they existed, let me tell you what would have happened. If they existed, NASA would have already said, hey, we do all these things based off of a curved, rotating Earth. There would be no such thing. Like you would follow, the model that you would follow is the model that exists. You would follow the model that exists. You wouldn't make a model up just to shoot a bullet, to shoot a missile, to shoot a rocket, whatever. To make things happen on your behalf, you wouldn't make a pretend rocket. That would be like me saying that, hey, I'm an NFL football player. What I'm going to do is I'm going to practice with the New York Liberty. That's a women's basketball team. I'm going to be an NFL football player, and I'm going to practice with a bunch of girls my wide receiver routes. Does that make any sense? It doesn't make sense because it's not possible. You don't achieve victory that way. So as a rocket scientist, why then are you going to launch a rocket into a place that doesn't exist? Why are you going to base a model off of something that doesn't exist? And why would you write about it? You don't. So you only write about what you know, a flat stationary Earth. You only put it against something that you know, a flat stationary Earth. Because if it was anything other than that, it would be a curved. We are doing this based off of a curved rotating Earth. We're doing that off of a curved rotating Earth. Everything we do is based off of a curved rotating Earth because the Earth is curved and it's rotating.
That's right. But we don't see that. We
don't see any of that.
Survey everything up to 100 miles always starts off with a flat baseline, horizontal baseline, up to 100 miles. So it just doesn't happen.
Brenda's here trying to. God, no. Let's keep going, guys. Yeah.
Well, look,
Brenda, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Look,
Go ahead.
I mean, that's your claim.
No, it's not a claim.
No, sorry. No, I'm saying you're saying it doesn't exist, and you're saying that the rocket scientists said this doesn't exist. Those were your claims.
Okay, so
ask you know, Professor Phil Bell in there. He probably
Professor Phil Bell is indoctrinated. Professor Phil Bell offered his physics class.
See nothing wrong with what I just said. Let me tell you something.
Of course you don't. You're a globe believer, and I don't think that you would find anything wrong with what you said. You haven't seen the truth yet. But the truth is,
you believe what you believe.
No. It's not a belief. It's the truth. This is what NASA has put in their documents. I didn't put that in there. Listen, okay.
Show me.
Okay. Swallow GE. What I'm going to do is I'm going to skip to the part that you think I'm just making up some stuff based off of stuff that I believe. Okay. I'm going to skip to it right now. So then there's no question in what it is and what is understood. I'm going to show that to you. Okay. I'm going to show you. Maybe you have seen it. Maybe you haven't seen it. I'm assuming that you haven't seen it. So let me stop sitting here popping my gums and then let me show you what it is I'm talking about here, right here. Where that thing at, man?
One real quick.
If Professor is still in the chat, and I don't know if he is anymore, if you can give me a thumbs up, I'd like it. I'd like to see it.
Yeah. Where's this thing? Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, so please help explain this because I'm stupid. I don't have a degree. I'm not a doctor like Professor Phil. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not smart like you, but maybe you can help me figure this out right here. You can help us figure this out. Go ahead.
There's a ton of them, and I'm not going to list them all. And then you have the URL of this document.
Can you guys, let me know if you could hear that. If you can't hear it, please let me know.
Download it yourself. You're able to. And when I go through these documents themselves, you'll see at the bottom right-hand corner is
it goes a little in and out.
Find these phrases and words cited.
Say again?
So beginning with page 19.
We can hear it, but it's not that loud, and it's kind of like it's in the background. So it's a little sometimes like the words are a little blurred out, but it's not that much. I'm just wondering if we'll keep on like that.
Hold on.
Firmament. The firmament is a biblical term, which is mentioned in Genesis chapter 1 8 different times, and beginning with verse 6. And the firmament was made to divide and separate the waters from above from below, as well as the sun, moon, and stars are placed within the firmament. So please go reread Genesis chapter 1. The firmament is also mentioned on page 20. Also, a near sun, which means localized sun, is mentioned. And it talks about the brightness of the first order and derived on the assumption of a flat earth. And giving some conclusions.
Swallow FE, did you hear that? That's just one document.
I'm hearing the sounds. Yes. Is this?
No. That's not sounds. Channel? The sounds are a voice from a person describing these NASA documents.
Yeah, he's reading it.
Yes. And so here's another thing. I don't know if you've worked in the government field or anything like that. This is stuff that's been released. It's been declassified. Why is it classified in the first place? But it's been declassified. Doesn't matter why it's been classified; it's been declassified. And so
to get a step ahead of everybody.
I always say you should go to the source. So if anything, you can find that CIA number at the top and see if you can find it. Because
it's NASA, and you can
watching a Flat Earth Dave.
No,
video
what I'm saying,
pretty crappy.
No, it's not a Flat Earth Dave.
Hey Vlad, I sat there. I copied every one of those down back in 2017 or 18. I printed them out, took them to my friends, showed them every document. It was about 40 documents I had that showed that. And you know what they told me? It had to be because it looks flat where they're landing. So it doesn't matter what you show them. I mean, when that preacher brought them out and showed them all, I went to the websites. I went to the websites just like this Ozzy saying, and I copied everyone down, printed them out, and I thought, well, this is great. I'm going to show my friends. Yeah, right. No, they have to because it looks flat. But it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Hit him over with that sledgehammer. Unless you're honest and sincere and are looking. He's not looking. He's not debating you. He's trying to convince you that he's not even looking. He's not even sincere in his questioning. You're not sincere.
I'm not trying to convince Vlad of anything. I'm just trying to give him
horse feathers. You've been on this a long time. You've been doing this probably on every channel. Yes. You're too well rehearsed and you're too well known. So that's just another channel. You're just a more polite Brenda.
I haven't been doing this on anyone's channel.
Right.
Vlad I've been on a couple of times, and sometimes I talk with Sacred and Proud, but that's about it.
Bro,
Sapien
you
who?
know better.
Sacred and Proud.
Oh.
On Flat Earth Fridays.
Well, this is like talking Superman and comic books and Marvel and stuff like that. It goes nowhere.
But in all honesty, well,
no,
I
don't
really
use the
don't
word
like
honesty.
looking at videos of people like who they put like fucking Stalin
because
the Bible says in the corner.
Okay, no. There's a difference. Now there's a difference. Now
doesn't matter with the symbols.
Here's the thing: is we can give you the original documents every day. The problem is right now it's a pain in the ass to go to the NASA.gov and then have to go to that file. Can we do it?
It wasn't hard.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do it.
Do you want me to do that right now? You want me to do that?
It ain't
right now?
hard to do.
Yeah. It's a pain in the ass. Do you really want me to do that right now?
No, I don't care. It won't mean nothing to him. I'm telling you, it won't mean anything.
You don't have to do it. I know you got to show to run.
And so Swallow, listen. They make you're not gonna find NASA ever saying based off of a curved rotating Earth, and we're making jokes about it because they won't. Even NASA would never do that. Riku, what's happening, brother? It's good to see you. Even NASA wouldn't do that because you know why? Because it's not curving and it's not rotating. It's that simple. We send balloons up. Do you know how long we've had, according to the official narrative? Do you want to know how long we've had hot air balloons? Swallow.
I'm assuming 150 years.
No, we've had them since over the 1600s. We've had them since the end of the 17th century. We've had hot air balloons.
Okay.
So
in
I
America?
mean, no,
in the world,
in the world, in the known
traveling.
World. Yeah. So people used hot air balloons to get from point A to point B, and for other
and
reasons.
I even know there was one guy who did a hot air balloon, and he went up quite high.
Yeah,
he was in some sort of pill or something like that. He was in like a steel pill of some sort with a tiny window.
You're talking about Auguste Piccard.
I think so. Yes.
Yes,
Piccard,
in 1932, 36, something like that.
Yeah, that's okay. So that's
and do you know what? Do you know what he saw? Do you know what he saw?
I know what the claim is.
Do you know what he said he saw?
I can't remember the quote. You might.
You can remember all that crazy stuff.
It's something about like the way it like scooped up or something on the edges.
He said yes. He said it's flat with an upturned edge. He said the ends of the. I'm not gonna quote, but he said, paraphrasing, it's flat with an upturned edge.
We have a big hole in the ground. There's literally a higher land all around us. We have a big golf hole in the middle of the ice, or whatever we want to call it, ice or not. A big golf hole somewhere with tiny people, and we don't know what's up there.
You can believe what you want. I was just simply I first started by just saying that the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed thing is a coordinate system, and it wasn't connected with
the
inertia,
electric
and
thing.
it wasn't connected with electricity. It wasn't connected to magnets.
But then we showed
we've
you
tangented so far now. So
no. But then
I'm just trying to explain it from the globe system.
I hear you, and we agreed with you on that. And then we showed you the ECI, and then it even said ECI versus ECEF. And then we went into this whole song and dance about everything else. But then we got here. We got to the reality of what things actually are. And so things are not. Here's the thing: is things are not as you think. And I'm not saying that I know everything. I know I don't. But here's what we do know, right? Those of us that could tell the truth based off of our senses and what we're willing to just drop our ego about is that it's not moving. This thing isn't moving. Why it's not moving, why they lied to us, we can speculate all day, but it's not, okay? And it's not curving as well. Why it's not doing those things, why they lied about all this stuff, we can go on all day about it. However, those two conditions are not met. You following what I'm saying? You could disagree with me. You could say I'm making that video, McDonald's, whatever. You could say that all day. But the fact remains, and this is what's so beautiful about the flat earth. That's one thing I love about the flat earth is we can give you your information that you made claims about. And what I mean by you is globe people. And then you'll fight us about your claims because they don't work. They don't work in the real world. And then you people, you globe people will say this is based off of a flat, non-rotating earth. And then you'll say, well, that's bull. They're making it up. But these are globe people saying it. So why would we then have to sit there and lie to you is what I'm saying. It doesn't. Look, I'm using your logic against you.
Take a breath.
Are we making any of this up? I'm saying, I haven't cussed. Guys, you got
No, you're doing good. You're doing good.
I just
real quick. Kemosabe, I agree with you, Kemosabe. Go ahead.
Kemosabe. Yeah, go ahead.
Look, I mean, you're allowed to have the beliefs that you have, and I'm allowed to have the beliefs that I have, and I'm sure that you would understand that.
Yes.
I just merely wanted to speak up when it came to, if you wanted to have, if you wanted to be able to say one thing, you need to be able to at least weigh it up with the options. You share your apples. I've got my apple, you've got your apple. We can share those things. And I know that you like to laugh at me about that sort of stuff, but I'm sure that there are some people in the chat who would agree with me. Okay. There are some people in the chat who agree with you.
I love how that's changed.
That doesn't mean we can't be friends.
No. I got you, man.
Just hold on. I love how you say that. Man. Laugh at you. It used to be in 17 they laughed at us, but everybody's laughing at you guys now. It's crazy how it's changed.
I mean,
the only reason why I'm the one getting laughed at is because I'm on a flat Earth channel.
No, if we were on a flat channel, they'd be getting angry instead of laughing. They'd be cussing us out, calling us all kinds of names. Instead, we just laugh because it's funny. So no, you're wrong on that one too.
And I'm entertaining you.
And Swallow, you know how I like.
No, you're not entertaining. I fell asleep twice.
Yeah, Swallow, you know how I like to cuss.
I'm not entertained either, but that's just because it's not my kind of talk. This bores me, so I want to get to the nitty gritty and all the good stuff.
You're talking comic book.
I can't wait for that.
I don't like comic, but I left DC and Marvel Comics back a long time ago.
So when you guys want to get back to the talk that you have, that basically means that you like the ecosystem and you don't like someone on the outside of your glass
No.
Really.
We don't mind it.
But he just said he thinks this is boring and he wants to get back to what he was talking about. That just means he doesn't like the criticism.
No, we don't.
I know it means I've heard it 3,000 times. You brought zero new something to the table. Zero new. You didn't know about the documents that the government's written. When we try to say that, you just say, well, that's just on there. You don't know. It take you 5 minutes. Take you 5 minutes for you to go up there and type in these documents on NASA's website and find them. But you won't do it. I guarantee you won't do it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing. I didn't want to do it because I'm like, God damn, I got to do this again. You know what I'm saying? I've done it already. You can do the same thing, Swallow. And then of course, you know what Swallow's gonna say? They full of it. That's bull. That ain't real. This one, that one, the third. And you know what? It's fine, man. That's of course it's your opinion, but they know what this place is, bro. They know
it's like my all golf buddies. They won't do it. I had 30 minutes. That guy that we were on here the other day with, no, that was on Flo's channel. I had to beg him for 30 minutes to type in 4 words for a search. It took me 30 minutes to get him to do that. That's the Swallow guy. It'd take you 5 hours to get him to type in one NASA project.
Yeah, you saw me. Like I didn't want to do it, but I was like, okay, if I must, I will. Like I was about to
make
go
him
there
do it.
and
If he
just
wants
throw it
to
off.
sit there and say he's open-minded and so both sides, let him look. If he won't look, he won't look.
Yeah,
he won't.
And that's the thing, Swallow. We don't do this to be contrarian. I've got my oldest brother, man. He comes in from time to time and he checks on the channel. He watches the show, right? And he thinks I'm just being contrarian. And I'm like, it's not about being contrarian. Once you see the truth, and we can't force you to think a certain way. We cannot force you to think a certain way, Swallow. And we're not at all trying to do that. I don't want you to think that's what we're trying to do. You understand what I'm saying? And we're laughing because it's like we've heard it all before. And it's funny that it's like you're pulling the old tricks out of the old bag, and we're slapping it down, and you're telling us no, and we're like a resounding yes.
And if we sometimes sound a little negative, it's just because we are listening to the same all the time. We get tired of it, and you end up building up this little anger that you ain't really projecting out at the moment. But after 10, 20 shows with the same thing, it builds up, and it will pop out sometime. Yeah. It's just frustration. It's not personal.
Yeah. And so
no,
really,
because you won't do anything to look it up. You won't do it. I guarantee you will not go take this document and look it up on NASA. You just won't do it. I've met too many of you guys. You won't take 5 minutes to look it up.
And Swallow, that's where the rubber. Cool. That's where the rubber meets the road, Swallow, right?
Yeah, right.
And this is what separates
I have downloaded.
you guys.
It's 100 pages long.
Yeah, and no. All you have to do is a Control F, really, and then look for flat. Not too many things in that document say flat specifically, and if they do, they may very well be referring to what it is we're showing you. Right. And so like it's really easy. It's mad simple. They've got NASA. This is NASA. OK. And this is what they talk about. And anytime they're bouncing their experiments off of something, they're bouncing it off of the reality of this place. They don't try to change it because their experiments won't work. So this is part of why it's classified, because if you got nerds everywhere, you've got so many people that are just looking at these documents, looking for somebody to mess up so they can just blow their spot up, right? And so it's telling that they kept it classified for whatever reason, whatever the reason is, right? We can guess, but fact is it's unclassified. So what we task you, Swallow, right, is to go out and look. You have to look. Don't say that you're looking, because when we show it to you, you say, "Oh, that's bull." But then we explain it to you, and then we're even more full of shit. Which now leads me. There I go. That's cuss number 5, boy.
Yeah, I got you. But that's an iffy word right there. That's iffy.
Yeah.
I would say that's a real iffy word.
That's cuss number 5, but here's more stuff. So I'm going to show you, and basically the topic of today is what we remember. Riku, what's going on, family? It's good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too, Vlad. So,
yeah, man.
Sorry, I missed a bit. I was talking to other people and trying to book some, people to talk to. But I don't know what the Swallow and you are talking about. Apparently, it's like 1 against 5 now.
Yeah.
It's fun to kick the guy who's in the ground and being so submissive. And
again, you came in late to the conversation. We weren't kicking him. Anyway, you looked that up. Did you look up? Did you do the Control F?
Hold on.
Guys,
can I just ask one question?
I'm saying, just let me finish my entering speech. It's very simple and
and wrong.
No. Riku's
He
no.
doesn't
Riku's
know
got his
right
name.
now.
Hey,
I
come on.
understand he is, but he's
Guys.
saying that we were picking
Oh,
on this
boy.
guy. I never
Harmon.
picked on this
Correct
guy.
after.
Armin, let him finish, bro. Go
Okay.
ahead, Riku.
So I think Swallow has managed his speech for the 10 minutes I've been here quite well, right?
Okay.
And he's been protecting his kind of turf fairly
Yeah.
well against massive it's not well, there's in general there's you get bullied
Right.
in the schoolyard, and there's plenty of people there's big guys like Vladimir and I'm not a big guy, and maybe Harmon looks like a big guy, but he's sleeping and all that. He's older and all that, but everybody's kicking on you and all that. And then there's the one guy who's saying the opposite thing. But in this case, Swallow has no face, I don't know if you've shown your face, but maybe you're one of those guys who just go on the internet and just go faceless and without name, and then just go flood the conversations. Were you in agreement with the Brenda there, or Brandon, or him, or whatever? I don't know what happens, but it's just people tolerate all kind of bullshit. But if you have dropped kind of good arguments all this time, what I've heard, you tried to put good arguments up there, Swallow. But I don't know if it's in general you put out good arguments or you just make arguments. So that's what I'm asking. Are you an argument maker or argument kind of breaker?
Iron.
Well, can I just? I'll answer that question. Look,
Yeah.
I'm trying my best. I don't have to be here or anything like that. I'm just, I enjoy the show. And
we
I'm
enjoy
just,
having
I'm just trying to convey the message of what I know.
Okay.
And
Believe
how
it.
it compares to yours.
God.
And so I'm not trying to stamp on anything that you guys are doing or anything like that. It's
Gotcha.
just that, if you say one thing and I say, well, I don't entirely agree with that, like that ECIF type thing before. It's like,
Sure.
well, let's just make it very, very clear and let's be correct about what we say. That's
Right.
what I'm trying to do. Now, I mean, look, in regards to this document, I've downloaded it already, and I don't know what page number this guy's on at the moment, because I probably could really do with a page number, because there's a lot of talk about tick-borne encephalitis and like freezing meats and stuff like that. So I really, really don't know where this is.
Page 20 of
going.
100. It says down in the
Page
right
20.
corner. Yeah.
All right.
Page
Now
20.
that's Swallow, I'm not trying to cut you off or anything, but that's one of 44 individual documents.
Sure, but we haven't got time for 44 documents.
No, we don't.
No.
Don't. And so he's just pointing those specific parts out. I could go ahead and I could run the video. Matter of fact, let me go ahead, run the video for a little bit. And hold on. We've got a guest. Brenda Debates, what's up, man?
Good evening.
Brenda Debates, what's up? What you got, man?
If you're playing something,
homie, you got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes, and we counting right now.
Why 5 minutes?
Because that's
5 short minutes. Make them short.
Make
Life
it
is
good,
fucking
Brenda. You
short.
better
Make
make
it short
now.
for Brenda.
Let's go, Brenda.
5 minutes. Why 5 minutes?
Shut the fuck up. Go ahead.
Your time is going.
I keep getting interrupted.
Go ahead.
Right. So why can't I just come in here and interact?
What you got, Brenda? You got 5 minutes.
Yeah. Why can't I? So
4
can you
minutes.
answer that?
Let those 5 minutes. Use those 5 minutes well, and we'll talk about it then.
Yes.
No. I'd like to stay in here. I'd like to stay
those 5
here.
minutes might extend your time if
I'd like
there's
to stay here
reasonable,
for more than 5 minutes. I'd like to stay for
Brenda,
more than 5 minutes.
Your
Then
time
let's
is running
see how good
short.
those 5 minutes
Why are you limiting?
We're not. We're
right,
testing
Brenda.
if those 5 minutes should
Get
be
it
extended.
out, please.
Brenda didn't
not good for the
just
show,
didn't get the
man.
memo. Sorry, y'all. I tried. I did my best. Brenda didn't get the memo. I was like, look, you got 5 minutes, homie.
Thank
You
you,
got 5 minutes, and then all they wanted to do was this right here. We continuing. So What I'm gonna do, Swala, is I'm gonna play a little bit more of the video just so you can see what it is we're talking about. Okay, just so you have a better understanding, because we stopped it to have our little tiff and debate and stuff, but I want you to see it. Okay.
Derived on the basis of this formula.
Can you guys?
Formula.
You know if you guys can't hear it, if you guys are having a hard time too.
Is based upon the assumption of a flat Earth. There's a near sun, and there's a firmament. Apparently, government admits flat Earth. Document number 2. Propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat Earth. You'll notice that on page 7 it says flat idealized Earth. On page 17, flat Earth. Page 18, flat Earth. Page 28, flat Earth. Page 35, flat Earth. Government admits flat Earth, document number 3 from the U.S. Army, titled An Energy Budget Model to Calculate the Low Atmosphere Profiles of Effective Sound Speed at Night. There's an image in the document where it shows a near and localized sun, crepuscular rays, and a flat Earth. And that again is on page 10. And then if you go to page 16, you see the word flat Earth. Government admits flat Earth, document number 4, put out by the United States Army, titled Computationally Efficient Algorithms for Estimating the Angle of Arrival of Helicopters Using Acoustic Arrays. Let's see what it has to say. On page 17, it says flat Earth. Page 30, flat Earth model. Page 31, flat Earth. Page 35, a flat Earth. Government admits flat Earth, document number 5. This one is from United States Army, titled Adding Liquid Payloads Effects to the 6DOF Trajectory of Spinning.
Really, I mean, we could go on all day with that video, but I think what I hope you understand what we're trying to convey. The message, Swala, is that that's trying to show you that the government knows, people know, right? And now they're us in the community that understand this place don't do those things that everybody's describing. It's flat and it don't curve. It is what it is. Might as well just get on board. But first you need to understand what it is that you're seeing or what it is that you're not experiencing. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? There's and it just requires a little bit of dropping the ego and seeing this place for what it truly is. That's all. Brenda, you've got 5 minutes. Actually, you got 3 minutes. So go ahead. What is it?
Well, I would like to invite you to come on to my show, and we'll have a talk about flat Earth sometime.
Sure.
Right? I'll treat you better than you treat.
Brenda,
I'll treat you better than you treat me.
Brenda, I'm not trying to treat you. Brenda, I'm treating.
Yes, you are. You're mistreating.
Totally.
I'll treat you much better than you do me.
Oh yeah, I'm good. Yo,
no, you're not. You're not.
You're a warrior.
Brenda, yo, we love you, dog.
No, you don't. No. You're abusive. You're abusive.
I'm not abusive. Don't say that. That's mean, dog. Come on, man. Brenda,
right.
That ain't nice.
So, yeah. So, what?
Bullshitting. Brenda over there bullshitting, dog. Let's continue. Brenda bullshitting.
You want to bet? You want to bet you're gonna hear about not getting those 3 minutes? You cut it off too fast.
Now
Brenda's not gonna do it, but that was on the way.
Guys,
you didn't even hold up those 3 minutes. Oh,
guys, why don't you let Swala talk, because he's
go ahead, Swala. I apologize.
So kind of like that's how it gets more even, and he's speaking in reason. But that Brenda is just fucking confusing everybody on purpose.
True. Thank you for that. I'm glad that you guys are happy to have me on stage. I don't know why Brenda sort of was hammering down on that. You just gotta start talking. You just do your 3 minutes and just get in there. It's the only way. You don't. You know,
Brenda, you could
type.
type.
It's like a dog holding a bone. You don't do that.
Yeah, Brenda, you could type. If it's that bad, you can type. You got an opportunity to type. You ain't getting kicked from the whole operation. But you ain't gonna come in here and fuck it all up. That's another cut.
I think
there we go, number 6.
I think he's banned.
When you get your 3 minutes, you've actually got to start your point. But anyway,
instead of fighting about personality,
I have actually noticed. It's really, really hard for me to Google it. Actually, is that that document what I was talking about with like ticks was actually like a couple of numbers wrong.
Wait,
So,
what ticks? What ticks? I don't
okay,
understand.
so
He said he typed in the wrong one.
No, I typed it in right. But the search function was giving me a couple of duds, and so I couldn't quite find. I've put it in your comment section. So the point one I can't find.
Okay.
So at this point in time, I don't really have this abstract.
Go to the point, man.
Okay.
So I was right.
Oh. Harmon saying that he was.
Look, I don't have the abstract to be able to read, and from what I heard, look, like I said before, I don't agree.
Okay.
So,
I was right, Vlad.
I simply don't agree in the firmament at all.
He didn't.
You don't have to. You don't have to agree.
I've
fine.
downloaded 2 documents now. I can't find that one.
Okay. You don't have to agree with it. Definitely keep looking. Okay. If that's what NASA put out, that's what NASA put out. We're not basing this place off of what NASA says. We already know what the hell it's not.
Sorry, hold on one second.
Know what
it
it is.
CIA document.
I'm sorry.
No.
I know. But
okay.
So there's a mixture. It's not just CIA documents. It's the Army. It's the JXA. It's the JAXA. It's the Russian Space Agency. It's the ESA. It's NASA. So on and so forth. Right.
Also helicopters and everything else.
Right. The Army. All these different entities that basically do the same thing. They take vehicles. They throw them up in the sky and they try to see what they do. Now, when you do these things, like you said, you've never been in the military, that's fine, right? You have to run 1 million experiments on these things before you even decide you want to throw some people inside of them. But once you start adding people to the equation, you better start modeling. Before you even do that, you better start modeling, because if people lose their lives, people lose their opportunities for work, and people lose, and certain monies don't get paid out to certain activities. So I'm saying all that because I've gotten to see it myself. Harmon, I'm sure you've gotten to see it. And anybody that's part of an acquisition team or in some kind of agency that runs these kind of things, we've seen it. So NASA's not just going to write a document about some old, this or that, modeling this, modeling that, assuming a flat, non-rotating Earth, if it ain't already there. And it's not me. And here's the thing, Swallow. It's not what I think, or it's not my opinion. It's not opinion based. Okay. You experience no rotation. You experience no movement. You experience that. Okay. You do. I do. It's not me alone that experiences it. And I'm just trying to give you what I'm experiencing. We all experience no movement and no curvature and no rotation. And we've shown it to you 1 million times. You don't need a book to tell you that. You know what I'm saying? You don't need a book to tell you. And I just wish that you could open your eyes, but your eyes will be open when they're ready to be open. We can't force them open. So with that, we must continue the show. Go ahead, brother.
If we had a rifle, a sniper strong enough to shoot extreme distances, and I was standing all over here and someone was standing like far over the curve. Now we're talking the fake curve, far behind the curve. And this weapon is strong enough to hit all over where he is at. When, that's the thing people are about, okay, so this weapon would be able to hit that guy on the other side of the curve. In reality, that's ridiculous. How would the bullet curve? Without losing its speed, or we're talking a bullet that's supposed to be able to hit behind that guy. This bullet wouldn't drop anywhere. It would just keep going straight out, so they argue that you would be able to hit that guy behind the curve because the bullet curve.
What?
I don't get the reality here. I don't get how there's any logic or how that's not just Disney. No, wait. It's Bugs Bunny stuff.
Yeah, this is all I'm telling you, man, the delusion is strong. It is strong. I don't know what your equivalent to Hollywood is in Australia, Swallow, but here in the US we have Hollywood and we have all these other things for cinema and stuff like that. And I mean, they did an amazing job. And I have a platform. to talk about how good a job our Hollywood has done. And other flat earthers have a platform to demonstrate how good a job Hollywood has done, because you're another casualty. We were casualties too. We're no different. The only difference is we dropped our ego and we're just honest with what it is we've experienced and what it is we see. And we're doing a pretty good job with sifting through fear. You understand? Yeah, and it's not a belief.
And I'm not hating on you. I don't think most people here are hating on you or anything at all. It's just frustration.
Yeah.
If anything.
Yeah, if anything, it's exactly that. It's frustration. Like, I love you as a guest.
Have you guys talked about, like, sorry to interrupt, have you guys talked about the interruption, the kind of the, when you start to find out what's going on in the world, and then there's like Discord voices coming, and some of them are speaking the injections didn't work and they're dangerous, and then there's maybe the world is not as you thought it is, and kind of in general. So there's so many things that make people aggravated, and then they have to attack something. And the flat earth, whatever community, I don't believe in community in this either. It's just fucking common knowledge. If you think about it. So is that what's going on with people? I don't know in Australia where many people are, or where I'm from, Finland, it's very common to disagree with people who bring out the kind of the smaller opinion, even though it's truth, and then to attack them because you have the what do you call the general opinion behind your side. I don't know. I think this is what's going on pretty much in every discussion, and the flat earth is the key probably to all the fucking secrets they kept from us, and that's why it's attacked. I don't know what's your like swallow this.
No, I agree. I agree to a point to where this awakening is so powerful that they had to go ahead and take one of the biggest key components to their lies, and they had to shove him into government with Elon Musk. It's that I sincerely believe that now they have to find somebody with the money and with the ends on an aspect of the government that's been lying to everybody for over 70 years now. You understand what I'm saying? So
way longer, amigo. But like,
yeah. But I mean, as far as NASA is concerned and stuff like that. Yeah. But as far as NASA is concerned, they need to inject him now to make it seem as if this whole thing that we're experiencing, that we're calling BS out on, they're putting him as a form of legitimacy. See, we told you that the space thing is real. Look who's in office. Look who's part of the Department of Governmental Efficiency. It's Elon Musk, everybody. And everybody knows Elon Musk launches rockets into space, right? So this is part of their campaign to fool us and keep us on our heels again. And like, Swallow, like, I'm serious. Things like that is critical for you to understand. But when you're in... And exactly, and there's so much symbolism behind it, and what you're not getting, and you can't get it until you get it. No matter how much we tell you, you can't understand these things until you drop the ego yourself and you look at it with unhindered eyes, right? Where you could just look at it and just be honest with what it is you're seeing, okay? And then really what it is that this is, like Riku said, this is the linchpin basically attached to every other lie, every other subsequent lie behind it. But you're going to have people like Brenda, and you're going to have people like, I'm not even going to say their names because I don't want to give them power, but you're going to have those other naysayers that, if you notice, Swallow, they don't talk about nothing else. All they talk about is us. Because not only are we their bread and butter, but they're so full of lies, they can't find anything to talk about. They can't find anything to talk about that's of importance that relates to the times that we live in now, and why we're stuck in where we are, why we're stuck and things are jacked up the way they are. They can't relate. because all they need to do is try and derail us. I don't think you're trying to derail us, Swallow. I don't think that at all.
That's
think
my opinion too, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you did.
Yeah, I think you just I just don't think you see you truly don't see what it you may hear what we're saying and you may see what we're presenting you, but your mind, your soul, your spirit doesn't see it, it doesn't get it. So to you, none of it makes any sense as to why we are the way we are. We see things the way we do see them and why things come out the way they do from our behalf.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? Yes, please.
Okay. That's a bit of a assumption on me, actually.
Okay.
Yes.
I might be in here as a Globe defender.
Yes.
But I too, was fairly aggressive during the 2020 time, telling people don't get injected, do not follow this narrative.
You're a rarity.
I was one of the people who said this is I don't want to obviously destroy your channel or anything like that because
I follow.
How can I use words that would not be understood?
Just make a BS word up that would kind of allude to what it is you're trying to say.
The place that starts with C.
Okay.
When you still had 19 candy bars.
The place that the name starts with C,
and they wear the rice caddy hats. I got you. I know
something like that. About. They may have maybe orchestrated this, perhaps with of course the man with name that starts with F, right? And it may be an orchestration to be able to obviously crash the stock market, and bring in a contaminant which potentially is like a bioweapon, I guess.
Sure.
So I am with you on that, and trying my best to fight the Australian government on a whole bunch of stuff. I've put Harmon to sleep already. He hates it.
I'm listening to you. I like this, what you're saying. I like this part.
The last few weeks, the Australian government has put out 2 bills, which I don't know if you've heard about recently, where they want to do something where they want to be able to arbitrate what is said online, and it affects the Five Eyes, which includes Canada, America, England,
Britain,
Australia,
Russia.
New Zealand, right?
Yeah, right.
So when we add the rule.
Russia.
Your countries can use our rule to destroy your own rules.
That's right.
Right? So I'm fully aware of all this sort of stuff. And we've also got some sort of stupid thing coming in right now where they're saying, that under 16-year-old people can't use social media. And essentially that's a backdoor way to be able to, get us to go out there and hand our ID over to prove that we're over 16.
Mm-hmm.
And like I was saying earlier, I did not go and get one in the arm, and so I am fully aware of the rigmarole. I sort of disagree with your thought that they've put in Elon because he's sent up rockets. I actually think that Elon likes Trump because he's understood that he was in California, and California did every stupid thing they possibly could to put regulation on regulation on regulation to fuck up all of his. Now I have to put a nickel in the coin to destroy, his SpaceX and his Tesla companies, right? So California has given Elon, they've pushed him right. He went from left, he went to right
Mm-hmm.
because California pushed him there. So look,
do you know what's
if you think I'm blind, that's your opinion. But as far as I'm concerned, I am with you on a fair few things. But with Globe and Flat, I disagree.
Do you know what's coming in? Do you know what's coming in 2026?
No, fill me in.
Okay, so in the U.S., the U.S. basically runs this world for the most part. From the outside, it looks like the U.S. runs this world. Let's just assume. But what's really happening is the whole car industry is set to change. All cars by 2026 must have a kill switch in them. all cars. What does this have to do with Tesla? I mean, you can. I don't want to have to sit here and flip my gums all day. But all cars by 2026, according to the Joe Biden jobs infrastructure bill, they have to have a kill switch in them. But by 2030, Joe Biden and this government wanted everybody to be driving an electric car. So
Well,
do you
what-
not think?
What do you think's the chance that Trump's going to rip that up the first day he gets in?
Do you really think he's going to rip that
I have
up? or
no
do you
idea,
think-
but I have no idea. I haven't heard about the bill
Absolutely
from a
not.
crypto perspective.
Absolutely. No, I don't think he's going to do that at all. I think
we'll see.
I think that he's not. No, because he's already got the what's this, something 2025, the blah 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 2025 in motion.
That
Like, he
wasn't
li-
a Trump thing.
That this is something. It doesn't matter who's in. It could be Toonces the cat that's in. Okay, whatever they have written down is what they are trying to push, and that's what they're going to push. That's what they're going to push. So if we're getting it, that's what you get. So really, we're out here looking to see if we can buy some time or if we can live a different way. And part of that, because Elon, this is his baby, right? The SpaceX thing. You don't think he wants to make money? He's probably more than likely looking to replace NASA with SpaceX because he's the cool guy. He's no longer government driven or anything like that. And then give me a second, Rico. One second. What he's going to do, he's going to replace. Oh, NASA was the old way of doing things. We're the new way of doing things, and we're going to get people to Mars. There's no access to Mars because Mars isn't a real place. I know I just blew your whole world up. Mars ain't no real place, man. He knows that. But he's making money. He's living like a fat cat. And this is stuff that people of the globe don't know. Okay, fine. You didn't believe in the whole hokey pokey in the arm? Cool. But everything else, that's well within your purview as well. You believe in that. But like I said, I'm not trying to force you into believing something else. But once you see this place for what it is, everything else becomes totally accessible. And it's easier to understand from that point. Go ahead, Riku.
Yeah, well, popularizing the ideas of Elon Musk, who bought everything he owns with the money he was given, is kind of fucking stupid. So people, if they look into his background, there's nothing legitimate there.
I got you.
Yeah. So it's a joke. It's a theater show. Anything you talk about anybody, I'm not talking to anybody here about, like, if you talk about the politics, it's just a joke. I don't even. It's why do even people take it seriously? It's ridiculous. And the Elon Musk thing is just the latest hoax, and it's fucking the most ridiculous one. And then he's everywhere. He's everywhere now. He's watching the Mike Tyson match with Trump.
Yeah,
he's fucking everywhere. It's a total hoax. So is that retard who can't speak, the Kennedy guy.
You mean this guy that talks about how America's supposed to be healthy now?
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Most of us here listening to this know this is a joke. It's a bad joke. It's a evil joke, and shouldn't be considered as a joke. It should be considered as a real big threat that people fall for this, and it should be like uncovered everywhere that they don't have a platform to speak their lies.
That's right. And then this is something that I'd mentioned a few weeks ago, was that when they get you on TV or when they get you on a platform to where everybody, your broadcast worldwide, not even nationwide, worldwide, your face, your voice you become omniscient. You become like a god. So this is what they want to see. They want to turn these people that are totally human, right, into something that's bigger than life. This is not stuff that people of the globe would talk about because you're too busy thinking of, the concreteness of it all. But we see the trick that for the most part, we see the trick that these guys are pulling or that they're trying to pull. Kennedy's part of it too. Elon Musk, they're all part of it. This whole, apparently Russia got bombed, right? They got hit by us with a bunch of stuff. And so instead of hitting us, they hit the freaking Ukraine with quote unquote ICBM. Not saying that it didn't happen, but it's like, come on, man. Come on, man. If people wanted to light us up, we can be touched too. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. Like, all these guys are in on it, man. All these leaders, all these people that people think is enemies, they're all in on it. But see, I'm not trying to talk shit about what you believe or what you don't believe, Swallow. Like, if you don't see the small stuff, the big stuff is going to pass you by easily. And I would say, okay, let me not say small stuff, but if you don't understand the foundation of where much of these lies come from, everything else will not be accessible to you. The rest you won't understand. It'll go right over your head, or you'll look at us like we're crazy. Like, where do you come up with this? Yeah, but it's like flat Earth is like the skeleton key, so to speak, of the rest of it.
Well, I hear your theories. But part of it, I beg to differ. I just disagree. So okay. I can have that opinion.
Sure.
Doesn't mean I'm not awake.
What's your opinion? What's the differing opinion?
Well, what was that thing you were saying about the I mentioned what I felt about Elon Musk before and stuff like that. I mean, and you tangent to the Kennedy. As far as I'm concerned, I think Kennedy. Well, I don't know if he's going to pull many strings, because when people get into government, realistically, their hands get tied the second they get in anyway. Mm-hmm. But I don't think that he is part of some grand plan.
Mm. You don't think so?
I don't think there's anything wrong with me thinking that.
Why don't you think it's possible that people who got like centuries of power, like let's say with Kennedy's, it's probably 150 years with the Kennedy name, and then before that,
there's no doubt that their family line has been interwoven in American politics for a long time. But I don't know. I mean, you got to read what he says. You got to see the way he says it, and you can tell whether or not someone's lying or not.
Not really.
And if you believe that he is lying, well, that's just your choice.
They're all liars. They're all in camp with each other.
Very well. That's all.
Yeah.
They're selling a product.
Yeah, you can't believe not a one of them, man. They're all. See, here's the thing: they're all rich. When these crazy cataclysms hit people on this planet, in this world we live in, not a one of them suffer. None of them suffer. You ever notice that? All this crazy stuff that happens all over, the tornadoes, the floods, the this, the that, the earthquakes, those guys are always insulated by it. Not one of them gets harmed.
Vlad, there's a point he was making too, and it's a point that we didn't answer either. It's kind of like he was making a point about them not being all bad, and he had a point, and we just went in and said, yeah, they're all bad. So what's your point in not saying that they're all bad? I think they're all bad, but what's your
reasoning?
Well, everyone
is driven by Kennedys who have all the money and all the power in the world, why are not these ones bad?
Well, everyone is driven by incentives. So there is some sort of incentive behind everything that all these guys do or say. But there comes a point where you've got to take what they say at face value and make your own decision. And if they're not saying any of the things you guys are saying, then how am I supposed to come to those conclusions?
Why would any one of them say what it is we're saying? Why?
Well, they can say the opposite of what you're saying,
which is what they do.
And you can tell if they're lying.
Which is what they do. That they always say the opposite of, but you
Okay,
see,
so what? So
you see,
just
this
can
is
you give
okay.
me
No,
an
no, no, no,
example?
no, 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 no. I'm going to. This is one of the things that we talk about, and I know you pay attention, so I'm going to give you that credit, or else I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. They invert everything. Everything that's true, they give you the exact opposite. Yes, they lie. They go on a like a 180-degree scale. For example, space, it's up there. There's nothing up there that we can attain. There's nothing up there that we can attain. Oh, everything is curving. Really, actually, at that point, you can stop the whole discussion because they know that they're part of a lie. And then they keep continuing with that lie. So who's to say that something else that in which they're saying is the truth? No, if you're gonna go off of, you mentioned logic earlier, correct?
Yeah, but that's your claim. Once again, that's your claim.
That's not no. You mentioned logic earlier, correct? So you did. So if somebody says anything off of logic, if you've looked at a truth table and you've looked at an and statement, right? If you put a truth next to a falsehood, right? Your statement is false. It is a false statement, correct? All these dudes do is lie. All they do is lie, and they stack their lies on top of lies. But then what they'll do is they'll introduce truths. Sometimes, every once in a while, they'll throw a truth in there. But you can't take any of that. It's difficult to take any of that. You have to take them as liars at that point. Go ahead, Riku.
Yeah, well, like Kennedy, even though he made that famous speech where he was supposed to tell everything, and it's a good speech, but actions doesn't kind of like follow. Well, of course he died and all that. But he was a big promoter of the going to the moon and all that shit.
Right.
And the moon landing is the easiest debunkable thing after nine. You know.
Yeah, got you. That one.
And so I don't know. So
which speech are you talking about? The speech where he goes up there and there's a evil in our mix and we have to get rid of them and stuff like that?
Yeah, well, the final speech before like less than 2 weeks that he got killed. Yeah, that
right. Have you listened to the whole speech?
No, probably
I
not.
have.
How long is it?
He was talking to the press. It was a meeting of all the newspapers in the United States, and they were talking about how we need to make sure everything comes out clean and straight. It's really taken out of context of the videos we show.
I
listened to the whole thing.
Tell us more.
So it's just he was talking to the press. If you listen to what he says in that quote, he's telling them the lies and the stuff and the hypocrisy. We can't have it in it. And he was telling the press, we can't have this. We need to have a. It's been years since I watched it, but it totally wasn't what. When they take the clip and say it to us that he was trying to say we had to get rid of this secret society and secret governments and no more like that. And it was totally talking to all the press. That's what.
So what was the point of the whole speech?
The speech was to tell them to be honest. The press.
The media, basically.
The media.
Yeah, well,
I guess at the time, mainstream.
Yeah, but that was the point that the short ones I've seen, like.
Yeah, but it tries to make him look like a good guy. If you listen to the whole thing, he just goes right along with them like the rest.
All right, yeah. Because I have a clip of that who's the Indian guy who was also running for president.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
I can't remember the guy, but I have a 8-minute speech of his talking about the Kennedy clan and all that, and people have been saying for a long time that how good the Kennedys were and the last president of the United States and all that. But it's just not flying with me. It never did. It's like the Q, and now they're pushing the. It's like
exactly right.
Yeah,
exactly.
And now
right.
they're pushing with the Kennedy nephew and all that. It's just fucking.
He's the same.
He's thick as shit.
Yeah,
they keep it within the bloodlines. That's what it's all about for them.
So Swallow, and I'm not trying to single you out, even though I just did. I apologize. But if you look at it, man, like we keep giving these guys more rope and more rope and more rope and more lifelines. There hasn't been a point where the people have said that's enough. Like that's enough. Because every time people think, oh, it's going to get better now, it's not going to get any better, right? Agenda 25, that's what it is. I think it's
Tea Party movement.
Yeah,
is that
right?
Is that what you're referring? We need a Tea Party. What is Tea Party movement? The Boston thing. I don't know. It's
yes, but we can't have any of them. It's like they're so corrupt. They're so corrupt. They're like LimeWire data. You understand? I don't know if you're familiar with LimeWire, but it's like getting old corrupted data and introducing it into a new computer, brand new, nothing bad, nothing wrong with it. And you think you're going to get a different result. No, we're going to get the same result. These guys, there's nothing good about these people. Nothing good. I don't care how in shape JFK Jr., RFK, whatever the hell his name is. I don't care how in shape he is. He's out there eating McDonald's with Donald Trump and all them on the airplane. These dudes always seem to evade catastrophe. All these people, they're taken care of. None of these people go to war. None of their kids go to war. They want to start all the nonsense. They want to take away people's retirement. So it's like, you know what? People keep thinking they're going to get something different with somebody new, where they're the same ones that the same BS that you believe, Swallow. They know about the BS that you believe. They know about it, and they know what the alternative is. But they also know that if people know what the alternative is, what the consequence for them is. So you have to look at things from that perspective, or have to consider, not look at, but rather consider what it is from that perspective.
What I know is, right, is yes, all politicians lie about a lot of things all the time, right? But there's also, if you ever got the chance to remove them all, there would still be a vacuum where people go in and they seek power and they become corrupt themselves. It's a tricky situation which I don't think anyone's really going to solve, even in this century or the next century. We've just got to do what we can on the ground, correct?
Sure.
All right. So this is the thing, is that we can bitch and moan about politicians and if they're lying or nothing, and none of it's going to change anything until we just do something else that somehow, in a roundabout way, corrupts it from behind. And I mean, in a lot of ways, that's why I'm a Bitcoiner too.
Okay. So you're right. I agree. We can't sitting there bitching about politicians is like useless. I feel.
I'm sorry I made you cuss there. I'll give you a pass on that one.
No. No.
Yeah,
did I just cuss?
You weren't supposed to swear. Yeah, because you copied me, so I'll give you a pass on that one.
No. I just said no. Bitching. It's like a dog. It's a female dog. So yeah. Forgive me for that, but thank you. But no. I mean, we're not going to talk politics. Politics is almost a waste of time because they're going to do what they're going to do anyway.
No, it's total waste of time.
Victoria
it's a waste.
Salt.
It's
Victoria
a waste.
Salt in the comments. She just said, "On the ground, we must work locally." That's correct.
Yes, locally. I
don't know if you've heard about what the whole thing with Bitcoin is, but I mean, it's upseeding the money from underneath.
I don't trust that either. I'm sorry, because anything that has a digital signature on it, anything that's got digital attached to it, you can forget about it.
I run a node from my own house, so I know where the code is. I know what's happening with it. So I run a node from my own house.
Let him have his run on this because it's interesting.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead with
what do you mean? I thought I was kind of finished on my topic.
Oh, I apologize.
I'm sure everyone's noticed since 2020 that there's been a lot more like smaller communities where people try to talk about whether or not they're going to help out farming wise and stuff like that. And
right.
People who are trying to do support networks of people who maybe feel a bit detached and stuff. So yeah, that those things have built up. And I mean the world that we knew back in 2019 obviously is not anymore. It's very, very different from what we knew.
Yeah, well, it's different. Sure, we're sitting there. People need to rely. I feel we need to rely on each other as community. Know what your strengths are. Totally know what your strengths and lean on your strengths. Teach one. Each one teach one. right? And so a skill that I might have, we can barter and we can trade what our goods, yes. But I could show your kids and you could show my kids what it is that we do, right? And each one teach one or teach a village. So the village can keep the money within the village and not have to worry about outside parties in case stuff hits the fan, right? Because it's give it some time, stuff will hit the fan. It will. Give it some time. Just it's a matter of when, right? And what's going to separate us is how well prepared we are, right? How well prepared we are for when that time comes. So you can't sit there relying on a politician, because it just showed you here in North Carolina a few months ago where they just suffered that big giant flood, the hurricanes and all that. Guess how many politicians took care of those people? Zero. Guess how many people are talking about those people in North Carolina? Zero. Elon Musk, they said, oh, Elon Musk gave them internet. Well, does that fix the food problem? Does that fix the housing problem? Does that fix the money and the job problem? Does it fix any of that? Okay, fine, they have some internet. What's the use of internet when you don't have power? What's the use of internet when you don't have power? What's the use of internet when you ain't got food in your belly and you don't have power? So these guys are absolutely sure. Thanks for the internet. You guys they're absolutely useless. I think what people need to understand is how useless these people are in the White House, how useless these politicians truly are, because the power runs with the people. We're the power. It's the people that makes this thing work. Those people up there that escape all the cataclysms, that escape all the harm that we have to suffer, that we have to deal with, we have to push them off to the side, and we have to let those people that are protecting them push them, like just ignore them. But it's us that makes this whole fucking thing work. Excuse me. It's number 7 or number 8, I think. Right, I'm counting.
It's a bit like that picture, the picture where there's a whole bunch of I think naked men underneath a table, and when they stand up, all the people who are smoking cigars will be unseated. Yeah. But they put all these things out there to make you afraid. And they put things like that, like we're pond scum, we're useless. They put those small seeds of doubt inside of your mind that your actions, they don't have a consequence that follow them. And I mean to a higher authority. And when they do these things like, oh, there is no authority out there. There's no God, or there's no this. There's nothing that terminates this. There's nothing at the end. What they do is they then set themselves up as, hey, we're going to go ahead. We're going to fill that vacuum. We'll be God. We'll play God. We'll be your final authority. So you want to know something? Everybody then buys into it. And then God appears as far away, as distant, as useless, because, hey, we're the final authority. So you could do what you want until we say so.
Right.
So this is how the government works. This is why it's so damn effective. And I can't hate them for it, because it works. It works. It's a damn good model. Tony Coriolis, what's happening, family? I think he's here. Go ahead. Shifty Shady, what's happening? Coherence 88, Victoria Salt, what's happening? I apologize, I missed out on you, but I'm saying hi. Please continue. Go ahead, Swallow. I'm sorry about that.
Oh no, I didn't really have that many more comments. I mean, you remember what I said last week about, if fear is their tactic, comedy is the way to destroy it. But I mean, apart from that, I think I've already said my piece.
Yeah, comedy works, but then once the big wigs come out and they drop laws, and it's up to us to adhere to them. If we don't adhere to them, then we don't. But if we put up with their stuff, because if you look and you see what the government's doing now, you have the government fighting there, if you believe it, but they're infighting with each other. They're like, oh, we're not going to do what the president said. And I'm like, oh, this is interesting. Oh, so now you're not going to do what the president says. And I'm like, okay, so that's them, and they're rich. You understand? These guys got money. All us down here, Lord knows what people's status is, but I'm going to assume that everybody's not like those guys up there. So if you're not like those guys up there, you need to do with what the current is doing down here, because there's a lot more of us and we're a lot better trained than those guys up there. And you need to get along and you need to get in where you fit in and act accordingly. But if you don't know, if you don't understand, and it's going to come back to the basics, if you don't see this world for what it truly is, you're lost. This won't make sense to you, or it won't stick. It won't stick because the globe is still there. It's within reach. And it doesn't, here's the thing, Swala. It doesn't seem like anything to you. But to those of us in the flat earth community, we get it. We get why it's so important to understand why this place is what it is. We get it. But I'm not, I sound like I'm trying to force you into seeing it our way, but I can't force you into seeing something that you just, it's one of those things. It's like the mind's eye. You get it?
All right. Could I say one thing real quick?
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Now I've been doing a little research on what type of experiment could really prove the arc is not curved. And there's a way that you can do this. There's a very long distant road that runs from Venice above. It's a Venice, America, right on the border of Canada. And it's right above Oregon. Now this road runs all the way down the West Coast for 1,600 miles, all the way to Arizona. And so the idea is it would take approximately 27 to 30 pictures of a 20-mile horizon panoramic view. Every 20 miles, you go down, you take another picture, same distance from the shore, you take a picture. Once you get every one of your pictures all the way down to 1,600 miles, you print out 11 by 17 and tape them end to end. And I guarantee you, it's straight. That is the arc. According to spherical geometry, there are no straight lines. How many of those end-to-end pictures do you need to make a curve?
I don't think that'll work.
Why's that?
That's the horizon.
Because every single time you move to the next 20-mile location, you've recentered yourself. I actually do have one particular experiment which is sort of similar to what you're talking about.
What?
Wait. Real quick. Say that
Every
part
single
again.
time you've moved 20 miles, you've recentered yourself.
Not if you're going off a longitude and latitude, and you can keep the same equidistance from the actual shoreline, which is straight. So how does that work?
Because every single time you move, it'll just move with you. It's not going to work that way. Can I present?
It's a linear
something for you?
path, sir. It's a linear path. It's a linear path.
It won't compute.
Can I
Just
present an
learn it.
idea
He's
for
not
you?
here to learn. He's not here to learn.
Can I present an idea for you?
Okay, let's hear the idea, and then we're going to come back to what Porter said.
One thing I've thought is a good experiment for people to be able to do, right? Is if you are in, like, Portland, Oregon, and you're going down the California coast or whatever like that, right? You can, if you've got the ability to be able to find out the angles, you can find out the angle that the sun is at each of those locations above at meridian. So if you find the angle up to the sun in Seattle, and find the angle up to the sun in Portland, and the angle up to the sun in San Francisco, angle up to the sun then San Diego, compare those.
Wait, what's the sun? What's the sun got to do with what?
It's geometry. It's
Which
geometry.
part does the water curve then? Which part of the
I'm
like
not looking
when
at the water here.
Wait,
I am, but what the fuck did you just say? It's just too difficult to me to understand. What the fuck just happened? That's a big one talk there.
It's a distance thing, but you still have to know the distance, and that's kind of assumed.
Well, you put your odometer in your car. Correct?
Your odometer in your car. So
Sure.
okay. So
It can be rough. Doesn't matter.
So
I know you're
when-
going around corners and all that sort of stuff. I get it.
yeah, so then when I don't understand. How are we going to get curvature? How would we see curvature?
Okay, so what
But,
you've got
but
to
we need
understand.
to circle back to what I was explaining, and you actually
Okay.
didn't tell me. You didn't tell me why it was wrong. You just said because it
No,
changes.
I actually did.
Okay, but hold on. Let me explain to you what it is. That road is a north to south, right? North. I'm talking about direct south, straight line,
Longitudinal. Okay.
1,600 miles. So if that is a north to south pass, there will be an arc and an elevation height in 1,600 miles of something like maybe 2,700 feet, like that, or something. No, 27,000 feet.
Yeah,
Probably.
let's see.
Yes.
So it's
But my answer to that, which I did explain before, is every single mile that you travel, you have a new center of your new center of weight.
Okay. Well, okay. It doesn't matter. We're not going by weight. We're going about by a
I
linear
get that,
path.
but I mean,
we can even look
if
at.
you're
we can
hanging
even-
a plumb bob, you know the hanging plumb bob on a string.
We're talking about a horizontal plane that should be arcing eventually.
Yeah,
Like-
but how do you know when you need to hang a plumb bob to know what's 90 degrees to the plumb bob, correct?
Right.
You know when you hang a plumb bob, it falls straight down, right?
Of
And
course.
then you want to find out what the curve is from a 90-degree angle to that, correct?
I don't know the questions. My English is too bad for this.
So what's the point you're making? I'm just wondering.
so at
Well,
1,600
the point
feet,
that
that's
I'm making
300.
is that
That's
if the
323
distance of this, if the
miles.
distance of this road is I don't know 1,000 miles or whatever you said, every single
1,600.
time you 1,600 miles, okay,
Yeah.
every single time you drive a mile on that road, the plumb bob will recenter itself to your center. I'm trying not to say gravity here, but your center of
I
gravity.
get it.
So so you will continue. You will rotate with the thing. So if you keep on taking photos, you're always going to be centered. It'll always cancel out. So it's never.
What
So
are you talking
then-
about? I
So
don't- I
then
don't-
if you're
I don't get it.
taking a photo, let's give some distance. For 20 miles, let's say you split that 20-mile distance into like segments. Let's segment it 5 ways, right?
Yes.
And then we take the first 4 miles, we take a picture from the beginning to the end of the first 4 miles. And then the next 4 miles, you take another picture, and then so on and so forth, up until you've completed 20 miles. You should have some curvature. As a matter of fact, hold on, I got the calculator right here, baby. Got the calculator right
biggest
here.
problem about just taking a raw photo
Eight.
is kind of similar to my disagreement with plain reality. It's that the raw photo is just a pretty picture. It's not telling you how much. It's not mathematically telling you what's happening.
Okay.
It just looks
No, it's
good.
giving a value. It's giving an optical value that can be collected as a data point for
Yeah.
distance. And then when those distances are collected and joined together at end to end, it should at least at some point show at least some type of curvature.
Yeah. So
Well,
at 4 miles,
Last week I
4
talked
miles-
about having a spirit level.
So
Sorry,
at
not a
4
spirit level.
So hold on, real quick.
Yeah, go on.
At 4 miles, do you know how many inches of curvature you're going to experience? 128. That's 10 feet.
Okay, I'm trying-
10 and a half feet. 10.666 at 4 miles. So you mean to tell me that you shouldn't be able to recognize or notice a 10-mile curvature drop? This is just
10
4
foot,
miles.
10 foot.
We're
With
not
a
even.
raw photo, no.
This is just 4 miles. I'm sorry.
With a raw photo, no.
Hold on.
If you just pick the camera up out of your pocket and you take a shot, how are you going to know what's up? What's truly 128 inches down? How do you know? Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
let
I
me
got
just
you.
let me just point this out. Let me just
got
point
you.
this out, Vlad.
Mhm.
Remember when I was talking with Plain Reality about using an auto level,
No.
and he said
Yes,
it doesn't
yes,
matter.
Yes.
He said that doesn't matter, and that's because he doesn't want to use an auto level. An auto level levels you up. It's got a bubble like you have on a you know when you got
Like a regular
level
like a
on
regular
building
level.
site, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's got a bubble level in it. You level it as much as you possibly can to be as accurate as possible, right? And it's got a crosshair in it, sort of like a sniper rifle.
Okay.
And you look out to the best of your distance. Obviously, you know, the further the distance, the more horrible the image will get.
Right.
And you go out there and you find a some sort of measuring device, and you take it out to the 1 mile, 2 mile, 4 mile, 3 mile, 4 mile markers to be able to do it. Now, of course, in this particular instance, we're relying on that road to follow, to be as level as what we assume the ocean is. We don't 100% know if that road is bumping up and down. I don't know.
Okay.
But if you use an auto level, yes, you can go and do that. But if you just do a raw photo, you're not getting the granularity of what your eye level is supposed to be. You can't tell.
Whoa.
Because you're just taking a photo.
No, okay. So you don't need a photo all the time. You know, you can use things like binoculars, or you could use things like cameras that have like super long zoom capabilities as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know that. But but maybe have you ever talked to anyone about an auto level before?
No, I haven't. But go ahead, Porter. Real quick.
What
are you
the
gonna
fuck
say?
is going on again?
It's
confusing as Go ahead.
I want to address an elephant in the room, I think. So would you concede if, according to relativity, I need you to answer this question, that there is a kinematic and dynamic equivalent? There's two models according to relativity, right? Would you concede?
You sound like you've come from the school of Whitsitt there.
I'm just asking.
You want me to concede to some sort of kinematic equivalence?
No, I'm just saying, according to relativity, would you say that there's two models?
He only comes on your show. How's he mentioning Whitsitt now? I told you he goes to all the shows.
Oh, I've debated Whitsitt before.
There you go. So don't say. Hey, Joe, but earlier when I said something, you said no. I just came to Vlad a couple of times. That's all I've done.
I said
horse feathers. Horse feathers.
Proud and Sacred's page.
Okay.
I told you,
Whitsitt goes there too.
Would you
See,
say
just
that
wasting your time? This isn't a debate panel. That's not. The debate is over.
This is an
He's
open
debating
discussion.
something over. It's not a discussion.
Well, I get it. Yeah.
How is it a discussion? He's debating it.
He's
not
that
here for
also-
education.
But for the people in the audience, it's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? It's really this
Kinda
is really
boring.
for the audience if you stop and think about it. Wouldn't you say that, Iron?
Well, okay. Let's get our points off, and then I have something to show y'all.
I got you. So, according to relativity, would you say that there are two models?
Okay, so relativity basically is
shit.
from someone's observer position, right?
Either the
And
sun's
so-
moving or the Earth's moving, right?
So from a
It's
person
relative.
who's on the Earth, they would see a geocentric perspective. Okay. But as far as I'm concerned, I looked at a Tycho website just the other day, and the
Okay.
thing about it is that Mercury and Venus orbits the Sun, even in that geocentric diagram.
It's just a different
If you look up
interpretation.
Tycho, you'll notice that the Mercury and Sun orbit the Sun. Sorry, Mercury and Venus orbit the Sun
Right.
in the Tycho model, and that's supposed to be geocentric.
So the significance behind I just want to add this. Mercury in December, there's going to be a report from Whitsitt that's going to do something that he and Dave Weiss found actually in cahoots, I guess, some kind of way together. There is a movement that was swept under the rug, according to Robert Bennett, is why they looked into it. And it's supposed to happen this December when they're down there in Antarctica. What this movement is supposed to do is obliterate the elliptic or whatever pattern it's in. It's supposed to totally defy the globe model in it. I don't know what the movement is. We already have what is it? With another planet, it's the perihelion shift. That's really, they've got like 7 different types of theories behind it, and they can't agree on one. But according to a neotectonic system, it works perfectly within the framework of a torus field. So Anyway, go ahead, Iron. I do apologize.
That's okay. That's all right. So
Vlad?
yes, Swallow. Go ahead, Riku.
No, I'm just after you're finished. I have a short video to play. You know.
Okay.
I'm in line first.
Oh, all right. What do we? Well, all right. Let me go ahead and present this right here. This is something that we need to pay attention to, and a lot of what we get and we just overlook all the time. Disclord, you're back. What's going on, bro? Sorry we lost you. But we just tend to overlook all the time, and I'm just going to present it to you so we don't forget it. So if something along the lines come up, we can talk about it. So here we go. Here's the Soyuz. Check this out.
Checking it out.
Now, we just saw what's his name? Leo, right? Level Earth Observer had a video very similar to this, and you'll see what it is we're talking about. Let's continue.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Pay attention. Yeah. Pay attention, because what are they filming?
Love it.
Yep.
Nothing. Wow.
Yep. Wow. Yep.
This is beautiful.
Yep. Yep. Look at that.
I wonder what it costs.
Hmm.
There's the second umbilical tower now separating. We're 10 seconds. 10 seconds on launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See the engines igniting there. And liftoff. Soyuz MS. Nope. 1. Nope. 1.
So it's the Russians, you're telling me?
1.
Oh, them too.
No, I mean it's only the Russians. I mean,
this one, yes, on this one.
Wow.
The Russians always lie everything. The United States doesn't lie.
Oh yeah. Oh no. We always get caught lying. When it's somebody, here's the thing. We always get caught lying. When it's somebody else that does it though, I'm like, thank God we ain't the only ones. Like, man, I'm so tired of us getting caught in lies. I'm like, can somebody else please get caught lying? How about the Chinese? How about the Indians? Please, somebody. Which they've already demonstrated that they're full of shit too. Excuse my language.
International lie going on.
Yeah, it's an international lie. Exactly. All of them are liars. They're all liars. And yes, they're all in cahoots with one another.
You know what I think's going on too right now, though?
Mm.
Iron, I think they're getting tired of being called pedophiles.
You think so?
Oh,
You think they're tired of it?
What? 4 years?
How can
of it?
you get tired of being called a pedophile? I don't know. Fucking.
I'm just saying, you know, everything in this realm is seeking equilibrium. You know this, Iron.
This ain't this video. Good thing I'm filming on Rumble too, because y'all can catch it on Rumble. Because,
but anyway,
yeah, the word can be dangerous.
Yeah, I ain't gonna get off into them words.
It's all gravy, y'all. It's all gravy.
But you know, I think everybody's tired of that vibration, though, too. Even like when we're doing bad. Did I say something? I'm sorry. I got something simple in the front telling me to hold it down.
It's all.
But
good.
anyway, I just think they're out of that vibration, man. With the consumer, they need us, bro.
Mm-hmm.
My bad.
Exactly. An African jungle tribe lands on the moon. They'll be the next ones to land on the moon. You know, a tribe from Kenya or Zimbabwe or something. They'll find their ways on the moon.
Yeah, so that's you wanted to show that video to me, did you?
Yeah, I wanted everybody to take a look because just in case you got to see it or not. But now Riku, wait, no, I think Harmon had a video or Riku had a video first.
That video was.
Go ahead and let Riku do it first.
Yeah.
Mine goes just about the Antarctica.
Okay, Riku, here's
mine
yours.
Mine is just like as you see, is there. It's just for fun.
Oh,
it's just for fun. It's a short video. Yeah.
Okay.
No sound.
Yeah, it's not sharing audio.
No sound.
Yeah, no sound.
No sound. But there's text on, so we can read it if we go back. I don't know if everybody read it.
Hold on. Let me see. Can I? No. Yeah, Riku, we can't hear nothing, homie.
He's muted, I think.
Yeah. Riku, he's muted.
He's enjoying it.
Riku over there laughing his ass off. Riku, we can't hear nothing, bro. He over there laughing. He like, oh shit, you heard that? Be like, nah, man, I ain't hear nothing.
It's still playing in my ear, so you're not hearing it.
We didn't hear him.
Okay, it's a good one. So I'm gonna send it to you.
Put it in the private
chat. I'm gonna send it to you on Telegram. You can play it from there. I don't know how to play it on your show.
I don't know how to play it on Telegram either.
It's in English.
Getting all up in my beeswax.
It's a pretty it's a pretty good one, but okay.
I don't know. Beeswax. Be like, who's that? Who's that in your Telegram? Who's this? Who's that? They're like, man, ain't none of y'all's business. You hear me? Shoot.
I know how to play it now.
I got all kinds of garden tools watching my show right now.
Okay, I'm gonna play it again. It's a good one. So it's a good one. It's a good one. So
I feel that the sound won't come. I have the same problem sometimes. I can't get it to play my sound.
Yeah, I'll get it on.
Yeah,
it's just find it again.
I don't want nobody seeing who all be all up in my DMs, man. My Telegram DMs. Be like, who's that? Be like, that's my cousin.
Hey, Vlad.
Huh?
Vlad, you know that the video of the Sawyers?
Yes.
Do you take that video on face value as to what that author was trying to portray?
Listen, Swallow, that's just a demo of things that I'm saying for us to not forget.
Sure.
Like when they say that's green screen, this or that, we can speculate all day as to what it is. What's not appearing is anything on these people's cameras. That's
now you can play it. It's a good icebreaker here in the between. So.
Well, you know the two words critical thinking, right? That's where we go out there and we look at something and we go,
"Oh my God!"
Do we 100% believe what we're seeing?
Well,
I don't believe what you're saying. So it's the same thing. No, I don't believe what you're saying. I don't believe what you're seeing.
I don't know if that video with the black screens was real. I don't know.
Yeah,
just stick with you don't know. Stop your sentence, every sentence. Stop it with "I don't know," and you'll be right.
Yeah, Swallow FE, man. Like, I know you really don't want to be a flat earther. I get it. Like, we can see it. We know. But golly, brother, you digging at the bottom of that barrel. Hardcore, homie.
Come on, Vlad. I mean, look.
Play it.
A person who's curious, a person who actually is bothering to be curious, would go out there and find out what that Kazakhstan site looks like. Now, the dust cloud that blew out the site, there is a funnel to the side where it blows out the smoke. Right?
You know
the tower that disappears. That's smoke hiding the tower and the flash of this.
Look, we believe you. You're 100% right. I want to watch Rico's video.
Fine, let's go ahead. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're a stick in the mud.
On all efforts. And if you can't,
Swallow, man,
if you
Swallow, you know what?
You're just ingesting it like.
I'm going to give you an A+ for effort. That's
no, for trolling.
Because if you don't criticize that, indoctrination.
He's already.
If you don't
look at all the channels he's been on. He's debated Witsit, and he's still here. So what does that tell you? He's just messing your channel up.
Hey,
he's not sincere at all. Not one bit of sincerity in him. I called that 2 hours ago.
Yeah, he's better than Brandon, but play the video. It's a good. Good.
Go ahead.
Raku, would you agree we should always be critical?
It's there. You just need to pop it on.
Yeah, wipe twice too when you take a shit.
Y'all tripping. Yo, Riku, I don't have it in my
should be there. It's showing.
It's not in there. You got to put it in the private chat.
Oh, hold on.
Or are you on Telegram?
Everything I'd see on the news. But that's before I discovered a brain.
A brain is meant for everyday use. Those living with moderate to severe stupidity have seen immediate improvement in common sense with a brain.
I thought the government had my best interests at heart, and then a friend told me about a brain.
Talk to your doctor about what news sources you obey. A brain may also lower your desire to take life-altering advice from celebrities.
Getting lectured about my carbon footprint from people with 3 private jets used to make sense. But thanks to a brain, now I can think for myself every day. When my disregard for 3rd grade biology began to flare up, I knew it was time for a brain.
Do not try a brain if you're allergic to a brain. Common side effects may include accountability, discernment, homeschooling your kids, a better understanding of economics, awareness of the stupidity of socialism, and diarrhea.
For tethering yourself to reality, the only no-brainer is choosing a brain. Ask your doctor if a brain is right for you.
For more information, visit tryabrain.com.
Love it.
We're not trying to poke at you. We're not trying to poke at you, Swallow.
Why not?
No, swallows are guests.
At least all of us ain't. All of us ain't.
Yeah, not all of
Yeah,
us.
that was that a brain video wasn't for me. I get it. I know.
Just general.
Yeah.
Logically
So,
speaking,
We should
though,
grab the brain medical treatment when we're checking that Soyuz video.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to play mine. I don't care if you do or not. It just was showing
is
about
it
18
there?
pictures. I put it in the private chat.
that's awesome.
Oh, let me see. Oh, CIA.
No, that's his. That's one he tried looking up. He couldn't. He couldn't do it. Remember, I told you he wouldn't get it. Mine's the top one.
Oh, it's the top. Oh,
You
Lord
can
have
see
mercy.
that the code I've typed in that thing is the correct code, but I couldn't find it.
Right. I believe you.
My goodness.
Okay. I am going. Oh, that's what's his name? That's Nico. Okay, let me take us there.
He put
So
that
this
up
right
today.
here is Nico's from Divergent. If you guys aren't familiar with Nico and Divergent's channel, get familiar with it. It's a good channel. Hate for you guys to miss out. Sub to him. He's got a real good channel.
So you just go through and look at his pictures when he's showing them. You don't have to play the whole video. Just he's showing pictures, and you can look through it like that. Just scan through it.
Okay. Here we go.
Extinct, so the emigration of animals and stuff.
Can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
They
Hey,
just
one.
like the
Make it
Germans.
bigger.
You get to a point where there's no ice, and then you have vegetation
Better?
and sweet water and temperatures of 25 to 30 degrees Celsius.
Oh, I know him.
Whatever
Good
that
channel.
is, Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
And yeah, no hard weather, just like normal weather to live. And of course, there's like he said something about 4 million people living there, building like a smart city. So people of our nations, the nations that form the United Nations, people with where they just go there because they're the elite, the rich people, and there's no oil. Everything is electric power with free energy. There's these huge magnets, neodymium.
Tell him the title of
they
the show
have
video
just
so
like
they
the
know what they're
Tesla
looking at.
energy. So
Yeah. So this is Antarctica. Shocking photos you've never seen before. Nobody shows you this.
The guy who's speaking in the video's channel is called Divergent.
Yep. It's
It's a
Divergent.
very good
that
channel.
makes
You should
this
all
video.
watch it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Kyle.
Very good.
Nikola Tesla.
Very good.
And just like the stuff we've seen in my videos from the 1800s, from the cathedrals, free energy, unlimited energy, and resources for the elite. Now, of course, as you've seen, and this is like that light there it's not the moon, it's not the sun, it's something else. And then this is the sun, which, like he said, the sun appears in a straight line. You never see it above the horizon. And this is just like a thing of perspective. And once you understand the vibes of Cosmos books, you understand everything. So let's just sit around here. Well, let's leave a photo. Yeah, let's leave this photo of Antarctica, or not this one, because that's one. Let's just put this one here. So yeah,
wow.
I'm gonna keep on making videos because obviously Heber La Vecchia has posted some really interesting stuff in Spanish. He speaks Spanish, as you know, it's the official language of Uruguay. Yeah, this goes exactly in the line of the Vibes of Cosmos books, the Forbidden Continents. We are just a genetic experiment, and we live here in a very limited area. The Germans in the last battalion after 1945, the Forbidden Man, Forbidden documentary, as you know. So
That's about
they
all I wanted to
also
show. I just
went
wanted to
there
show
with
the
their
pictures.
convoy
That's
of
all. There was
submarines and
nothing else
UFOs.
interesting to me. He just
Okay.
carries on and on. And
All right,
then
well.
the next one, I got the link. Go on, click on the next one, and it shows you a guy from No Fanfare from 7 years ago. And this
No
is a video that no one probably seen much of. And he measured how fast the Earth was going. I think No Fanfare is from Australia.
Okay.
And click on it and go to about the 9-minute mark.
Hold on. Let's get the rest of the team in here. So, Globe Defenders. Nighthawk. Where is it? No. Get my face off there. You said No Fanfare?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's the second link I got there in the
I
private
see.
chat.
Flat Earth Globe Defenders. Okay, there it is. Yep. There we go.
And what he's done, he's taken Google Earth and showing you how fast it's turning. He measured out a distance. Put it about 9-minute mark and let it play.
Okay. All right. This is a pain in my ass. There we go. Boom. There it is.
Right there.
Buckle your seatbelt. We're going to
he's showing how fast
see what 1,037 miles per hour looks like from 100 meters high.
So what was he showing us?
He's showing you that he stitched together 4.5 miles and showing where he's at how fast the Earth is spinning. And this is what it would look like, how fast it's spinning, that you don't notice. See, 4.3 miles.
Between the second long
They're running
frame
for
and this
15
one.
seconds.
Okay.
And that's it. I joined all them together and I've made a video out of it. So buckle your seatbelt. We're going to see what 1,037 miles per hour looks like from 100 meters high.
This got forgotten in time. I've always liked this one.
So he didn't show it.
He will.
Oh.
He runs it for 15 seconds, and it's 4 miles or something. That's how fast we're spinning, but we don't notice it. Wow. He goes on and he explains a little more in a second. 15 seconds.
Wow.
See that again? Don't.
It is. Wow.
But we don't feel it.
Nope. No. We don't feel it. See, what you don't understand is that because of the gravitational conjunction, you know what I'm saying? That makes the interference, pragmatization. And I'm just talking shit.
Yeah, that's about when
that's
about when everything was being shut down, so his video didn't get watched as much as all the others did.
Yeah,
that's like really fucking drunk, Rick,
yeah,
being on top of very fucking high building that is spinning.
Oh, when you
not just you, but fucking like it's just fucking.
Did they give you a flashback?
Well, yeah, kind of, but only on the ground level, Never been on a high building really fucking drunk. I don't think so. But yeah, other than that, yeah, sure.
Hey, Vlad, were you ever drunk on the ship? I mean, were there times you guys could drink, we're off duty and stuff?
Yeah, after, what was it? I think it's after 180 days out to sea.
Cool.
After 180 days out to sea, or was it 90? I forget. But you're allowed to have drinks. That, or if we had dignitaries, foreign dignitaries get on, if you were part of the staff and you were like doing dinners and stuff like that, you're allowed to have 2 drinks, actually. 2 drinks.
Well, Rico just said I was thinking, what's it like being drunk on a ship? Wouldn't it be kind of strange?
Depending if you
let me go with the flow with the Harmon. How the fuck with 180 days or whatever you spending on the ship, how did you unload kind of like without the aggression with the other dudes, or your testosterone's built up. Any gay activities there?
Oh, so all right, I'll be honest with you. You do have some sweet people on the boat, but that's the Navy, you have some sweet people. What I mean by sweet is, they're shooting threes. It is what it is, right?
What about being drunk?
Some
shooting
people
more
sometimes
trees.
you can make alcohol too on you cannot, you're not supposed to, but there were rumors of people that would make alcohol on the ships.
Was the
Well,
PC
if
on
you
the-
Yeah, but
if you want 180 days, right, without any drink, I mean that first drink had to kick you in the butt. So
Oh God,
I'm just
And it
saying
gives you
what
a
was it?
headache
I was thinking
because
about Rico
Yeah.
that when he was saying he was
Talk
on top
about-
of the building, what would it be
Oh.
like on a ship that's moving? You know, on a
Yeah,
ship that's moving, wouldn't it really freak? You know,
Rico don't give a damn about that. Rico
Yeah,
wanna know
fuck no.
about
I'm talking
crazy
about
stuff
sex.
that's
So
going on.
how did you deal with the ball thing?
Rico's talking
You have
about
balls.
sex. He's talking about graph paper. See, sex.
Yeah.
So-
let's call it the real thing. Yeah.
So about the graph paper, yeah, there was a lot of drawing going on the ships, especially underway. After hours, you would have a darkened ship, and so when they darken ship, basically, the skin of the ship, all the lights are off except for the running lights and stuff, like all the outside not appendage lights, but all the outside lights. Some would be on, and then you'd have inside the skin of the ship, certain parts of the ship would be completely blacked out, and then you'd have red light in some places. And so like some people would go to specific parts of the boat where they knew there wasn't much traffic, and then they'd do a lot of drawing with a lot of the sex paper. There's a lot of sex and graph paper, so there's a lot of drawing going on during those times. Underway. Now this is underway. Now in port, a lot of that was going on in port too. A lot of that was going on in port too. I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro. It is what it is. I never did it.
Wow.
did you ever get? I'm sorry, I just want to talk about your experience on that. When you're in the ship, did you ever have a storm that you think you guys might not come out of?
Oh no, no.
You never got that bad of a storm?
When I was on my ship, we spent a lot of our time in the Med and like in and around the Indian Ocean and stuff.
That's pretty calm area.
And the Atlantic was crazy. But I'd say in and near the Med would have been, was it the Adriatic? No, it's the Aegean. The Aegean is bad. The Aegean Sea is rough. Now that's rough.
Aegean. I don't think I've
I heard the Black Sea is pretty rough too.
The Black Sea, I would imagine it could be, but the Aegean is, oh my God, that was rough.
That's between Italy and Croatia.
How big of a vessel?
No, that's the
Mediterranean.
Adriatic. No, between Italy and Croatia, because Italy is like
Croatia.
the
Okay,
Crouch
I thought you meant
area. So that's
I
the
thought he meant
Adriatic.
Libya.
You've got two A's. So the Aegean is what keeps Turkey. It's like between Turkey and Greece area. So that's the Aegean.
Does the Aegean turn into the Black Sea?
It takes you into the Black Sea. Yes.
What type of ship were you on?
I was on a submarine tender.
Whoa.
That was my first boat, my first ship, submarine tender.
Weren't you trying to tall for that?
Me? No. I was on submarines too. I'm 5'8".
What's submarine tendon? What's that mean?
So a submarine tender is a floating garage, basically. We fix everything. We fix all the ships and we fix all the subs that would come in and around us. So you only have 2 left in the Navy.
Does y'all ship go in like the big ships too?
Oh no! I know what you're talking about. No.
Gotcha. Okay, I
They
didn't know
come
if you did.
alongside. So
I
they pull
gotcha.
alongside of our boat.
Right.
Yeah, and then once we would get like a floating pier type thing in between us and the boat,
because it's
just to keep it from crashing into us. We would do different things just so we could have the boats more alongside us, and then we would send like different. We'd give them shore power and everything. We'd more them up to us. Typically these would be other submarines, but we also serviced surface ships as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and so it was good. It was good.
So you were a service station.
That we were a floating 7-Eleven, basically.
Yeah.
We were a floating garage. We were not like a warship. We had warships coming to us, and we just, gave them what they needed, or we would take from them what we needed to get like certain parts and stuff. Yeah, floating garage.
That's what's up.
That's
What'd you retire as?
I retired as a chief.
What is that? E8?
E7.
E7?
Yeah.
E7, yeah, man. Retired as a chief. But yeah, I started out as an electrician, and then I became a Navy diver. And then I crossed over from a Navy diver to a intelligence guy. I went Intel.
Okay.
And then in the Intel world, that's where like shit got interesting.
James Bond interesting.
Submarines. Yeah, that's where I did submarines. And I flew on the EP3 as well. Yeah. And then what I did?
What is
I
the
did groundwork.
EP3?
I don't know what EP3 is either.
I have no fucking idea what he's talking about.
You might be familiar with the P3 Orion. It's like a P3, but it doesn't have the. So you
is
have
anything like the Orange 4?
We have rowboats in Finland, It's
oh yeah.
Yeah.
So on the P3 we had it was a big prop driven 4 turboprops, right, on the plane. And its mission was to hunt submarines.
Oh, sub hunters. If you would have said sub hunters, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so it's a sub hunt.
Red October.
And then it has a big long ass dick on the back, big ass long didgeridoo.
It's a weird shape. Got a weird
so
shape.
it's called a MAD, magnetic anomaly detector on the back. And basically
the Navy have the craziest airplanes ever. I seen one that had to come on our base up there in Turkey, and its nose was off centered.
It's what?
It's
the body.
You talking about the not the A12.
I've only seen it one time.
It had the big horn.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the God damn. That's
what?
out
I
of
don't even know what it's for. Huh?
Yeah. The Vikings. That squadron, I think they're called the Vikings.
Right.
That was the weirdest looking plane I ever saw.
Yeah. Big ugly ass plane.
I don't even know what the purpose of it was.
Telescopic lens on the front of it, I think, that's shiny.
Yeah.
Turns
So-
to the rainbow when it's turning.
Say what?
There's a lens on the front of it that shoots different types of wave.
Oh,
modalities out. Yeah.
So yeah,
So
that's
it can pick up
that's an
different, like,
electronic
infrared.
attack plane.
That's it.
That's an electronic attack, yes. I forgot the name. I don't know why I'm forgetting the name. But the I forgot the name. I gotta look it up. I forgot the name, but they were our neighbors. I was in the squadron next to them. I was in the squadron next to them where I flew on the EP3 or the P3.
Okay.
Yeah, they had to
And
come
they're
and
called the
ground.
Vikings.
They had to land in Turkey for some reason because of maintenance and stuff. The emergency landing there, so that's the only reason I got to see one.
Yeah. That thing is.
Then when I got to see SR-71s and 72s when I was in England, those things are crazy.
Oh, you got to see the SR-71
and 72.
Yeah.
71.
Wow.
It was that they were in Mildenhall, England. And when we went over there for
Mildenhall,
exercises, we got to watch them take off.
Yeah. Wow.
Those
I
things are
would've loved
crazy.
it. I was
being in the Air Force. You got to see you probably got to see an air show.
That's it. The Growler. Yes, the Growler. That's it. Yeah,
You got
the
it.
Prowler. And
50
yeah, the
eyes
Growler.
comes through.
Thank you, Shifty Shady. Yes, the Growler. Yes, the E-18s. Yes, the Growlers. So the Growler Squadron. Yeah, that's right. Then they were out of Whidbey Island. They were the Vikings.
Wow.
We lost Riku. But yeah, the Growlers. And those are some big. Oh my God, them planes was just ugly. If ugly was population density, those airplanes would be China and India at the same time. That's how ugly they were. Them planes were ugly. E-18, that's right. The E-18. I was gonna say the F-18. I was like, no, it ain't no fighter.
Wow.
But yeah, it's an electronic attack. Yeah. So yeah, that's that. And what else? Yeah, so the SR-71, I worked for okay. So when I was in the Navy, I was stationed at a place that built the A-12 ox cart.
Okay.
Or is it the A-10
Warthog.
ox cart?
A-10.
No, it's the A-12. I forget.
A-10. A-10 is the Warthog. It's the tank.
The A-12. The A-12 ox cart. Ox cart.
So
I got to guard the U-2 one time, and I'm guarding a U-2, and it's midnight. We're in the night shift, and we're not supposed to cross the road.
Long ass wings.
Oh yeah, but so I said I'm gonna check this out. So I went across the ropes and went over there, and I grabbed the wing like this, right? Because it's no more thicker than this, and I touched the wing, and I couldn't feel it. I mean, I could do that, but you couldn't feel it. No, they were propped up the wings at the end.
Oh.
I'm at the fuselage area trying to feel the wing.
Yeah.
And it's like I couldn't. I know I was touching it, but I couldn't feel it in a weird. I can't explain it any other than that. I'm going like this. I can squeeze it. I don't know what it was made out of. It felt like porous, real porous, whatever it was made out of.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Those things fly super high. They fly like close to 80,000 feet. So what we're told.
Yeah,
right?
I'll go 60 maybe
SR-71?
max.
Uh-huh.
I don't think anything.
The SR-71.
Oh, the U-2.
U-2. Oh,
Dragon
yeah.
Lady.
Okay.
Yeah.
How fast?
How high they go, I don't believe that.
Fast, please. Them things, they're not built for speed. Not at
Oh,
all.
I got you. Just high.
Yeah, super
What,
high.
the U-2?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were the first spy plane. Guy named Gary Powers got shot
Gary
down.
Powers got shot out of that bitch.
That was at the base I was at. That he there was a whole history of it.
Okay,
there.
so yes, Shifty Shady Eyes knows A-12 was the forerunner of the SR-71. So the place that I was working in the Navy, they made the A-12, and it was like everywhere, and that
I know you know the A-12.
Yeah, it's the same as it looks like the SR-71, but I think it could put two people in there. And the A-12 was, if I'm not mistaken, the A-12 was a civilian version, or the SR-71 might have been the civilian version.
The SR-71 was I think there was only two at the Milden Hall. I think there was only two there.
Yeah, because the A-12 was there's one that's like a agency version, and then there's another one that's a civilian or the military version, belonging to the Air Force.
Yeah.
So how fast did the planes go?
Oh, the SR-71, man, that thing went close to 3,000 miles an hour, like 2,300, 2,500 miles an hour.
2,200. I think they went to 26 and it broke apart.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's limits on that. I told them when to make it like the space shuttle. That thing can go 25,000 miles an hour.
26,000 miles an hour coming back into Earth.
25,000. How much?
26,000
miles an hour. I said, why don't they make all these planes shaped like that? It goes faster than all of them.
Yeah, exactly.
I said, like, come on, you're waking all your engineering.
Big loaf of bread with wings.
That was so comical.
I think at 35,000.
We used to believe it. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, 35,000 feet. If I'm not mistaken, with the math and the Pythagoras theorem, or according to the radius value, you're supposed to nosedive 80 stories a second.
You crashing that thing you're going to be a lawn dart.
But we had to lose logic on that. SR-71, this is for you, Swallow Guy.
All right.
The SR-71 broke up when it was going like 2,600 miles an hour. But your space shuttle magically can go 26,000 miles an hour.
Yes.
That's logical, right?
Think
logical.
10 times the speed.
Is that a question to me or not?
Yes, that was directed at you.
What altitude is the SR-71?
SR-71's max out. I think its max ceiling is close to 80 grand as well.
But they go around
80,000
feet. Yeah, 60.
80,000
They go
feet?
at 60.
Sure. Well, at 80,000 feet, there's air there.
Is what?
There's air.
What's that have to do with it?
Well, it needs air to go into the engine to keep moving, right?
What about the space shuttle?
There's the ISS. The ISS is
No. The space shuttle. The space
space
shuttle.
shuttle.
Which space shuttle are you talking about?
Like the one, the space shuttle, the one that enters and then it
the big
drops
old-
the parachutes behind it as it
Bulky
enters.
plane.
Oh, sorry, you're talking about the one that's got the hatch on the back, yes? From the 80s.
No.
Oh,
Space shuttle.
the space shuttle. Not a rocket. It's the
Not a
space
rocket.
shuttle that they use to glide
attached
or
to the
fly
rocket.
back into Earth. They claim.
Like the Challenger.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The Challengers, like the one that they kept on flying back in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that
Even though
had
those
the
guys are still
much
alive.
higher speeds up at 400 kilometers high. And
No.
obviously-
They had to leave the Kármán line. They had to get 26,000 miles before they left the Earth with the slingshot method. So they were down to 120,000 feet at that. So no, there wasn't no 300,000 feet stuff.
Well, yeah, when they reach about 70 kilometers high, that's when they start hitting more and more air, and that's when they start to the underside start to cook.
So where are they going 12,000 miles an hour at then? Are they still in
17,000.
Yeah, but
No.
they got to climb to that measure of rating of speed.
Yeah.
So
They
when
enter
when
at
hit that Kármán line-
26,000.
He'll see.
What?
I'll tell you.
I don't
Yeah,
think that would
the re-entry is
20,000.
26. Re-entry is 26.
20,000.
Exit is 24.
How many thousands of degrees Fahrenheit does that produce? Because
It
I
doesn't
can
produce
tell you right
nothing
now,
because it's not real.
the
I don't 100% know
the thermal
temperature, but the
resistance
heat
by
tiles
any of the
are
elements that
supposed
they're
to-
using will not withstand. Can't withstand it if you really are.
I just want to try to keep it simple. Let's not go scientists
the
on
heat
this.
tiles are
This
designed for.
is a bulky airplane that they say flies better than the SR-71, and
I
that's
doubt it
logical
would
to
fly
you.
better than the SR-71.
Yes, that's what it says.
I doubt it would.
27,000 miles an hour, y'all.
27,000 miles per hour doesn't mean it's flying better.
It's definitely flying a lot faster.
SR-71
Yo,
But that's
broke
not how
up
you
trying to
judge
fly
when they're
faster.
Flying better.
Yo, we have hypersonic missiles that don't even move that fast. We have, we have
the speed
chunks
doesn't mean
of
it flies
metal.
better.
We
Oh
have
my
rail
God.
guns that don't even move that fast.
I'm
We have
trying to be
rails
logic
around.
with him, lad.
Wait.
Logic
the mo-
is, do you think that
6,000
bulky
miles is
airplane can fly better than the SR-71? You think that bulky airplane can go 27,000 miles, 17,000 miles an hour? Do you think it could go that fast?
Are you talking about the shuttle? Or the
Yes.
SR-71?
Do you think it could go 17,000 miles an hour?
The shuttle? Yes.
Okay. Your
I think the
logic
big-
is pretty
Alright.
much debunked. You have no logic.
I
But we
think you
talk
said it best.
about
Zero
it being
logic.
above the
I'm
Kármán
gonna
line.
rename
The
you. I wish I could rename your
SR-71
name up
is
there
inside
and
the
put down
atmosphere.
zero logic.
No, you're
think
not.
he said it best.
Zero
when he
logic.
The
No, I'm not
SR-71
gonna listen to
is inside the
your comic
atmosphere.
book
All right,
It needs
guys,
the air to
guys.
burn the engine.
Oh my
It
gosh.
needs the air-
Your
it needs
logic
the
is
air-
about, you're weird, dude.
No,
You got the
when
worst
it's in a
logic in the
vacuum, there's
world.
not a
You're
problem at all.
a
It can do
No,
those speeds.
Harmon,
You're
let
a
him
troll.
speak.
My God.
Harmon,
No,
let
why?
him-
He's
My
speaking
God, this
garbage.
is just pathetic.
Oh,
Yeah, you're
yeah.
pathetic.
No, you're not. You clearly don't understand what flying inside a vacuum means.
They're in our atmosphere flying 17,000 miles an hour.
Yes.
The SR-71 is flying inside the atmosphere, and it does.
So is a
its
space
speed like
shuttle.
Mach 2 or whatever.
Yeah, so is a space shuttle once it
It
re-enters our
re-enters
atmosphere.
and it
Yeah.
slows down as it comes down. And when it
Well,
slows,
how does it
Slow,
slow?
bro.
So what slows it down while
The
it's in
air.
our atmosphere? The air.
yes,
The air slows it
Yes.
down and keeps it
Yes.
from
Where are all the
disintegrating.
videos of
correct.
re-entry?
Yes.
This is why you're talking
When
out
it
your butt.
re-enters-
How fast
when it
does it have to
re-enters-
be to leave our atmosphere? Just ask me that, please. How fast does that space shuttle have to be to leave our atmosphere? Any space shuttle.
Most of the time when they're climbing up to maybe they're ranging between 1,000 miles per hour to about 2,000 miles per hour. Once it gets out there, then it goes quicker and quicker and quicker.
Out where?
Past the Kármán line.
No, they're
don't
inside the
have the
Kármán
Kármán
line.
line
They
because
have to
they
go
have to stay in
17,000
Leo
miles an hour
to
to
get-
leave the Kármán line.
To get out, no, they only need about 2,000 miles per
It's
hour.
at least
Oh
12.
my gosh, you're so misinformed
That's right. I think it is
on your
17.
own model.
Yep.
You are so
Anyway.
misinformed.
Misinformed on that.
I've been obviously sitting a bit quiet while you guys were having that chat before. It's past 5 o'clock. I'm going to be finish
I
up.
don't blame you
I'll-
because
I'll
you
let
just
you guys have
failed.
your chats.
Hey man,
Dude,
you have a
you
good-
don't understand how to fly something in a vacuum. That's just totally stupid.
You just don't understand
You're
it.
right.
You're-
You know what? We don't know how to fly anything in a vacuum because ain't nobody in no
vacuum.
Yes,
Boy.
the vacuum exists.
You know
Panel,
what?
can I say one more thing?
I'm
Just
gonna
one
find
thing.
out. Yeah,
Panel.
I'm gonna send you a
a lot
space
of
shuttle
people
toy so you
That's
can
what-
set
I
there
do
and
have
play
a
at
vacuum
night.
cleaner though.
Who was it that said it best? That he debated Witsit and he's still here. I think that's the most logical thing to think about. You get what I'm saying? I'm not trying to build Witsit up, but
yeah,
he's
Yeah, I like
smashing
coming
some
and chatting to
things.
Vlad.
I'm just saying.
Is
Really
there a
seriously.
problem with me liking and coming and chatting to Vlad?
I mean, come on, y'all.
No man, no
He's
man.
still
but,
around
there you
and
go.
he's out of Witsit. So
but,
I mean,
See?
I'm just
but
saying.
hey, bro, you're gonna have to give it up, man. You got Swallow. I know you got things to do, man. So I ain't gonna
God,
keep you too
dude,
long.
just
You got to
Well,
give it up, man. But yeah, you take a
Professor
look at
Bell
it.
is not in
you
the
got to
chat
give
right
up the
now. I know
ball,
that.
dude.
Ask him.
Professor Bell,
Ask him.
Professor Dr.
Get him up.
Pepper.
Get
It
him up on
don't
stage next
matter.
time.
Land
Yeah,
on the
Up on
flat
yeah.
earth,
stage.
dog.
He is a physicist.
He's a physicist.
I don't know
He's
if
a
he's a professor,
physicist
but
and a
he's in
chemist,
physics.
I believe, right?
Hmm?
He's a physicist and a chemist,
I
right?
believe so. I don't know about
Yeah,
chemistry, but
something
I
like
know
that.
he's in physics.
Yeah, he told us he's a physicist
him.
and a chemistry professor.
Ask him. But when
I hope he
when
brings.
the shuttle
I hope he
re-enters,
brings
it hits
his
the air
best.
and builds up friction.
I hope Professor Bell brings his best English accent so he could try to convince us. Because really, that's the only thing he's got left to try and convince us that this BS is actually valid.
He's Aussie. Apparently, he lives probably about somewhere. He might live within 200, 300 kilometers of me. I have no idea.
Okay, all right.
I want to go
okay,
and have a coffee
yeah.
with him. So
Okay, all right.
anyway, it's late in the afternoon. I'm going to pass
Yeah.
it off. I'm sure it's past midnight for you guys.
Yeah. It's late as hell over here, family.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
all
I'm
kinds
gonna,
of late.
I'm gonna let you guys continue your chats, and
Yeah, man. It's good seeing you, though, family.
I'd still love to go and have that chat about that thing, but yeah,
Man. All right.
yeah, another day. I'll see you later.
All right, brother. Peace, man.
All right, bye.
Man, Swallow be tripping, bro. Swallow be tripping. Swallow be tripping, boy.
And I do want to say I appreciate what you did earlier with that other troll that tried to get on here. I'm glad you didn't give him a platform. Really smart move. Awesome. I back you on that.
Brenda just but the thing is, I tried to be fair. I did. And then instead, he was like, well, why don't you? I said, motherfucker, if you don't talk, there I go again. Yeah.
Yeah, you're cussing now.
See what happens when you start talking about
You've done good.
Dark
Yeah. I'm like, man, if you don't talk and just get your point across,
I know.
Well, why can't I? I was like, all right, man, you gotta go, bro. You
See,
gotta go.
Iron Man.
God bless and good night. Bye.
This is I looked it up. Took me one type in. 17,500 miles an hour to exit the Earth's atmosphere, the Kármán line. I mean, that's all he has to do is look at 1,000 miles an hour, 2,000 miles. I go, where are you getting that from?
Did you know there's a way you could probably calculate the thermal resistance for the atmosphere and density and get a heat rating and find out just with the probably the angle and how it goes up. Now, don't get me wrong. When you go up higher, it's going to be colder, but there is probably a variance behind it. And it doesn't matter if it's traveling that fast. I don't care how cold it is up there unless and that's not even provable.
Well,
So,
you're just talking there. I'm just telling their theory. I mean, you could theorize all you want. It's not real.
no, what I'm saying is it would melt. It would melt anything.
Not real.
Yeah.
I know. And the variables is just
that's
like
the crazy
re-entry
thing.
would melt everything. It would obliterate it.
Yeah.
If it
because they're trying
could,
to say-
if it could.
Because a lot of these aircrafts are made of the same. It's like
P9.
they're made of aluminum. If it's because it's super light.
Titanium has a thermal resistance of like 1,600 degrees. That's like you're looking
and
at
it's
4,000 or
not
5,000 degrees.
Yeah, it's not even close. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And then
the Crafton, the copper stuff that was on side, the module, that copper looking stuff, has a thermal resistance of 900 degrees, and it's in perfect
copper?
shape.
Oh, please.
It's called Crampton, and it looks like aluminum foil. It's that copper stuff that was all over and it wasn't even scathed.
See, and what's crazy is people have to remember there are those components on the inside, like people that have to deal with the heat. How cold is it going to get in there? Right,
10,000 pound thrust engine that puts out like minus so many decibels that would just the vibration they say from that type of torque and vibration would liquefy parts of the organs.
Yeah.
As it increases, once it gets to like 7 hertz, that type of force of vibration, it just liquefy certain organs.
I'm sure you saw that.
Just telling you that close to it.
Yeah.
Now you can build something away from it and cushion it. No.
He does that. Okay,
But
period.
That's what I was
model,
thinking.
a 10,000-pound thrust engine, done. No.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking was maybe there's some kind of separation in a cushion or some kind of bubble that they put them in to where they can't get that noise. But I was like, you're right on top of the noise. How do you not get that noise?
And they talk over the radio.
Why haven't we ever found the cart?
Like
Why haven't we ever found the cart? And where's the flag at? I've never seen it.
Yeah, none of that shit exists. And
I know, I'm just saying.
And see, this is what I'm trying to say is that they think that we're going to forget this stuff. And it's like, no, you can't forget this stuff. You guys put it out there. They put it out there. And so this is what I was trying to get, what's his name, to Swallow to realize was that y'all put this stuff out there. We're not we're not just coming up with our own thing. You know what I'm saying? We're like, this is the stuff that you said. You made these numbers up. You made these predictions. Like, we didn't say any of this. We're just using your stuff against you.
Sorry,
So he's just a less annoying Brenda. That's all he is. He's a less annoying Brenda, and does his job well.
You know, I think it's the fact that they don't want to really know what that means. They can't know what it means.
Yeah.
They cannot. Yeah. They just cannot because of what it leads to.
And really, that's all it boils down to is they don't want to take that next step. They're like, no, I'm going to stay in purgatory for a little bit. It's nice and warm here. And it's like, hey, man, it's cold, but at least it's real. It's cold and it sucks, but it's real. I'd much rather the reality of it all than the fake of it all. So
I still got a kick out of him saying 1,000 or 2,000 miles an hour. That's all they go. Yeah. That's all it could make his mind, because he knows logically it couldn't go faster, because if the SR-71 goes like that and breaks up, how could that do it? So logically, he had to make up an excuse. Well, they only got like 1,000. Yeah,
right.
He had to make it work for him.
Yep.
And then he left right then. I was going to say, come on. No, he was bad on that.
He did fall down, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He fell hard on that one. Fell on his own sword.
Yeah, poor dudes, man. And I mean, I'm not trying to turn it into a debate. I hate debates. Debates, I feel, are such a waste of time.
I agree with you.
Debates are such a waste.
But
it's
you
like,
do it eloquently, though, and the audience is going, "Whoa, wait a second, he's got a point, though." Think about that one.
But it's like
I know you see.
No, it's like more instead of debate. It's like I just want to show them what it is they said. It's like, hey, we didn't, and it's easy. It's like
it's a waste of time with that person. But I think though, when you say Iron with an actual person that just scrolled up, say, to your channel and saw what you were talking about, and you're being so open and soft spoken, like old soul kind of, and you're distributing this point, and then you get this rebuttal that is totally just off base, and the person that don't even know what's going on can go, wait a second, that don't even make sense, and then you get some kind of ad hom behind it, or just shady vibration, and then that truth frequency you got, my friend, settles upon that vessel, and then there's that intrigue, and that's the precipice where we actually start to take a look. And I think that's why it's so important to do what you're doing. That's why I came over here to visit with you, because I believe in you, my friend. I think you're doing an awesome thing. I think this guy up here at the top, I'm gonna get to know him, and I don't really know this fellow over here, but I think it's
Mr. Jones said in the chat, says, not a single flat earther has ever been converted to the globe from a debate. I agree with you, Mr. Jones.
That's true.
Real talk.
That is a good saying.
That's true. And it's once you cross over, man, it's like, yeah, that's it. That's it.
I was one of the. Go ahead.
So like I've been at the American Legion, where I go over there and I volunteer, right? And they're looking at me. At first, they were looking at me crazy, and I'm like, "Yeah, man, it's flat." And then you got these guys. Oh, I used to fly. I'm like, "And how do you fly?" They're like, I'm gonna go have a drink. I'm like, exactly, because they know. And then people are starting to pick up over there, and these are older folks. These are older people, and they're like, wow, it sounds like it might be. And I was like, hey, don't take my word for it, man. You guys do your due diligence. So now I got all those old farts in there actually taking a look. And my thing is this, man. If you're going to be on this earth and you're going to spend all this time doing all this crazy stuff, you might as well get a look at what the truth is. You might as well know this place for what it truly is. If you've been here, I don't care. Like there's that guy, Marcus Allen, right? Marcus Allen on the Apollo Detectives.
Right. You were dealing with the other day.
800 years old. Dude, old as hell, right? And it's like, bro, you know all this stuff about the moon and everything else. Just try the truth out for a change. Right. Spend the rest of your life with the truth. How is that going to affect you mentally? How does that affect the remainder of your life? Just knowing now, you're like, holy smoke, I spent 8 decades up here with all this BS in front of me, thinking that I'm going to Mars and doing all these other things. Meanwhile, the truth is these places are not attainable. The truth is I've been lied to the whole time. Aside from the moon, it being one lie, just there is no moon to get to. That's not true. So it's like, what do I do with this truth now that I'm 800 years old? You know what I'm saying? Now what? So I think it's still a necessary to be introduced to that. Doesn't matter how old you are. Doesn't matter if you have 10 minutes left to live. You need to know the truth. You need to know it, and then you need to know how to make a choice after knowing what the truth is. It should be your God-given right to, once you get the truth, you can make an informed decision. All these people out here running from it. Like, you think if they know that there's some kind of truth behind it, they would run to it. That's what you would think. That's what some of us would think. But it's like, wow, the majority of people are like those guys. Afraid of it.
Have you ever seen that 130-year-old man interviewed about the moon?
Oh yeah,
Landy?
Gito, Gaga, Gito. No, ain't nobody.
Okay, yeah. That was so awesome, wasn't it?
That dude, he had
what's
that
holding
hat
it
on.
up? He was smart. He says it don't make no sense. Talking about logical, that don't make no logical sense. He says,
yeah. He said, I don't run on Gito. I got Gito. Ain't nobody going on the moon.
And then my dad, he in '69, he started laughing. He was telling us, and if you go back at that time frame and look at newspapers, they had to really cover it up. Chicago, there was just hundreds of thousands of people saying that was fake. All that time, there's so many people saying it's fake, but they've covered the articles up. My dad and all his group. Oh yeah, they all said it was fake. And then remember when that O.J. Simpson movie came out when they tried to go to the Mars?
Yeah, Capricorn 1. Yeah.
My dad said, "See, I told you, and we're making fun of him. Like people make, like he was the flat earther back then, but he wasn't flat earth. But he just said, there ain't no way that's real. He says that is fake as hell. He just started laughing. And if you find the newspaper articles, especially around Chicago, there were thousands of people. But of course, they don't put that on the news. It's controlled.
Right.
What?
But I would like to say probably more people thought it was fake than real.
Wow.
But they get to let the news articles get a hold of it. And I remember us teasing my dad all the time. But when that Capricorn 1 came out, he says that's exactly how they did it. Him telling you.
What year was
he was so happy. Huh?
Capricorn 1 came out. Capricorn 1 came
77?
out like 78.
78.
Oh, 77. Okay.
Okay, so imagine one of the most monumental events to ever take place, but is nowhere in academia. 1934, I think, Louis Picard was the first person to breach outer space.
Oh, you talking about Auguste Picard?
No, he didn't go out in space. He went 50,000 feet. He went 50,000 feet.
Well, to go the highest and see.
Yeah, he was the highest at the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Auguste Picard. Did you know he also made tours throughout the United States and universities? I think they even did one of those. There's videos of it where in like University of Illinois, I think they sit there on the football field and made a balloon and everything.
Well, they got a liquor
with Picard
with vodka, I think, where it shows
right
now
like Hennessy.
the horizon.
Hennessy beer.
There you go. That's right.
But yeah, he also came to the Americas.
Yeah,
and that's not well publicized.
That's right. But it's just
See, Vlad, when I used to look, I used to go deep.
Monumental things. Where did he do it at? Did he do it in America?
No, he did it.
No, that one that was in Austria.
It was Austria,
okay.
Switzerland, or something like that.
Did you ever hear what they were trying to counsel him at the last minute about the helmets?
No.
What?
Did you hear that story? Yeah, they weren't going to let him go because they tried to say safety issues because they didn't have any helmets. Right?
He was like, I'm good. I got a fur coat, man.
No.
It's going to get cold in that bitch.
They weren't going to let him go. So his friend went to the flower place, bought all the flowers out, and used that's why those are baskets on their heads. They had to use the baskets because that was considered their helmet. That's how they got those helmets.
I do remember that story now that you mention it. I do remember.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh,
wow.
So they passed him with having those.
That's right.
What's crazy is he was brave enough to go up there with the leaks and stuff, and he's freezing and everything else.
In his description in Popular Mechanics, he writes that the Earth looked like a disc.
He's like with an upturned edge.
Yeah, so they
that's
scrubbed
what I
all
told-
that from academia.
Right, and but do you know how much it costs for that one issue of Popular Science?
No.
Now,
$700 online. Cost $700. That's what I'm saying, man. It's $700, man. You go
That doesn't
online, you
bring
look
a
at
red
that thing on
flag.
Popular. You go online, you go on eBay. You try to buy that magazine, man. It's gonna run you close to damn near $800 just to get that thing, man. Yeah. And so this is what but you see, this is what I'm talking about, man. Luke, what's happening, brother? But this is what I'm talking about. People just don't get it. It's like when you try to explain to people, it's like, look, dog, like these people are doing they are doing their damnedest so you don't see it. But it's like if you don't understand the basics of it all, like everything else is gonna elude you, which I find it to be a miracle that he spoke out against the cocoa. You know what I'm saying? I find it to be an absolute miracle because it's like you don't see.
I was
how-
thinking that he was trying to give validity to who he was that way. I'm not so sure about that. He was being honest. He's trying to
I was like,
get friendly and say, look, I'm not all bad. Look at this.
Yeah,
I
didn't
don't believe it. I bet you he's got every one of them in 5 boosters.
You don't stand for something, you fall for anything.
Yeah, that's
know?
true, man. That's
Say-
true. And
I
it is.
had never heard of him any before, but I could tell. I said, this guy's been around too much. Then he breaks it out, finally saying he was debated Witsit and somebody else, some big guy and stuff. I'm going, oh my god.
Yeah, he takes off the Scooby-Doo mask and he reveals who he really is. It's like, oh, it's been you, Mr. Furley, the whole time.
Oh
Shit.
my gosh, Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, man. Scooby don't. Yeah, man.
All right.
That dude.
Well, I'm gonna take on off. Thank you for letting me be on. And
Yeah, brother, it's all good, man.
I don't want to be rude to your guess. He was, but once he said about the SR, once he said the shuttle could go that fast, I'm just saying that's not logical. There was nowhere to go with that one.
Nah, man. And that's the thing. If you don't know some stuff, just be like, yo, man, I don't even know, bro. Because when
1,000
you
miles an
start
hour.
acting like, it's like, I don't know, like 47,000 miles an hour. How fast? See, because that's when you start making stuff up, man. Don't make stuff up. If you don't know, you don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to be like, oh, that sounds familiar, but I don't know. It's just
All right. Good night, Maria.
everybody's
Good
in a
night, Jack,
dialogue
and all the
assuming
guys,
stuff
Mr.
at the
Jones,
time,
and all you.
then,
Yeah.
Good night, people. Good night,
the-
bud.
All right, brother. God bless.
Peace, Harmon. Have a good one, man.
Hey, Aaron, I got a question.
What's up, man?
Have you ever sat and like thought about just stuff that you've kind of interfaced with in the last 4 or 5 years with the truth, and just take a step back and then look at each one of them and see how, you know what I'm saying, how they're connected? You know what I'm talking about? Like they're woven, like pretty much.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, and at each point, it's like I'm asking myself, well, why would you have to lie to me about that? Like, what are you concealing that you have to lie to me about that for? Why?
I
At
don't
every
lie.
point, I'm asking myself, why are you lying? But at every point, at every turn of it all, it's the same people that are lying to me. It's the same
Exactly.
ones all the time. At the end
Yep.
of that rainbow, it's the same group of people or the same persons lying to me.
Right.
And I'm like, you guys are at the corner of every lie. You guys, that's the consistency behind it.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And then once I got to the flat earth, the true earth, I was like, oh,
the globe framework is deep.
Yes.
It's
yes,
deep.
yes.
It's got other like little mentalized little areas that have little nuances to them that affect other social constructs.
Yes.
It's like it's grafted. It's like a quantum layout. The
Yeah.
globe just stretches out also on the surface and affects all of humanity. So that's an interface, you know.
Yep. And you see what people fail to realize too, and just forget. This is why the forgetting aspect of things is important, is how they get into your mind to make you seem so insignificant. Just small. They start quick and they're like, oh, we're like particles of dust. We're dust in the wind. We're not worth it. We're not worth it. God, if he's here, he's far away. So you good. I'll be in charge while he's gone. Don't worry about it. So,
or it's just a source of energy.
Huh?
That you go back
so,
to.
So here's the thing: is they turn everything from energy and vibration to everything has to be tangible. Everything has to be physical, right? And I'm like, no. They flipped everything on its head, and it's not about See, this is why when you have those older folks saying, "Oh, ghosts? You believe in ghosts? You believe in spirits?" They got that. They programmed us to not believe in things that maybe you don't see fully, or maybe you can't hear fully, but there is some sort of energy that is there. It's there. It may not be fully understood, but it's there.
Some type of modality.
Yes. So I believe that even your folks, I don't know how old your folks are, but my folks knew that there were things that they just didn't understand. Right. And they're pretty logical. My dad's an electrical engineer, or a retired electrical engineer. Super smart, very, very capable. He even knew, and he's from Haiti, right? He's like, man, he would tell me growing up, he's like, I would see weird things that he just couldn't understand. He's like, I don't know what the hell I was looking at, but it was weird. And he's from a place where they didn't have fluoride in the water. They didn't have all this stuff in the food to mess with how you view things, right? And when he saw it, he was like, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, right? So now here we are I guess things are starting to change a little bit, but we grew up in a time to where they're like, there's no way that stuff can happen because we don't see it, or we don't hear or feel it. Everything's become physical. And they've taken us away from a world in which not everything is to be seen and touched and heard. There are things slightly outside of that, right? That
would you say they labeled it with a metaphor? They quantified it with a physical term, metaphysical.
That's exactly what happens. It's crazy, man, because once you define something, yes, you turn it, you make it, you make it concrete. You make it to where it's defined and it's got a beginning, it's got an end. You understand? So it's almost like a form of arrogance, I would say. Let me put it like this. Like Adam, when God gave Adam the chance to, hey, here's the keys. I'm going to let you name these things. He gave them basically a life force. He gave them a beginning. He gave everything an end just by naming it, just by giving it a definition, right? A beginning and an end. Everything, because Adam gave it a name, a beginning and an end. We think maybe we do, but we think we have this power to just quantify and give something a definition. Oh, if it's not this, then it doesn't exist. It's like, no, maybe it does exist and you just can't name it. There's nothing wrong with that. Right.
Definitely.
You don't have to quantify it, right? You know what I'm saying? So we feel that we have to be the masters of it and we have to give it a name. It's like, no, maybe it just doesn't have a name. Maybe it exists and we can't put a name on it and we don't know it, and that's okay too. We can't know everything. You know what I'm saying? We can't know everything, but they think and they've made people feel as if we figured everything out. But with the lies that we're coming across, maybe they do know a lot more than we're being told.
Oh, yes.
But based on, and this is where the whole old world and everything, the stuff that we're digging up comes in. And the people from in the Vatican and places and institutions like that that know a little bit more than what they're leading on, that's where that comes in. But to tell us that we're being foolish based off of our observation
by using logic,
right? I think that's totally disingenuous.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Well
and
said.
exactly. Vacuum brakes. How did they slow down? Oh, the air. And I'm like, the air with what? Vacuum brakes. What are you
Right.
kidding me? At 26,000 miles, you just Fred Flintstone it up in the sky and then it slows the airplane down. Come on, man.
A 10 to the negative 14 torr vacuum right there at the Kármán line.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you just in a vacuum. And I'm like, oh my God.
I've seen
Like,
all the
that's
vacuum
all-
tests. This guy, he had a space glove on. He sticks his hand into the vacuum chamber and they do it to like -8. And
Oh,
he
yeah.
couldn't
No.
even move his hand.
No.
Then when he was getting up to about 9.5, going to 10, -10, he said his hand got so hot. When they pulled it out, they could barely get it out. They had to jerk it
Yeah,
out.
his hand
was
probably
all
turned
blistered
into a
up.
baseball mitt.
Yeah, it
Because
was like
there was the old Air Force pilot Joe Kittinger.
Yeah.
That happened to him. He was on a high altitude jump, breaking records and stuff. And his glove went bad. And then because he was in such a high atmosphere, he wasn't even outside in space jumping. But because he was in such a high atmosphere, his hand turned into a freaking one of those little one-pointer things that you get at the baseball game. His hand turned into one of those inside the glove.
Wow.
Because he had a leak.
Yes.
Kind of like freaking Don Pettit says, oh, you get a leak. Well, you get a leak and you potentially die. And your hand
there's-
turns into a freaking baseball mitt.
There's tests you can get on YouTube and look of Coke cans, water balloons, and you can see that they swell up. There's air inside. It's going to, try to occupy the space, right? That's what it's doing. And then both of the balloons start boiling. So, and that's what then it's confined in its own containment. That one suit is a containment. So that should logically tell you, you better not get into a vacuum chamber.
Hell no.
And
Hell
negative
no.
14 torr. Come on, y'all. Really?
Yeah.
They can't
And
even
the moon is
reproduce it, Iron.
Yeah, and the moon is supposed to be like 10 to the negative 17 or
Yeah.
something silly like that.
It's
And I'm like,
insane numbers.
nah, man.
Unfalsifiable numbers. How it's written too. That's what's so crazy. And when you see how many things they wrote, how can you put in variables the bending and warping of space-time? Answer me that one. And how do you defy gravity when it's never even been found? It's a theory. How do you put that in a variable? Oh, you just
Man,
add a part to it.
Yeah, they just make it up. There's a lot of weird things that happened in 1666.
Right.
There was a plague. The London fire happened during that time too. It's weird. 1666 was a bad year. It was like 2020. That was their 2020 back then.
This dude broke the plagues down, all of the major plagues. He noticed there was one consistent element of a certain thing that was found within all the documents that led to a molecule that was distributed. And it went like, yes, the way he breaks it down, he shows it in the actual literature. He goes to it, he reads the paragraphs out of it, and then he explains exactly what it was. And it wasn't something that you would even think would get somebody sick because of what they were using it for. It wasn't what the medicine was. It was who was distributing it. And then he shows who was paying the person that was distributing the medicine, and it was connected to each one of the plagues.
Really?
That was in the provinces. Yes, it is deep. It's deep. And it's in literature. Remember this. They didn't have these. Everybody was writing. They had a book burning in the 1800s.
Yes.
Couldn't get them all. They couldn't get them all. They couldn't get them all, Iron. They couldn't get them all.
And that's what I'm talking. That's another thing I'm talking about, man. They're either making the books too expensive or they're just getting rid of them.
Oh, yeah.
I was mentioning this to the guys, to the chat here, a couple of episodes ago, that at my public library near my parents' house in Long Island, right, in New York,
Right.
every year they would get rid of the books. Every year they would purge a bunch of books. They were like, and this every summer, I'm serious. Every summer, I would take my dad's duffel bags, his army duffel bags. This is before I joined the military.
Wow.
Every summer, I would go to the library. They'd be like, yo, as many books as you could carry out of here for $1.
Wow.
I would bring 2 duffel bags, one in the front, one in the back. And then I'd be like, I'm here to get $2 worth. They're like, just give us $1. And then I gave them $1, fill up the front C bag or duffel bag with books, go to the back, fill them up, and then I'd be walking my ass home with 2 duffel bags full of books. Then I'd come back with another $1. They're like, nah, man, you good. You can take as many books as you want. So I took encyclopedia sets, analog magazines, books, and the old analog magazines, man, from like the 60s or the 70s, some old stuff like that. Yeah,
Right.
Asimov magazines, all of that stuff, man. All of that. I took all of that.
I got a book in here. I just thought about it since you brought that up. That we ended up getting. I don't know what year it is. I'm gonna grab it real quick. Give me 1 second. I know it's getting late. I just want to I want to show you this book real quick. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, do your thing, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, we go hard in the paint on here, man. We go hard in the paint. Oh boy. Yeah, I gotta be up in a couple hours too.
Gotcha. Here we go. And I'm gonna look at this later on with you, but it's the Reader's Digest Great Encyclopedia Dictionary, and it's done. This is old, super old.
God dang.
Like
so old. It's got piss colored damn pages.
Yeah, pages. Let me see when it was done. 1966. The copyright. So I'm gonna look through here and see about the Earth and some different things like that, and we're gonna see what this, because this is some old text. I don't know, 60s. That's about around the time when they did all the moon landing stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if it's 66, when was
they already? We launched the people onto the moon in 69. We had Sputnik up in 58, I think, 58, 57, something like that. And so people were doing the whole, orbiting the Earth type thing.
I'm sure even if a copyrighted from modern day, this is going to be probably a lot of, but they may have missed some stuff. You never know. Because they change it daily. The more we talk about it and it hits mainstream, the more they scrub it.
Exactly.
SM102 bioluminescent photoprotein that was in that thing. The luciferase. It's an
I've heard of it. I don't know. Yeah.
SM102 photoprotein. It's a bioluminescent photoprotein. They used it in the veterinarian clinics for about 10 years on the pets just to test it, right? And so it was in the sheet of the drop. What do they call it? The holy grail of the insert. It was on the insert of the.
Oh.
Yes. So SM102, and I did a whole just deep dive on it. Raphael Dubois in the 19th century found this in plankton, fungus, and different types of fireflies, and they called it luciferase. But if you look at how it's spelled Lucifer race. Luciferase. How eloquently, and it's a light bearing weird stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, SM102. I was supposed to be in that, but I've done some research and they didn't find anything that everybody thought that was in it. So that's just a whole nother stream right there at a different platform. LUCI.
Luciferase.
Luciferase. Yep.
Got it.
SM102, bioluminescent photoprotein. They made some primates that were clones skin glow by putting something that glows in them. You know what I'm saying?
Big glowing ass gorillas, dude. Damn.
But makes your veins glow in the black light.
Right, exact, and that's what I was thinking. Yep, I was like, something gonna be glowing
Yeah.
with them purple lights up in the street.
Come on now.
Yep.
Yep. So,
Yep.
but they used to. What the reason why I was bringing it up is just like Lynn's law, they changed to the law of conservation, the law of induction to the law of conservation. They just changed that with along with probably another 100 different defined terms off of the internet. They're no longer there. There was a 6 CAD rendering of the SM102 molecule that you
Right.
can only see now in biochem abstracts. They scrubbed all that stuff. We're slowly showing them what to hide. Just saying. It's basically it.
True. True. That's what X is doing now too. Just even deeper.
That's it. That's it.
Shit.
I do believe these panels and reaching out to people locally that know you is a good thing, because then they spread and people look you up. And also, I wanted to say this is a very important thing, that if you start a video or whatever, or if you decide to do this, I do, because I do make videos on Facebook. I've been making them for 5 years basically.
Right.
And I tell any of my viewers, if you get on and you go to log onto my site and it says under construction, I need you to message me through Messenger and give me a screenshot. I've had multiple people tell me, I don't get notifications from you anymore. I'm no longer, did you drop me? I'm no longer following you. So that kind of tactic is going on, I think, with the censoring. And I think we should be aware of it too. So I don't know if that can happen on YouTube, but Facebook.
Oh, please. Hell, I bet you it could. I bet you it could. I bet if anything, I feel this would be the first place to do that stuff. They'd be like, you said what? Man, we're gonna have to destroy your channel, homie.
Well, what if I ever log on just to go check on, because I check on my people too. And I'll leave comments before I get on so I can boost it up, and I'll throw hearts. I'm
gonna check.
And so if I ever get on and it's like pause or it's not working, I'm gonna keep you posted. But I haven't experienced that yet on this, but I've seen it on Facebook.
Okay.
I've seen it on Facebook. Dude, I'll have 10 people in the chat doing stuff and it'll say 0 at the top. Talking to me. They're actually thumbing up and hearting, and I got 0 logged on.
Damn.
I got to go. Go get you some rest, and I appreciate you letting me speak. Man.
Oh, man. Anytime, brother, man. It was amazing, man. It was amazing. Anytime, bro.
All right, now.
All right.
God bless everybody on the panel.
All right, man. You too, man. You have a good night, homie.
All right, now. God bless.
All right. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, man. That was Porter over there, man. He had some good shit. Yeah, and there we go. I got my little 1 like. They got me 1 like. I have 1 like. Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know what to say about that, man. Like, real talk. Maybe they don't like my shit. I don't know. Who knows?
What's up with that? What is up with that?
I don't know. I don't even know. Well, you know, shit happens. Stuff happens. But man, Disclord, I am about to go turn in because I gotta be up. What time is it right now? You man, you probably up for the day, man. It's already your time to be up.
It's almost 8.
Yeah. Yeah, it's time for me. It's time for me to get my black ass bed because I gotta be up in 4 hours.
You got that's rough.
Yeah.
You got 9 likes now on Rumble on this one.
Hey, Rumble, my Rumble people, my people in Rumble. All right, I like it. Rumble in the house. That's what's up. I love my Rumble people. And I love my YouTube guys, don't get it twisted. I love my YouTube people too. I love y'all.
There's a Rumble message.
Hell yeah. Hey, Disclord out on Rumble. What's happening, bro? Make sure to like. Make sure to like. Make sure to
that's
like.
done. I was number 9.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Yeah. So, family, hell, y'all know what it is. I'm about to take my black behind out of here. But thank you for joining us. And we're going to do it again on Friday. We're going to do it again on Friday, y'all. So, aside from that, I really appreciate y'all coming out. Thanks for joining us. And man, let's do it again, y'all. Let's do it again. Let's do it again on Friday, Flat Earth Friday. Do it again Friday, Flat Earth Friday.
It is.
Yep. So, Dislord, you got anything for the family, man?
Sleep well and all that good stuff.
All right. I like it, man. I like it. So, yeah, family, before we roll out of here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to leave y'all with my blessing. I wish you guys nothing but the help, but I wish, you know what I'm trying to say. I wish y'all nothing but the best. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity. Most of all, wisdom. And with that, family, I love y'all. I'm out.
Peace.
Oh, Lord. Peace, y'all.
Yes, we're moving on up to the side, to a deluxe apartment in the sky. Oh yeah, yeah, we're moving on up to the side. Yeah, we finally got a piece of the pie. Moving on. Yes, we're moving on up to